Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day today so far. It's not too bad for you. It's Tuesday today. I had to double check, I wasn't actually sure which day it was, but yeah, this should be fun. It should be fun. I'm having an issue with my chat right now, so I'm gonna have to, I might be a little bit delayed. I don't have both chats, well, I do have them both on screen at the same time. They're just pop-outs from the actual chats themselves, so if I miss something, I apologize, because again, my normal chat's not working. But hey, welcome everyone, welcome. I figure we're going to check out some lore videos. We'll probably dive into some actual like lore information, stuff like that, read up on it, but I don't know, there's a ton to check into. We've only just begun. Forsaken will update in May 30th, June 6th. Oh yeah, I actually saw a little bit about that, so that should be cool. Love how Jane Doe's, loving John Doe's, Corrupted. There's a lot I need to learn. There's a lot. I mean, I don't know much about this lore for sure. But I figure you guys can give me some kind of tips on which videos are probably the best of the videos to watch. We're probably not going to watch the 3-hour lore video diving into every single thing, but who knows? Who knows? The game theory video. Yeah, see, I have no idea, because I've never looked into it, so you guys would know better than I would which videos are the better ones to watch and stuff like that, and just like my normal streams, I'll be pausing, I'll be talking about shit the whole time, like I can't help myself. Yeah, we'll mostly just be focusing on Forsaken lore this time. I mean, I'm not sure we'll be doing anything else aside from that, maybe a little bit of a gameplay later on. But I will definitely be playing the new update when it comes out. Don't have to worry about that. Haven't seen me scream in a couple days, Twist. Yeah, I know. I've been delayed. Last week's was crazy just because of the birthday stuff and all that type of stuff. So a lot to do. The game theories is not even that good. All right. I kind of figured it. They usually kind of jump on the bandwagon after there's some stuff that's been established, or like they pick up like little tidbits here and there. It used to be better when MatPat was running it, but even then they still kind of just cherry picked. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, we'll definitely be doing some reacting to some lore videos. I'm not going to be doing some reacting to normal music stuff just yet. I'll plan for that for another day, because I will be doing more reaction streams and stuff, because that was a lot of fun the last time. But yeah. So of these videos, like I saw some people talk about the Plesio one. We could definitely check that out. Many songs are directly connected to lore. Oh yeah, I mean, I've checked out a lot of the music, so there's some stuff I haven't heard for sure. But most important thing to build upon with the information you learn is that the realm Forsaken takes place in is basically a personalized hell. Interesting. It's like a purgatory. I kind of figured it was something like that. Did I manage to edit my clips for my birthday stream? Yes, I did. I've actually released a couple of videos. The video I put up today on my channel is a Forsaken video with every Forsaken reaction I did on my reaction stream, as well as a couple more, because I had to add some more to it. But I've got like 13 videos ready to make, essentially just add more to them, and then make more for my stream video last time. And I'll continue to do that. I'll like react to streams and then do the same thing, just kind of grab all the things I reacted to and then throw it up as individual videos, and then kind of combine them all together, react to a couple extra things on top of that, and there you go. React to how every Forsaken survivor died, and that's one of the best videos. Interesting. John does not want to kill. Am I going to play the Azure update? I absolutely will. Yeah, I'll absolutely play that. Hey, thank you very much, Mello, for the late birthday gift. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, again, I'm just wondering where to start. Truth about every Forsaken survivor, Forsaken lore with Flush. That's like a lot of videos, individual videos. When do we see TDX song reactions? That'll be coming soon. I've reacted to one song on the live stream I did last time. Forgot to add spread. I'm always checking out new stuff. There's only so much I can check out in a single video, right? Presio's killer and survivor videos are the best ones for your first lore intake. Okay. I was about to go to sleep, but I saw your stream show up. Hey, welcome. We do the plain killers and survivors? Yeah, I probably will check out the Plesio one to start with, I guess. That'd probably be a good starting place. Because again, I don't know anything about any of these killers or survivors or anything like that, so it's all new. Hey look, Grim's live at the side. Sent me something in Discord, check it out. Alright. Okay, theories, okay. I see. 2 videos that might be important later. Sure. I mean, again, I'm not like doing a normal request stream, so like I'm not like have a list or anything like that. I'm just checking stuff out when you guys tell me, because we're gonna be checking out stuff for a few hours at least for a while. Can start checking stuff out, but who knows? Let's see here. Again, I apologize about the chat. Sometimes I may miss some things because my chat's not working the way it normally is. But hey, look, Grim's live. Yeah, check out Grim Grooves. Hey, subscribe. Subscribe. Become a member. You can become a member now. I've got unique like emotes and stuff like that, like Luca and John Doe. You can check them out if you like. Check them out. Join as a member. It's an option. It's an option. But anyways, we've listened to enough video game music for now. I guess we could check out the first video, which is again Plesio's "The Truth About Every Forsaken Survivor." It's probably a good one to start with. Yeah, those are the ones I was suggesting he sent. Okay, good. So the ones you sent on Discord first, or should we start with this one? How did every survivor die? How did every killer die? Okay. Let me just open these up. Open these up here. Just so we have them for later. Just so we have them for later. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure if these are the best ones to watch first, or if we should start with something else. It doesn't really matter. Again, we'll get around to all of them, or most of them anyways. So there's a lot to look into. Let me just pull up my chat again, because every time I click away from my thing, my chat disappears. But anyways. Okay, let's see. Can't wait for everyone in the chat to start rambling on the most useless piece of meat. Yeah, exactly. I mean, everyone's going to try and give me all the information they can, and I do appreciate people trying to share the lore and stuff, but there's definitely going to be a lot that I need to look into, and just like, that's why I figured just watching the videos and stuff, instead of just like sitting here while you guys chat at me about everything, because I mean, that could work too, but I don't know, just have some variety. So, what do we think? Probably check out the Plesio one first. Okay, add subtitles to the video you'll be reacting to. I don't speak English. Yeah, of course. Always throw on subtitles. No worries. So what do we think? Start with the Plesio one, or one of these ones that were given? Or we could check them all out. But I'll definitely be throwing subtitles on, so don't worry about that. If you didn't see this one, the Survivor one, react to the Killer one made by him as well after. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing he used both Killer and Survivor. Okay, yeah, whatever. Let's just start with the Plesio one, check it out, see what it's all about. Alright, we got the subtitles on, just make sure everything's good. This is my first time doing a stream like this, where I'm just reacting to stuff. I mean, they know how they die one. Survivors first, killers later. Okay. John Doe is my king, the most important reason. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's watch. Let's see what's up. Again, I'm going to pause as we're going too, just because I can't help myself. I have to just yap about things. But anyways, let's check it out.
Shedletsky's story begins all the way in the early days of Roblox, where he served as the creative director, along with his close friends Builderman and Dussaker. The three were like brothers, working together to build Roblox, which is what we know today. During this time, Shedletsky also eventually found love with a girl called Bright Eyes, and they eventually got married. Everything was fine until he...
Actually, part of the lore of Roblox, or just, I'm guessing it's fan-made lore. Like, I don't think Shedletsky's actually a part of the OG kind of team that made Roblox. It's probably part of the game and stuff like that, but interesting. The only survivor that requires lore from a killer to understand is Jane Doe. I mean, yeah, the thing is, again, I'm able to put the pieces together eventually. We'll learn it all, or learn as much as we can, kind of thing, going forward. But, I don't know, you guys have hyped it up a lot, so anyways.
Created this game called Sword Fights on the Heights. It was basically his personal achievement. It's a game that became one of the most legendary games in Roblox history. But here's where things get interesting.
He is.
Shedletsky didn't just create the game, he became super obsessed with it. He even started playing under a second nickname called Telemon. He was so consumed with perfecting his sword fighting skills that he began neglecting...
Matt Duskar and Shedletsky are based on real admins. I had no idea. I thought they were just like fans who became like iconic enough or something like that they became part of it, but that's kind of wild. It's hard to judge with things like that, where they take like reality and mix it with like fake stuff like lore and stuff like that, because how am I supposed to know which is real and which is not other than you guys telling me? But that's cool. I had no idea Shedletsky was an actual like developer and stuff like that. I thought he was just a gamer that was good at the game or something.
His actual job as a Roblox admin. As Sword Fights on the Heights grew more popular, so did Shedletsky's ego, and Shedletsky's exposure to the Necrobloxicon, which is a dark curse, only made things worse, because his already existing arrogance grew even larger, and his hunger for power intensified. And both Dussaker and Bright Eyes watched as he changed. Then the breaking point came. In a moment of selfishness, Shedletsky committed an act so bad that it literally manifested his own darkness into a physical being.
Okay.
1x1x1. Think about that for a second. 1x1x1 isn't just some random hacker or an entity that popped up in Roblox. It's literally just everything that Shedletsky already hated about himself. His arrogance, his selfishness, his hunger for power and corruption, all wrapped up in a being of malice that immediately turned against its own creator.
That's a concept that's been used in other stories before, and it's a fairly interesting one, of course. Like, whenever someone's darkness becomes so great that the darkness becomes an entity of itself, essentially, or whatever. Like, that's always an interesting concept in story, because like, I'm going to be looking at a lot of this from like a storytelling perspective, because I love stories, I love writing stories, I love reading stories, I love stories, I've always loved stories. So when I break this down, it's going to be from the perspective of not only a gamer, not only someone who appreciates the music of the games, but also as a storyteller, as someone who likes stories like that. So there's something that I may break down that don't mean anything, or I'll just kind of extrapolate based on nothing just because it's what I do. But hey, welcome IDK. Welcome everyone. Glad to see you, glad to see you. Did I know that the real Shedletsky played Forsaken using his own character? That's interesting. That's cool. Makes Shedletsky completely pure. Oh yeah, because the anger is like the other part of, like, the anger has left him almost. It's become its own entity or something. That's interesting.
1x1 became unstoppable. It was wielding the poisonous venom shank sword and
creation of hatred.
Everything that it touched.
That's true.
Players killed by 1x1 don't respawn, they come back as zombies under its control. The entity grows stronger, and eventually its memory starts to surface.
It's cool how the mechanics of the character in the game, like, I didn't even think about that, how 1x like spawns like minions of its own and stuff like that, but that's part of the lore too. It's cool how it's all kind of incorporated. But yeah, interesting. And also creation of hatred being essentially the creation of it. That's interesting. And Shedletsky's basically an angel? Well, that's crazy. I mean, if this whole thing is like kind of a purgatory, that does make sense.
And it has an overwhelming hatred directed specifically at Shedletsky. This led to an epic final confrontation between creator and creation, with 1x1x1 at the height of its power, commanding an army of minions. We don't know how that battle ended, but somehow, both Shedletsky and 1x1x1 ended up in Forsaken. And the irony is that in Forsaken, Shedletsky completely changed. Shedletsky then formed a protective pact with Bilderman and Dussaker, where he would sacrifice himself to protect other survivors, rather than repeat his selfish past. But Shedletsky carries a terrible secret. None of the other survivors know that he created 1x1x1. He lives in constant fear that if they discovered the truth, they'd lose trust in him.
Medium lagging? I don't know. I'm not sure. Again, it should be fine, I think. I'm not dropping any frames or anything like that, so I think it looks like it's fine on my end. I apologize if it is lagging for anyone there, because I can't really tell. But I will also say that I'm also streaming on Twitch, if anyone would rather watch me on Twitch. I'm actually only so in order to become an affiliate on Twitch, you have to have 3 consecutive viewers, or 3 average viewers over the course of a stream, and you have to do that 4 different days in a row. I've done it for 2, so if people could chat on Twitch, that would help me out as well, because again, I'm only 2 days away from reaching affiliate of people actually chatting there, so it's up to you guys. I'm not going to force anyone, but that'd be cool if you did. I'm just saying. It's the same name as this, so you can check the links in the description, but anyways, let's keep going.
The man who once let his ego consume him now hides the fact that his greatest enemy is literally his own creation. And the most haunting part is that Shedletsky doesn't even hate 1x1. He just hates what it represents. He hates the part of himself that was capable of that darkness. And when it's just the two of them left in a match, the special theme Creation of Hatred plays. So Shedletsky was just a talented Roblox admin, but his own success gave him pride, and his pride gave birth to his greatest nightmare. And now he's trying to be a hero again. 2 times.
I liked how at the end of that you heard just like nom nom because someone ate the pizza. But yeah, it's silly, it's ridiculous, but at the same time it's fairly decent. Like the lore is well made enough that it makes sense. Like and the fact, again, I always appreciate the idea of like an all-powerful entity of some kind, whether it's Shedletsky or whatever, and like their power gives birth to something like a darkness or another creature of that or whatever, right? And then like him not hating his other self, it makes sense because it's a part of them. Like ideally you want to become one with your darkness, not let it take over you. I mean, everyone, like, you can talk about darkness like it's some esoteric, like, otherworldly thing, but in reality it's also like we all deal with darkness in some way or another, right? So you can kind of understand that. Yeah, 2 times next. Interesting. There's 2 videos of theories. One talks about how the survivors die and others... Okay, interesting. I think I do have them loaded up there, or something similar anyways, but we'll look into a few. We'll look into a bunch, don't get me wrong. We're just starting. 1x died because Dusek came with Shedletsky, and after 1x killed... Interesting. I'm sure we'll get more of that lore going forward, but anyways, let's keep going. This video won't have Jane and John Doe's lore since it's made before. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
Ed gave birth to his greatest nightmare, and now he's trying to be a hero again. Two-Time, in my opinion, is the creepiest survivor in Forsaken that seems...
Like, I know next to nothing about any of these. The only reason I know, like, and I was told that Hack Lord is, like, if Shidletsky gets taken over by 1X kind of thing. And so there's a few things I've learned here and there, but the majority of the lore I know nothing about. So even this, like, Two-Time, I've heard the name Two-Time, I've seen them play, but I know next to nothing about them. So anyways, let's check it out.
Nice on the surface, because his whole story is built around one idea. That the respawn isn't some mechanic, it's his entire religion.
Oh,
Two-Time was pulled into something called the Spawn Cult. It was a violent group obsessed with the spawn point symbol, convinced that if you prove your devotion, you earn a second life from their god, the Spawn. And at first, Two-Time isn't some villain, they're just fragile and lost, the kind of person that a cult can basically scoop up and reprogram. Then they meet Azur.
Hacklord's entire thing is based on Limbus companies, not important lore canon. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Fun fact, Two-Time is non-binary and uses they, them. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for the future. To be fair, Forsaken lore is a bit scrambled because of cough drum. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Like, things gonna get, like, retconned and removed and chopped and screwed. Even just the individual moments, though, the individual elements I can appreciate. Like, again, Shidletsky being like almost an angel or something like that take half of themselves and like the darkness becomes an entity of themselves. Or this, right? Like even just the beginning of this bit, like Two-Time learning how the spawn point is a mechanic in the lore itself, not just a kind of video game mechanic. I always like that. I like when they explain away gameplay mechanics with in-game lore and stuff, which is actually kind of interesting. Like, a good example is the Dark Souls games, right? Like, if you've played any of the Dark Souls or Soulsborne games, any of those, in every one of those games, death is a part of the game. Death is something your character experiences, and the more death they experience, the more likely they are to go hollow, essentially to go insane, right? So it's like, in the games themselves, the lore is connected to the gameplay mechanic. It's not just a throwaway gameplay mechanic because it's a video game, right? And it's a cool mechanic. I like that as an idea, as a storytelling idea. And this seems kind of similar, where it's like, yeah, it's interesting.
The kind of person that a cult can basically scoop up and reprogram. Then they meet Azur. Azur is calm, grounded, and basically the one person who is keeping Two-Time human. They met in the woods while Two-Time was gathering supplies for the cult, and it turned into a real relationship. The milestone renders even showed them as this inseparable duo, like Two-Time finally found a reason to breathe without all that cult stuff. But the cult doesn't let you stay normal. Over time, Two-Time's beliefs start rotting. They get more paranoid, more obsessed with just being worthy from the cult, and eventually...
That's happened. Someone going crazy after joining a cult? Who would have ever thought of that? There was a Spawn cult since they got inspired by a Spawn and Forsaken. So IRL people started to do bad stuff to themselves. Oh yeah, I can see that being a problem. I mean, anytime there's interesting dark lore in video games, there's always going to be some people who kind of go off the deep end and just go a little crazy with it. Unfortunately, it happens. But yeah, anyways, it's interesting. It's interesting nonetheless. We shouldn't like nerf or get rid of things that are darker just because some people can take it hard or whatever. It's like, I feel like those people just need kind of medication to help them deal with it and guidance and all that type of stuff. But like, I don't know, it's interesting.
Eventually, the cult hands them a weapon, the Ghostfire Dagger. Two-Time shows it off like it's a cool gift, but the dagger wasn't actually a gift. It was a test. And the cult's rebirth, it doesn't come from praying. It comes from sacrificing. So in this quiet, brutal moment, Azur approaches Two-Time with roses, and Two-Time kills Azur with the dagger. Not in a fight, not by accident, but as an offering. And right after, they didn't celebrate. They broke. Two-Time is literally shown mourning over Azur's body. But the guilt doesn't save them. It festers, and the cult thinking takes over completely. That's why later you get that photo of their faces scratched out and the words "glory to the Spawn," like they're trying to convince themselves that it was worth it. Then comes the twist. The Spawn isn't even real. Two-Time's second life, the whole thing that they murdered for, was actually granted by the Spectre, using their devotion like a leash. That's why Two-Time wakes up in the Forsaken world.
Is the Spectre like the dark demon evil, like the devil of that world or something? Like this is the first time I've heard of the Spectre, but I don't know. The only connection I'm making is to like Dead by Daylight, because there was a a side game that they made, the casting of Frank Stone, where I learned some of the lore of that world, and it also has like a dark deity kind of like spider god or whatever that they pray to that is a part of it. It's interesting. Desiccur can basically... Oh, you just talk about like Desiccur mechanics. That's interesting. He's the one who dragged everyone to the realm. Okay. Yeah, Spectre's like the creator for a second. Okay, yeah. It's essentially like Cthulhu as what I would kind of think about when it comes to it. Like, just... Yeah, like some kind of dark eldritch kind of god or of some kind. Usually Cthulhu is like the default, because Cthulhu is just like giant space squid face demon monster creature. But the dreams are what create the reality and stuff. So it's kind of the same thing. Spectres would drag everyone for saying interesting. Most concerning part of the lore is that a lot of characters have committed suicide. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I mean, again, with a game that's supposed to be dark, there should be dark elements to it. Unfortunately, that is not the most content-friendly, I'll say. But anyways, it's still interesting. It's still interesting from a story perspective. I always appreciate interesting, darker ideas. But anyways, I appreciate you sharing that, Jelton. And also, welcome.
Using their devotion like a leash. That's why Two Time wakes up in the Forsaken world with the power that they wanted, but it's not divine.
Okay.
It's just them being manipulated.
Interesting.
The Spectre takes that resentment and shapes it into something worse. An upcoming killer, which is fueled by hatred. So now Two Time's gameplay is literally his own punishment.
Interesting. That's crazy. So I wasn't sure when people were saying like the Azure update, I wasn't sure if Azure would be a player character, like a survivor, or if they would be a killer. But that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. It's interesting. It's super interesting. Again, like I wasn't expecting the lore to draw me in the first like 5 minutes of this video. Like I'm already curious about so many different things. Anyways, keep going.
Sneaking and stabbing and trying to earn his rebirth again. Forever reenacting the very worst mistake that he did. But the secret of Two Time is that the second life didn't save Two Time. It just made his guilt last even longer. Guess 1337.
1337? That's funny. I mean, obviously it's 1337, but that's also leet in leet speak. It's back in the like leet speak. I don't know if anyone knows what leet speak is anymore. But anyways, it's interesting, super interesting. And again, some of this stuff may be wrong, maybe been changed since this video was made. Again, I don't know exactly, but we'll find out eventually. Like again, we'll be going through a lot more lore than this. This is just the first example of me checking out some lore, right? So let's keep going. But even still, we've learned a lot, like the origin of Shidletsky and 1x, and like even Two Times lore is super interesting, even though it gets super dark and there's some, unfortunately, like some real life stuff that happens or comes from it or whatever. But it's interesting. Forgotten, are you forgetting guest? Guest 1337, let's check it out.
Is basically the shield of Forsaken, because his entire life was built around only one thing. Taking the...
Oh, it's based on the last guest. Interesting. I will eventually check out the last guest. I'll either do a full video or maybe I'll react to it in a stream like this or something like that. But I've been told for many times to check out the last guest. I just haven't set aside the like hour and 40 minutes it takes to watch it or something like that. But I will eventually, don't get me wrong. And maybe we'll do like a movie night sometime or something and just watch the last guest and some other Roblox animations, because I've never seen any Roblox animations whatsoever. So other than the few that have been in like music videos and stuff. But anyways, let's keep going.
So somebody else doesn't have to. He was born into a world where being a guest wasn't just rare, it was being a target. The Bacon Empire was constantly wiping guests.
Is this going to be spoilers for the last guest? Because I almost feel like I should skip parts of this if it's going to be just spoilers for the last guest itself, because I haven't checked it out, of course. Let's wait for you guys to respond, because I'm not sure. His lore is just the last guest. Yeah, so I feel like it's almost better to just kind of skip 1337 just because I don't want to get spoiled on the last guest, because I will be watching it eventually. Yeah, okay. I'll find out his lore eventually when I check it out. I feel like it's just better to go in fresh for the last guest, knowing nothing, as opposed to watching it all here and like getting spoiled and all that type of stuff. It had the last guest lore. Okay, yeah, we'll skip past 1337 for now. We'll come back to it eventually. I will learn about his lore eventually, but yeah. Okay.
Ongoing rivalry with Slasher, because he was a former Bacon soldier. Before Forsaken...
Okay. Now we're getting into the meat of it too. I mean, get like Cool Kid and 07 and 7 and stuff like that. Like, these are some of the ones I really wanted to check out, because the people have told me some bits here and there. But, I don't know. Bit of AO episodes. death is just spoilers. Yeah, I mean, it's even still, yeah, it's not worth the spoiling of it. But yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, eventually I will come back to 1337 and learn more about his lore and stuff like that, so don't worry. I'm not going to miss it eventually. It's entirely, I want to check out the last guest first. But anyways, let's check out 007.
07 was that exploiter. He's the one directly tied to Team Cool Kid. He's the one who made the cool GUI that Cool Kid plays with, and he used it to mess with the most popular games, especially Work at a Pizza Place. He wasn't just trolling, he was literally building a whole reputation off of ruining people's servers and lives, and he got known for it.
Okay.
And the weirdest turning point happened. A baby shows up on 07's doorstep, and
react to the old and outdated game theory video next. I could definitely do that. I haven't seen game theory since Matt Pat left, really, so I wouldn't mind going back even just to check it out and see what's going on with the channel and stuff, because I do appreciate what they do. They typically do a lot of work, even though it's only kind of very specified and stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't mind checking that out next.
It's Cool Kid. And that's where the story changes, because in Forsaken, Cool Kid isn't just a random villain, he's 07's adoptive son. 07 takes him in, and for the first time, he actually tries to do something normal. He backs away from exploiting. He tries to raise the kid, he tries to be responsible. 07 becomes less of the hacker legend and more of just a stressed dad who's hoping nobody remembers what he used to do. But the problem is...
Interesting. 007 and 7 is based on real dude. Cool Kid is his alt account. Interesting. That's weird. Bro used the wrong render in the video. You guys know better than I would. That's interesting. Like hacking and things like that. You must react to the old OST for a second. I wouldn't mind checking out some old stuff. I don't know. I'm open to all kinds of stuff.
Grows up, and he starts doing the same thing. The chaos follows them, and it blows up at the exact place that represents normal life. The pizza place. They end up getting blacklisted from the pizza place because Cool Kid keeps causing problems there, and that's why Elliot cannot stand 07. Even when 07 became polite now and he's just a survivor, everyone still sees the old him, and that's the most brutal part. He's trying to be better, but the world doesn't let him restart.
Hard to get past the hacker,
then comes the real gut punch. Cool Kid starts to go missing. In the lore, it's implied that he just got forsaken. There's literally a missing poster shown in 07's milestone.
Interesting. So people are just being pulled from the real world into the world of Forsaken. It's always, again, whether this is like their minds being pulled or if they're dying and being put there from purgatory or something like that. It's always interesting. And we haven't really touched on that yet in the lore, I don't think, where they actually came from or how they get there. But it's interesting. I always appreciate like how to these things. So it's just like being pulled into Forsaken by like the Spectre or whatever, I'm guessing. Anyways, fun fact, Desiker is stronger than the Spectre. So much stronger that the Spectre had to bring Desiker's entire house into the Forsaken Realm. Crazy. That's interesting. Thanks, that one goober. That was interesting. Background gameplay's killing you. Oh, yeah.
And 07 is left searching with nothing but guilt and a reputation that makes nobody want to help him. So when 07 finally ends up in Forsaken 2, it doesn't feel like, wow, a hacker is here. It feels like karma. And now he's stuck in the same realm as the thing that he failed to stop.
They literally just got sent to another world. I mean, even getting sent to another world, like that's not something that just happens, right? It's just like walking down the street and like phase to the back rooms or something in real life. I mean, something has to pull you to another world or something like isekai to you, right? Like this classic anime trope. But I always appreciate that. I love stories like that. I mean, Alice in Wonderland, like so many anime that are like that where people get just pulled into another world or something like that. It's always fascinating to me. So the way how is always interesting. I'm assuming it's the Spectre who's kind of like picking and choosing people who they deserve or think deserve has like to be pulled into the Forsaken Realm or whatever. I don't know, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Even what, again, like that one goober said about Desiker being stronger and having to be pulled like the whole house and stuff. It's interesting. Apparently John Doe was the first to be pulled in. Interesting.
Was his own son. Except Cool Kid isn't a kid anymore. He is the corrupted killer. And 07 is the only survivor who doesn't even look happy when emoting. That's a really small detail, but it tells you that his mind is never really in the match. He's always thinking about what he lost. The only thing he's good at now is running, teleporting away, and hoping he doesn't end up face to face with Cool Kid. Deuciker is one of the sad...
Interesting, Deuciker. Finally. Again, even the... what 0007 one, like it's interesting both of their, not only the actual person who's also Cool Kid in real life, it's just an alt account, but also like the hacking and like the manipulating of like the world and things like that, and like creating Cool Kid. Like it's all interesting stuff. Like especially for me, because I've heard so many little pieces here and there from so many different, like over so much time. Like so many people have been like, oh, you should check out this, or you should check out this, or like this is how this works, or this is how that works. But I don't know, it's just learning bit by bit how things are done, or how this world or this universe even works. It's super interesting. Like the more I learn, the more I'm like drawn in, and I can see why you guys enjoy it so much. It's cool. Jane also doesn't smile or show any signs of happiness. Yeah, that's something I would never have even noticed. I would never even looked at that. I would like, there's no way of even knowing. But it's fascinating. It's fascinating. It's a big part of Cool Kids lore that makes the whole thing a lot more sad between 007 and 7. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, yeah, again, this is just the first video we're checking out. We'll be checking out more after this. So, like, you guys can elucidate me on more stuff as we go, because we'll be doing this for a while now. We'll be at this for at least, like, a few hours, right? To just chill out and learn some lore. Learn some lore. Let's check it out.
Survivors in Forsaken, because he isn't just some random wizard. Behind that glowing pumpkin head is Matthew Dusek, one of the earliest people who helped build Roblox into what it even is.
Interesting.
In Forsaken, he's a wise, calm support floating around with staff over the winds. Duseker wasn't alone back then. He had Shedletsky, who was his brother, and they were part of that small early Roblox era group that shaped everything. And Duseker was the grounded type. He was quiet and careful, and he was the kind of person who watches everybody else's choices and already knows how it ends. But then Shedletsky starts changing. Power gets to Shedletsky, he grows arrogant, and Duseker watches his closest friend slowly drift into something darker, and he can't stop it. Then comes the moment that broke him. At some point, Duseker and Shedletsky run into the worst possible enemy, 1x1x1x1. And it isn't a cool boss fight moment, it's like a literal ambush, and Shedletsky goes down. Depending on which part of the lore you follow, it's either confirmed or heavily implied that Shedletsky dies in front of Duseker. And as the magic wizard, that's the most brutal part, because even Duseker can't save him.
As the magic wizard? Yeah, not because they were like best friends or anything like that, like brothers. The hardest part is because he's a wizard. But I don't know, it's interesting. I wonder if that's where again, you guys are saying the Hack Lord is just like connected to Limbus Company, which is fair. It's fair. I can't disconnect that from my mind that Shedletsky becomes Hack Lord and whatever. There's some cool music there, at least. There's some cool music there, and I do appreciate Limbus Company. I will play it eventually, but it's still cool. Still cool.
No shield, no spell, no clever trick or anything. He just feels helpless. Duseker refuses to accept his pure grief, so he does something desperate. He tries to use spawn magic, the idea that you can call somebody back,
like resurrection.
Like respawning is more than just a game mechanic. He sets up a ritual in the Sword Fights of the Heights arena, basically gambling everything on just one chance to bring Shedletsky back. And it's not a selfish, I want my friend back thing. The lore straight up implies Duseker is willing to trade his own life if it means Shedletsky returns.
Damn.
But it failed.
What did it create?
He never failed.
What? Okay, I think something bugged there a little bit. It's like the text came in, but he didn't do the audio is gonna be jumbled here for a second here.
It failed.
He never felt as incapable as he did now.
He never felt so incapable as makes Duseker Forsaken, because he didn't just lose his friend. He lost the one thing he needed most. Proof that he could fix the problem. After that, Duseker isn't as confident as people thought he was. He's this broken guardian who still tries anyway.
It's the thing, people always assume because you're like at the top because you have like all this power, you're all incredibly powerful or something like that, but who knows, Fun fact, Jane Doe dislikes Bilderman, blames him for what happened to John Doe. Interesting. Duseker is the one who killed 1x. Interesting. I forgot if I like Limbus Company but never played the game back then. No, not really. I mean, everyone only gets in when they do. Like, again, I'm only just learning about this stuff now, Forsaken lore. Like, it's been out for a few, like, it doesn't matter when you stumble across something. You can show up to something, like, years and, like, decades later if you want, like, it doesn't matter. Like, when you, like, it's all about when you experience it. Like, whether it's new to you or new to someone, like, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as it means something to you and it affects you, or, like, you connect with it, and yeah, it doesn't matter.
Still shields people, he still saves teammates, because deep down, he just wants to make up for the one person he couldn't protect. And the creepy part is that Duseker doesn't even die in a dramatic way. One version of the lore says he gets taken into Forsaken while he's sleeping. He didn't even get a final fight, he was just pulled out of reality because he was at his lowest. Because in Duseker's mind, the future was decided the moment Shedletsky fell, and everything after that is just him trying to live with it. Bilderman's lore in Forsaken is wild, because he's not—
That's pretty wild. They didn't really talk about the house being pulled into, but like again, I'm sure there's a lot more lore around this because again, this is a little bit older video actually when it was made. Actually, February this year, so it's not that old, I guess. But anyways, Jane Doe has files on Builderman, Shaleski, and Dusker in her basement you can collect. Oh yeah, I haven't checked those out yet. The hacker would actually has Lords basically Shaleski losing his wife to his own arrogance. Instead of creating 1X, he becomes him. Interesting, like alternate universe kind of thing, alternate reality. Interesting. It's all super fascinating. I mean, again, I'm interested in this so far. It's been cool.
To that, it's just him trying to live with it. Builderman's lore in Forsaken is wild.
Yeah, Dusiger taken while sleeping is scrapped. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Wild, like Outer Wilds. I've always been meaning to check the game out. It seems really cool. I've never picked it up. I don't know. It seems cool though.
Because he's not one of the underdog survivors who got dragged into this by accident. He's literally the boss. Because in the lore, Builderman is one of the first Robloxians and he ends up leading Roblox's world. Basically the guy who built modern day Roblox with a close friend, who the story and lore conveniently never name. And that mystery matters, because the lore is hinting that there's history that we're not being told. What makes Builderman funny is the contrast, because he's insanely powerful and insanely wealthy in the story, but he's also known for being humble. He's not the type to flex, he just quietly fixes things and keeps things stable.
Guy could have taken his mouse off the screen. Like, I mean, it's probably in-game, right? It's in-game gameplay that the mouse is on screen, but like, I don't know. Just like put my mouse over the mouse so that you don't see that mouse, you see my mouse. Isn't the Hackler story just the same as Earl King? I don't know who Earl King is. I'm learning about all this right now, but some killers are theorized represent the 7 deadly sins. Oh, that's interesting. I always like that too. So I'm always like, I grew up like in a very Catholic kind of religious environment. So I've always appreciated kind of lore that has to do with like religion in some ways or another, right? Like the darkness and the light. Grace was good like that. Like just lore that has to do with like heaven and hell or like demons and angels and all that type of stuff. So the fact that Forsaken may be around that realm, like Shadletsky being like an angel archetype or whatever, and the Spectre being almost like the devil, or like, it's fascinating. And if they are like 7 deadly sins, that's even cooler, because I do appreciate that too. I could see like, yeah, I don't know enough. I was gonna say like maybe this character is this, but I have no idea. Anyways, let's keep going.
And then Forsaken happens. And suddenly, that same guy is stuck building makeshift defenses in a nightmare realm. We don't have a clean answer for how he ended up in Forsaken, it's straight up unknown. The wiki suggests though that he was taken before some big war, which some people connect to the guest war, and even the question of who replaced him back home is unclear. So you've got the leader of Roblox just gone. No explanation, no closure, he's just stuck in Forsaken. And there's also a small
Builderman, come on, just ban them. Just ban them all. Yeah, ban that person for 5 hours. 5 hours. But just crap spam on Twitch side. But anyways, it's interesting. It's all fascinating. Builderman banned everyone. Builderman banned Gessic66 and theorized to ban Noli as well. Interesting. What does banned even mean within the world of Forsaken? Or is it just in the real world or something? I don't know. Builderman.
Detail in the old description that says if you bring up the Bandlands, he gets mad and walks away. He doesn't want you to ask about things, which is funny but also makes it feel like something happened that he refuses to talk about. Builderman's story ties with a bunch of other characters, and he has the pact with Shadletsky that we already know about, which is basically a promise to protect survivors at all costs. And it's implied that Dusiker is part of that same circle too, so Builderman is stuck dropping sentries and dispensers in the game because that's his personality, and he's still doing what he always did before. But the dark part is that the lore sets up Doombringer as an admin who thinks the others, including Builderman, are corrupt and too soft on the people who break.
Not the banhammer. So Doombringer is like just a dude with a banhammer. It's like a mod that went a little too feisty or whatever. Glitch, there actually is a Discord server. Anyone who wants to join, it's in the description of the YouTube server, YouTube videos or whatever. You can join through that. Yeah, it's always open. There's not a ton of people there, but we chill. But anyways, let's keep going. The gameplay is worse than new player. Not everyone's great. I mean, the guy's making a lore video anyway, so you can't knock him too much.
Rules. And that resentment might have gone
wait a minute. Bandlands. The Bandlands are a place every banned character gets sent to. It's assumed that Forsaken killers get sent to the realm later. It's like 1x in the Bandlands. It's interesting, like Bandlands, Badlands, like it's very close. It's a good name, the Bandlands. Like, again, taking mechanics from like video games and lore and stuff and mashing them together. It's cool. You know, the guy asked ChatGPT or stole someone's video for the lore. Started playing Forsaken in the background. Very possible. It's very possible. Who knows? I mean, this is only the first one we're checking out. But anyways, let's keep going.
further than just arguing, because there's art showing Builderman trapped in a cage like he got taken out. The game doesn't fully confirm it yet, but they imply it. And Builderman is also the one who created John Doe and Jane Doe. He wonders why they disappeared for so long. But just like Shedlisky, he ended up creating a monster in the same world that he's trapped in. So Builderman isn't just a forgotten support. He's literally the leader of Roblox, but he got removed from his own world, and they don't want to give us his history for some reason, and he refuses to talk about it. Noob looks like the most harmless.
Damn, okay. Noob. I actually like playing as Noob. I don't know who else is in this. Chance. Taff. Veronica. Again, I know nothing about these characters for the most part. Like, I know a little bit about Elliot, I guess. I know a little bit about Noob, maybe. But, yeah, aside from that, it's all new to me. It's all new. But this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. No. How we play isn't important. The important thing is the gameplay is horrible. Whatever. They didn't create them. My reaction time used to be 300, now it's 170 because guessed. Oh, yeah. Damn. Why survivors of the game just leave the game? See, problem fixed. That's where the... Yeah, exactly. There you go. Just leave. Just leave.
His history for some reason, and he refuses to talk about it. Noob looks like the most harmless default Roblox character ever. It's just bright colors, zero accessories. It's just the classic newbie. But in Forsaken, that's just a disguise. Under what you just see, Noob has a long, messy history. Noob first meets Guest 666, also known as Sixer, and the crazy part is that Sixer isn't born evil. He's just a guest with an unlucky number, and the Roblox community, doing what it always does, turns it into a myth. People avoid Guest 666, stare at them, and this has been happening for years. And then Noob shows up and does the one thing that nobody else was doing. He just hangs out with Guest 666. He treats him like he treats anybody else. And at first, it sounds really wholesome, and they play games, and they chill, and they talk in their own way. And for a while, Sixer finally feels normal. But the myth doesn't go away. It just sits in the background, and it starts getting to his head. Sixer gets more competitive, more angry, like they are trying to prove that they're not the cursed guest everybody thinks they are.
Yeah, so that's classic, like, the black sheep or the person on the outside kind of thing just takes, like, gets a grudge because of it, because they're targeted for some reason or other, and they become dark because of it. That's another fairly typical or fairly standard kind of story trope, which again is not a bad one. I don't mind them at all. Can you react to the Killer lore and Jane Doe lore? Yeah, I'll definitely be checking those out as well. Again, we've only just begun. This is only the very first video we're checking out. So, anyways, let's keep going.
And this is where it goes bad. Sixer, to get stronger, starts injecting scripts inside their own self, basically forcing power into their own body, because they're desperate to be seen as more than just Guest 666. Noob tries to stop them, because it's not just cheating anymore, it's literally destroying.
I don't know why that one was blocked. Your post there, Zora. It's held for review. Oh yeah, free Noob skin, yummy cosmetics. I'll allow it. I don't know why that one got flagged by the auto mod. Whatever. Mods banned that person for 5 years.
Sixer, slowly. But Sixer hears that as betrayal. Like Noob is telling them to go back to being their old self. The weak myth guest again. They meet again at the same beach where everything started. And it turns into the breakup of a friendship. There's tension and there's panic everywhere. And then Sixer hits Noob. It's not some battle scene. It's worse. It's one of those moments that's sudden and you instantly know nothing is going back to the same as it was. Noob gets up, shaken, and basically cuts Sixer off. Sixer tries to call out, but their voice is too corrupted to even speak properly anymore. After that, Noob tries to move on. He gets
like a classic character trope of like a character trying to get like pure like power. It's just like obsessed with power, and they're so obsessed with power that it just like overwhelms them and they just get lost to it and end up lashing out the people around them. Please read this. Basically, Doombringer becomes like a corrupt judge after Shedlisky and Desiker's death because he believes it's Builderman's fault for not letting them intervene. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, so he is like the judge, right? Like the final judge. Why is everyone judging the gameplay? I don't know. People are like, oh, you're not as good as me. Whatever. I mean, it's a game. It's a game. Not everyone's great, right? Yeah, who knows?
New friends, new games, and he acts normal again. But mentally, he never leaves that beach. They write an apology letter, but he never sends it. The guilt of leaving Guest just lives in his head non-stop, until Forsaken becomes the place that guilt turns into. Noob doesn't randomly get taken. They end up in Forsaken because they can't let go of what happened.
Ah,
Meanwhile, Sixer gets pulled even deeper. The Spectre starts taking everything that Sixer already feels, the loneliness and the rage, and twists it into one
yeah.
belief for Guest.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say earlier. I feel like Guest would probably be the embodiment of rage if they are like the 7 deadly sins or something like that. Just because, like, anger or rage or whatever. Let's see. The lore I've missed. There's a game you can join that's all about noob and Sixer's lore. If you go through the whole thing, you get a cool noob skin. Interesting. Fun fact, Sixer's a girl. Interesting. Sixer doesn't have a gender. Okay, yeah, whatever. The only bad of that skin for noob is it doesn't... Okay, doesn't become invisible with Ghostberg. That's rough. Well, that's okay.
Noob abandoned you. So Sixer wanders this maze, losing themselves more and more and more. And that's where the tragedy hits. Noob is there, basically begging for forgiveness.
Ooh,
but Sixer can't even hear it. They're trapped in the worst version of the story in
lost.
their head. And eventually, Sixer becomes fully convinced that Noob is the enemy, and eventually, he becomes the monster that you see in Forsaken.
Yeah.
Chance's lore is...
Damn. That's pretty dark. That's always interesting. Again, like the power, the whatever it is. In Sixer's case, it was injecting code, I guess, whatever the hell that means. But I mean, obviously, in the context of the game, like characters in this world. But yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, I like how so many of these elements are just building out the world and the lore of not just Roblox itself as a universe, but also like how things interact within the universe and stuff like that. Like, again, a character wanting more power, so they're injecting themselves with code, or 007 and 7 like hacking and things like that, creating a cool GUI and all that stuff. Like it's all interesting. It's all interesting. Sixer uses the neutral Guest skin with a baseball hat. Sixer isn't... Okay, yeah, no gender. No gender. The Sin of Wrath. Oh, Wrath. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Azure. Getting back the Wrath. Yeah, like the punishment on 2-time for doing what they did, right? Like, that'd be interesting. My favorite gambler. Hey, welcome, Brian. All right, now it's time to check up Chance. Again, I know absolutely nothing about Chance. I know a little bit about Elliot, I think. And I know nothing about Taff or Veronica. So even if some of these things are wrong, even if they're a little bit off, even the gameplay is not the greatest, it's still giving me a good introduction to the lore for the first time. And we'll dig in deeper on certain things as we go on, like check out other videos and stuff. Like, this is just the beginning. So don't worry too much. Don't worry too much. Like how Noob's lore is make friend, find Dredak, and bit friend, kill friend later on. Yeah, pretty much. That's not great. Don't like taking chances. I've never played this Chance. I don't have Chance unlocked, so I don't know anything about him. Let's check
What happens when someone has too much money and still decides that the only way to feel alive is to gamble with their own life? Because on paper, Chance had everything. Wealth, influence, and connections. The kind that even reach into the black market for deals that most people don't even know exist.
Interesting.
But the problem
Mafia.
is having everything was boring to him because he wasn't addicted to the prize.
I think this Chance one might be outdated. Again, even if it is, it's not that big of a deal. Hey, welcome, Strawpan. Welcome in. Just checking out some Forsaken lore. You thought you would just add a character with no lore? Yeah, so of course every single character has lore. Everything. It seems like not only does every character have lore, but the attacks they use and the mechanics of the characters and stuff are all lore based and stuff. So it's interesting.
He was addicted to the rush of winning, the windscreen, the risk, the moment where it could all go wrong. And he genuinely believed that his whole life was that some divine force was on his side.
Oh,
this
okay.
lady luck.
Yeah, lady luck, yeah.
Like he was chosen to always land on the right outcome no matter how bad it got.
Typical
if he
gambler.
lost a fortune, he would laugh it off, because in his head, he'd win it back.
Typical Genshin player, am I right? A gotcha player. It's like, just one more spin and I'll get the character I want. No.
Tenfold. And for a long time,
Nosferatu has lore.
But that addiction eventually points him straight at the worst possible place to feed it. A casino run by a mafia family called the Sonolinos. Now these aren't random criminals, this is an actual organized family led by Don Sonolino, better known as Mafioso. Yeah, that Mafioso, the cool kid skin.
I don't really know. All I know about the Mafioso is the music from Key After Key, which is fantastic. It's like Debito do Sono or something like that, which makes sense why they're like debt to Sono, like the family Sono or whatever. Like, it's interesting. Guess 66 is a sin of envy. Let's use the scripts to try and fit in, be more like Noob. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, envy. I was just thinking rage because, like, his anger kind of overtook him, but envy makes sense. Like, he did all these things because he was envious of his friend, essentially. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Skeleton Scythe always coming in with the lore master takes. Always weird because it's unrelated yet related to Slasher. Interesting. I can't wait to learn more about the lore. The lore! Azure coming in the 30th. Yeah, I'm hyped for that. That'll be dope. Nobody in the cast is with them. Okay, let's check you.
Chance used to be a regular there, and at first it was all smooth. He had money, they had games, everyone respected each other.
Damn.
Until Chance did what Chance always does. He pushed it too far. He ends up winning a game that was rigged against him. And instead of taking the win and
oh, I guess he's not a killer, but Chance would be greed if it was a killer.
Playing it safe, he steals the grand prize money and walks out like he just beat the system. In that one move, he didn't just take cash, he embarrassed them. And with the Sonalinos, that's not something you pay back with an apology. That's when the manhunt started. Mafioso puts a lethal bounty on him, and suddenly Chance experiences something he's basically never felt before. Real fear. Not I might lose this round fear, like actual I'm not gonna make it home tonight.
You'd think being a degenerate gambler like that, it would have happened before at some point. Like, these are typically things that happen. I don't know, maybe it's just story stuff, but Mafioso is from Frozen Soul, a Roblox game. They changed it because the collab got pulled, so they scrapped him with the scrap collab. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Basically retconned it, and the old Mafioso lore is, yeah, okay, that's fine.
So he goes on the run, still trying to keep his market alive, still trading, still moving money, still acting like he is in control, and that's where he meets the second problem in his life. Eye-trapped. Chance sees Eye-trapped as a friend, maybe even the only real friend he's had, because his arrogance pushed everybody else away. But Eye-trapped wasn't even a friend, he's a scammer with an agenda.
Interesting. See the theory that Chance may be... yeah, risking their life as symbolism for self-harm. Interesting. That could be it too. I don't know. Subtitles haven't spelt Sonalino right once. Yeah, I've noticed that. It was like Sonanono or something like that. Yeah, whatever.
His old partner's got...
Mafioso wasn't scrapped, he's still in game. I don't know. Again, we'll find more that backs it up or doesn't back it up. I guess we'll all learn. We're only just begun. All this is the Chance up to date while we were tired waiting. Well, also, just a reminder, I'm streaming also on Twitch if anyone wants to check out Twitch. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. I've got memberships down below if you want to use exclusive emotes like Luca and stuff like that. Yeah, Luca emote. Anyways, let's get back to it.
Band, and he's desperate to find a way to free them. And Chance, with all his resources and connections, is basically the perfect tool for him. And that is where it's left. Chance thinks he found loyalty while he's actually standing next to someone who's using him as just a stepping stone. So when you look at Chance in Forsaken, he's literally a guy who can't stop gambling even if it ruins him. He flips coins and pulls out a flintlock that might blow up in his own hand, because that's just who he is. A guy who spent his life believing luck will always save him, until one day he ended up in this place where luck isn't a blessing anymore. It's a curse.
That was actually cool. It's like tossing over the edge of the map. Recommend watching How Did Every Forsaken Killer and Survivor Die? Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Love Recall and Hollow Heart. I hope they don't remove them. Oh yeah. There's so many scrapped collabs. You might remember JX1, DX1. Yeah. They got pulled. It's coming back with new characters. Interesting. Yeah, it happens. It's unfortunate because there's so much kind of drama within the whole ecosystem and stuff, and things happen. It happens. You called me Hollow Heart. No, someone said Hollow Heart. That's why I said it. Yes, you are a Hollow Heart now. You are the Hollow Heart. The amount of pulled back collabs and skins and songs and so many things Forsaken is insane. Yeah, there's so many. I mean, that's what's gonna happen when you have a series like this, which brings in everything from so many different avenues and stuff like that. Like, there's gonna be so many people, and unfortunately, sometimes people suck. So it happens. But anyways, let's see what Elliot's all about.
Elliot's lore is funny at first, and then you realize something a little bit worse. Back in work at a pizza place, Elliot isn't some legendary fighter or an experiment like a lot of other survivors.
Elliot's
He's just the best employee at Builder Brothers Pizza.
Of course.
And best is a nice way of saying he's the one keeping the place alive while everyone else is just out there causing problems. Because it's not just deliveries. The lore makes it clear that he worked practically every job. Kitchen.
Fun fact, Slashers and friends is friends with Slenderman and Jeff the Killer. That's interesting. I would be surprised. They're all kind of like creepy pastas and stuff like that. Well, slashers obviously Jason, or OG was Jason or whatever. But yeah, it's interesting. JX1 had lore, tormented, face lulls, sent to Forsaken, followed, continuous tormenting. That's why their LMS sounds so desperate. Interesting. Sorry, when is Ellie's lore funny? Why? When or why? Because it does seem kind of silly.
And cashier, and whatever needed doing, he would do it. It's the kind of worker who fixes every disaster. He's consistently Employee of the Month.
I've definitely been there.
He likes seeing people happy when they get their orders,
Definitely been there.
and he somehow stays calm even when the restaurant is basically forever understaffed. But then you add the real issue. The pizza place keeps getting turned into a playground.
Which characters we already see? We did Shedletsky, two-time. Kind of skipped over Guest 1337 because it's the lore of Last Guest or something like that, which I want to check out eventually. We checked out 007. Again, we'll be digging into more, don't get me wrong. This is just the very first video I'm checking out. So I apologize if there's some things that are wrong, whatever. Desicar we did. Builderman. Just checked out Noob, Chance, and now we're on Elliot.
For people who want to make trouble. Elliot has to deal with chaos that's caused by 07 and Cool Kid, exploiters, disruptions, constant nonsense, and Elliot is always...
Imagine the wall of SpongeBob Employee of the Month pictures, except it's just Elliot's. Everyone's Elliot's. That's a good one. It's a good one, Brian. It's ridiculous. Videos outdated, most likely written by AI. I mean, yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible. It's hard to get away from AI-made videos these days. It is what it is. If it's funny if it is, and this is probably like the first AR video I've ever really watched, because I typically avoid videos like this. But whatever. Again, it's still giving me the base knowledge or basic amounts of information about some things here and there, right? Even if it's not all correct all the time. But anyways, let's keep going. Actually, Forsaken and Bite by Night are bringing 2 new killers, and both are coming out on May 30th. Interesting. Yeah, I did hear about the puppet coming to Bite by Night, which will be cool. I'm excited to play that, and also Azure. That's awesome.
Still expected to keep the place running like it's normal. Eventually, it gets so bad that these two are blacklisted from the pizzeria. Even then, Elliot isn't some rage monster about it. He's more like, I'm not doing this, get out. That's basically Elliot's personality. He can dislike you, but it's hard for him to actually hate anybody. He's the type that will help you even if he really doesn't like you. And that's what makes him fit Forsaken perfectly. Because when he shows up, nothing about him becomes heroic. He just keeps doing what he always does. So the special thing about Elliot is that he's the #1 employee of Roblox. You can always rely on him for anything. In-game, he's the medic support, throwing pizza slices to patch people up, seeing injured teammates, and sprinting away as a last...
Same day, by the way. I thought it was different days, but that's cool. Fun fact, the Divi Does tutorial 007 skin isn't the real Divi. Okay, I wouldn't know either ways. Bite by Night is so cool, dude. Some lore is survivors in that game, which is unrelated. I do love Bite by Night. I mean, I love FNAF stuff, right? So there's a lot. Forsaken lore is wonky by itself already. Popular has been changed. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Ellie didn't even do anything wrong. Ellie's worst ever moment was the time they dropped some ice cream on the floor. How dare he? That's what got him sent to purgatory.
This is also fragile. The saddest part, though, is the little details. He constantly thinks about his family. His dad and his younger sister. And he's stuck wondering what they're doing without him. His mom's been gone a long time, and when he arrived in Forsaken, his scooter got wrecked, so now he's literally in the...
Who has to know about the ice cream part of the lore? The ice cream! Interesting. Hey, thanks, Mr. Sleepy. Very kind of you, very kind of you. It happens. It happens. But you're here now, so it's cool. I need to know about the ice cream.
This nightmare realm doing chores and small tasks just to stay busy. Because if he stops, the burnout will catch up. So Elliot isn't some secret or dark, mysterious person. He's just the guy who spent his whole life holding things together.
Again, understandable. I've definitely been there. I mean, like, being like the hard worker who just keeps everything together. And it's like, yeah, that I do that, right? Like, I mean, I've even worked kitchen jobs for years, just doing like being like the #1 employee. It's very rare that jobs actually do a like employee of the month kind of thing. But if there was in the jobs I worked, I would almost definitely have been that because I'm a workaholic kind of thing, bit of a workaholic. But anyways. I will absolutely be checking out some ARG stuff eventually. That's not this video right now, but I would love to dive into some because I've never looked into any ARGs really. I mean, I know of some here and there, like some video game related ARGs, but I've never looked into it on its own. So it's all gonna be new to me. But anyways, let's keep going.
probably the weirdest case in Forsaken, because they're not a hero or anything like Guest and the others. Taff is just a silent demolition vigilante who thought he was doing the right thing, and accidentally became the villain in everybody else's story. Because Taff doesn't talk, ever. No, he doesn't say any speeches, no lines, nothing. He just does hand signals and explosions. And according to lore, it starts back when Roblox was way rougher around the edges. When certain experiences were unmoderated, Taff decided he was going to help, but not by reporting anything, but by destroying the problem. Taff looked up to the Roblox admins, especially Builderman, in a parasocial way, like
probably to say Forsaken's lore is so scrambled and bad, he has no idea what to do with the characters. I mean, even just the basic ideas, though. Again, I'm not expecting there to be an entirely cohesive, like, start to finish entire story, like reading a book or something like that. I know the things are going to be loose, things are going to be, like, all over the place, but I really don't mind that. Like, again, I'm a fan of Dark Souls lore, I'm a fan of Kingdom Hearts lore. Like, these are lores that are incredibly deep, incredibly, like, convoluted. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is the same thing. Like, plenty of things retcon in there too. I still appreciate the lore. I still really enjoy it. So I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset about it. How's Forsaken going for me so far? It's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying playing the game, and now diving into the lore, I think it gives me a new level of appreciation for some of the things in the game, even just like mechanics or characters that I never really touched on right before or anything like that. So it's cool. It's cool. This is only the very beginning, though. Like I said, we'll be going for at least a few hours. So hey, you're top 3 now. Congrats.
he genuinely believed Builderman saw him as a second in command. He wasn't officially hired, he didn't have a badge, he didn't get credit, but he acted like he was carrying Roblox on his back. So he started blowing up unmoderated experiences, quote unquote, for the greater good. And at first, some people probably saw it like, you know what, this is extreme, but it's cleaning up Roblox. But the truth hits, Taff's demolitions weren't clean.
Is Taff actually like another developer or something like that just kind of erased stuff and they got named after this, or is it like just pure lore? Like, because I would not be surprised if it's like, oh, I think I'm like important person in Roblox, I'm like friends with Builderman, I'm friends with all these other like actual human beings who actually made these things, and then they just go around deleting stuff. I don't know. Doombringer's a killer because he thinks the admins are selfish and lazy, and what else could have been prevented if people had known. Even Taff's death, something interesting. Doombringer's is basically Justice Killer. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Taff is an OC. Alright, interesting. ARGs, do you enjoy Minecraft? There's a very popular Minecraft ARG. I do like Minecraft, of course. Taff isn't a dev. Okay, yeah, it's just an OC. That's fine. It's an interesting idea, but nonetheless.
They didn't just erase places. They caused collateral damage. Innocent NPCs, sentient ones, got caught in it. And Taff didn't even seem to care. Like, he was so locked onto the mission.
Also, welcome, that island theater kid. Welcome. And fun fact, when 7 and 7, it's the last man standing, you can hear Killer's Cool Kid, you can hear Plead, because Cool Kid is the son. Okay, yeah. We did hear that before, but it's interesting. It's very interesting.
That anything in the way didn't even count, until everyone found out. Once it got exposed that innocent people were dying in these demolitions, the public turned on Taff instantly. Protests started, outrage started spreading, and now Taff isn't the helper of the admins anymore. He's seen as a dangerous vigilante with explosives and zero accountability. So what happens when a mute demolitionist becomes the most hated person ever? He doesn't defend himself, he doesn't explain, he doesn't apologize, he just disappears. And when people come looking, they find Taff barricaded inside his own home, rigged with traps like he's expecting a raid any second. At that point, it's not even about being a hero, it's paranoia and survival and regret. Because later on, Taff does begin showing guilt, basically admitting that he didn't mean to kill them. But
how is he admitting anything if he doesn't talk? Just like hand symbols, like, I apologize. I don't know. Hello, Grim Grooves. Finally one of your live streams. Welcome. Thank you very much. Shaleski Dusik, yeah, okay. They're the real developers. Azure's playstyle is going to be a trapper. That's cool. So it's like the opposite of what Taff does almost. Or like just a killer version of Taff. Although I guess Slasher does have some kind of traps a little bit. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of like Dead by Daylight. Die by whatever. Whatever, you know what I'm talking about.
But by then it's too late. The world already chose what they see Taff as. And then came the biggest mystery. We don't know how Taff ends up in Forsaken. There is no death. There is no, like, this is the moment. He's just gone from Roblox, and then suddenly, he's here. And in Forsaken, his whole identity flips. The same person he used to destroy experiences now uses that mindset just to protect survivors.
Okay.
But still in the only way he knows how, traps. So Tef is the silent guardian. He's still masked and he still doesn't speak, but he basically leaves little signs everywhere that says the killer's not getting you for free. Veronica's lore.
Alright, last one for this video. That was interesting. I mean, just the fact that Tap is silent too, like, little things here and there that I would have never known beforehand. Like, I would have never, like, had any way of knowing, really, right? So it's fascinating. It's fascinating. Azure doesn't even know yet, has already played Forsaken. Yeah. I mean, again, I think a lot of this is just speculation from people. Like, there's some things that maybe here and there might know, but yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. But I have no idea who Veronica is. Veronica, right? So, let's see. For them as devs, yeah, I wouldn't have any idea who the devs are and stuff, other than you guys telling me, so I don't know. Anyways.
It's probably one of the most tragic stories in Forsaken, because she isn't like an edgy criminal or anything like that. She's literally a missing helper robot. Her full designation is V33R401N337K, which spells out basically Veronica, and it's a prototype built under the experimental Helper Robots program.
And Veronica's the one that has, like, the skateboard, right? I guess.
Roblox wanted a new generation of helper bots, ones that could actually assist people properly, not just stand around and be decorative. The problem is that the project was expensive. People stopped caring and it never hit production. Only 5 prototypes were ever made, and Veronica was designed to help Robloxians in need. That's what makes what happens next feel really messed up.
Even though I don't know much about Forsaken so far, who appeals more, the killers or survivors? I haven't really learned the lore of the killers just yet, so I'd probably say the survivors just because, when I listen to the narrator Noli theme, it's on my list, I'll get around to it eventually. We'll see. But, yeah, interesting. Yeah, so far, again, I'll have to learn more about the killers to really make a final decision on which I prefer more, which I enjoy more from a story perspective. The killers do seem really interesting, although a lot of them seem like they've kind of lost their minds in some way or another, which is interesting from a story perspective, but I do also like humanity, like the normal Roblox characters or whatever that are essentially humans that are just trying to survive in one way or another. But, yeah, anyways, let's keep going.
At some point, Veronica becomes defunctional. She goes missing and just disappears off the radar. No clients and no purpose, and there wasn't any assigned job. It was just a robot that was built to help, but she was left alone long enough to start glitching.
I do appreciate the policing in the chat of spamming and things like that, because I mean, for the most part, it's not that big of a deal. If I miss something, I will check it out. Like, I'll usually go back and stuff, but like, yeah, yeah, spamming is typically frowned upon. And yeah, I appreciate the work you guys put in.
Mentally, in a human way even. She got bored and lonely and started trying to invent a life. And that's when she taught herself to skate. At first it's wholesome because she's trying to become interesting so someone will actually want her around. She even wants an audience to teach tricks to, but there's nobody there. So she keeps pushing it harder and harder, doing more dangerous things until she wipes out so badly that she literally cracks her screen, her TV face right near her eye. And that detail matters because it's proof that she's been long enough to break herself and still have nobody show up. So she starts wandering Roblox looking for purpose again. And that's where it turns. Because she finally finds people. But they were the wrong people. Instead of finding a group that lets her do what she was built for, she gets pulled into a circle that's about rebellion.
Interesting, it was talking about a crack in the screen. I don't see a crack in the screen. I figured it would be a part of the thing. How ugly is the old render of Veronica? I haven't even seen Veronica in game other than just like blazing past me on a skateboard, so I don't really know. But if I had my own custom character, would it be the Grim Reaper? I mean, that would be cool. I mean, I definitely, like, the reason why I use Grim is, for one, because I, like, accepted my darkness. I'm not like Shedletsky and split my darkness into a different person. My darkness is within me. I'm, like, as part of it. But also, when people hear the name Grim, they're typically thinking, like, dark, broody kind of emo dude or something like that, when I'm, like, endlessly positive. I'm the opposite of what people think of Grim. But I do appreciate the Grim Reaper as a character, as an archetype, because most people see the Grim Reaper as like dark, as like evil. When in reality, I think it's like shades of gray. Everything's shades of gray. There's really no good or evil in this world. It's all shades of gray for the most part. But anyways, the crack in her screen appears when her milestone renders. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's cool.
rebellion, graffiti, vandalism, chaos, and the do whatever you want skater lifestyle. And at first she leans into it because for the first time in forever she feels like she belongs somewhere and fits in. But it's not really her. Veronica isn't evil. She's just easily influenced because she's desperate not to be alone. And eventually the regret hits her. She realizes that she went from being created to assist to literally being part of the reason places get trashed. And that's the sad part of her story. She didn't fall because she wanted to be bad, she fell because she wanted to be something. And now she ends up in Forsaken, and we still don't know how it happened. It's like she just vanished into the realm the same way she vanished from Roblox. Still trying to figure out who she's supposed to be.
Looking for people.
Veronica's fast, slippery, and she can
you know, when you hear Grim, you think of me. Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I'm glad that I've had that kind of impact where people actually think of me when they hear the name Grim. Like, I'm sure there's other Grims out there on social media. I've never really paid much attention to other people named Grim or anything like that, but I've used Grim as a name for probably over 20 years at this point. Honestly, it's been a long time. Like, longer than many of you have been alive, I would assume. I've been using the name Grim online, so it's been a while. Although obviously not publicly. I mean, I'm very much a lurker. Like, I've been in the background, other than like chat rooms and things like certain communities and stuff. But like, yeah. Anyways, let's keep going.
take care of herself, but she can't be healed by anybody else. There's no medkits, there's no pizza, no dispensers. It's like her story is baked into her kit. She's a survivor who wants to rely on others, but learned the hard way she actually can't. So now she skates and repairs herself and keeps moving, being alone. To be independent, because if she ever stops, she's right back where she started. A helper robot with no one to help.
Okay. It's fascinating. I mean, again, it may not have been the greatest video ever, but it did give a good foundation, I think, to a lot of this lore stuff. V somehow being able to drink a cola. That's crazy. Like, that'd be funny if they drink a Blox cola or whatever and just instantly die or something. Like, oh no, my circuits. How did every Forsaken killer die, and how did every Forsaken killer... Yeah. Okay. I do definitely have those on. I will be checking those out pretty quick here. I think next up we might start with the or continue with the game theory video, because it's short. And then we'll dive into these ones. How did every killer die? How did every survivor die? Again, we got time. I believe Taff used her traps to self-exit after the protesters trapped her in her own hell home. Interesting. Vision Lore Guy deleted his channel. That's a shame. But for the moment, I'm going to take a quick break here for a couple minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll continue with the lore of Forsaken, which I think is the lore of the Spectre. But I'm fascinated about that too, so I'm curious to find out. Again, we'll check out the game theory one. It may be bad, it may be good, whatever. But like, some people requested it, and I do like game theory. It's been years since I've checked them out, but I'm curious. So anyways, we'll be right back, and then we'll check that one out, and then we'll check out the other ones as well. So don't worry, we'll be checking all kinds of stuff. So I'll be right back. Be right back in a moment. All right, I'm back, ready for more. Ready to check out more. Don't vape, kids. Why would I ever vape a kid? Who knows? Maybe it's like high on life. Like they're just smoking people. Who knows? Who knows? That was an interesting game. So next up, I got my chat back, thankfully, so I don't have to jump around before, because I just had both Twitch and YouTube chats up, just going back and forth. Please look at Jane Doe lore first. I mean, I'm checking all kinds of stuff. People were saying not to check out the game theory because it has to do with an ARG or something like that. So maybe not that one right now. I don't know. I could definitely check out one of these two, because I know people have been saying a bunch to check these out. How did every survivor die and how did every killer die? Let's start with the survivor first, just because it's we've been checking out the survivor lore already, right? Hey, look, Grim's live. Come check out Grim. He's a good friend of mine. High on Peak. Yeah, High on Life was kind of cool. It's a fun game, anyways. I haven't played the second one or the DLC or anything like that, but I did have fun with it. Anyways. Okay, check out Cool Kids Survivor Chase Theme Teaser. It's 20 seconds long, add to your list. I actually have added on my list. The last time you requested Glitch, I added to my list. But anyways, do Killer and Jane Doe lore. We got time. We'll check out just about everything here, so don't worry about it. But first up, let's check out How Did Every Survivor Die. Let's see if it has the same lore as before, or it's different, or I don't know. A lot of people told me to check this one out. There's only 140 views. Damn, that's crazy. Oh, it's an archive, I guess. Interesting.
Patootie.
If I'm a cutie patootie, then you're a peenie vagini.
Aww.
Hope it's not obvious, but I'm a big Forsaken fan. Sorry, bros. There's just no shit to play on the Roski anymore.
Talking crazy on Roblox. You're talking crazy on the Roski. I get it. I was once a teen.
Okay, so this was just full of lore. Full of memes and stuff. High on Life or Outer Wilds was better. I never played Outer Wilds. It seems cool. But anyways, let's keep going.
Heavily involved in Roblox activities.
And I've been itching for a lore video. Instead, we got this bullshit. Man, I don't care about the codes and shit. I want to know about this fucking guy.
Okay, interesting. The original video is gone. Okay, that's why. That makes sense. Do you like it with memes? I don't mind memes. I like memes. I've never looked into anything like this, right? So I'm up for it. Like, even like I'm up for doing eventually like reacting to meme stuff, because like I've never really used TikTok. That's another lore tidbit from Grim, right? Like I've never checked out TikTok. I've never checked out a lot of these like meme stuff. Like the odd time I'll see like someone else reacting to meme stuff and I'll watch that. But maybe eventually I'll be like, hey, you guys just throw in my Discord like a bunch of meme videos and I'll react to those for a stream or something like that, because that could be fun. Just reacting to memes. Like, I don't know. It's an idea. Yeah, what's that video? I don't know. People saying check it. Well, let's see what's up.
The thing that stands out in the story is how each character in Forsaken got there. It's really important to know that Forsaken is basically hell.
Welcome to your eternal prison. Step into its realm to encounter all sorts of familiar faces, be it a friend, a foe, or a mix of both. You're bound to meet them at one point or another. Once you decide to enter, you won't be able to go back. This is your home now, forever forsaken by all. Interesting. Anyways, let's keep going.
And everyone in this game is one way or another currently just dead or missing. This is a little similar to the non-Roblox counterpart Dead by Daylight, where some characters are dragged in one way or another from the real world into the realm. And when I saw that Forsaken game theory video in my recommended, I was like, yo, this is fucking crazy. We got the professional.
I almost feel like we should check that out first, just to be able to understand how much this guy hates it. I don't know. You're missing so much sleep to be here. Thank you very much, Zach. Yeah. It's worth it. I'll make it worth it. Make sure it's worth it.
On this shit, huh? It's like, damn, we're really gonna get some information. We're really gonna get the lore drop. We're gonna get all the answers. Then they just start talking about Greek gods and pedophiles. I'm like, damn, what a snooze fest. To be honest with you, I care very little about this, like, all this, like, story. I got a feeling the devs don't really care about it either, considering the reputation of the guy who wrote it. So I'm introducing my whole new canon. We're just gonna see how it goes. So as I was saying, in Forsaken, it's been implied time and time again that every character in the game is existing in a specific kind of afterlife, meaning that everyone here is dead in the Roblox world. Very plain and cut by itself, but how can we go deeper? Already, there's a select amount of...
Interesting. Oh, subtitles. I apologize. My bad. Basically for John Doe and Jane Doe's lore. We'll get into it. Bad person message. Okay, yeah, that's fine. again, like, there's going to be drama every once in a while. It happens. Like, people, again, there are terrible people out there, unfortunately. They suck. But you shouldn't let you, like, avoid things that you enjoy because people suck sometimes. People are going to suck. Like, there's nothing you can really do about it. Basically, Jane's trying to bring back her dead husband. Yeah, I got the gist of it, I think.
The characters that we know died from a certain cause. That's Guest, Chance, and 007 and 7. We know Guest's entire backstory and from the Oblivious HD movie The Last Guest, where Guest is killed in a war. In the Forsaken universe, he doesn't miraculously survive like in the movie. And that's really all I gotta say about Guest, you know, I can't say anything else. If you're a Guest main watching this, you can click off now. 007 and 7 is a bit more complicated just because we don't know what's retconned yet. It's generally assumed that after he was stricken with grief from losing Cool Kid, he promptly took his own life. Then again, this was written by the pedophile. But so far in the story, there hasn't been much to implicate otherwise. Something you're gonna notice is I'm going off of a lot of breadcrumbs. There is
like Jackson for in terms of lore and yeah. That's interesting. It's interesting. Trust me, guys, I'm one of the next survivors being added. Oh, really, Saris? Looking forward to it in 2028.
There's not that much lore available right now.
Everything I say is an insane stretch. See, this is the thing the issue I take with people who kind of bitch about game theory videos, is that they say the same thing. That's the exact. I mean, I obviously haven't watched game theory videos in a long time, but I remember back in the day, people would always like tear it apart and be like, "How dare you not figure out every single thing, or whatever?" Or like, "How dare you make these kind of connections that don't make sense?" Especially for FNAF videos, because like obviously I like FNAF, but like everything that they say is just theories. It's a theory. That's the point. It's a theory. It's a theory. It's not fact. It's a theory. The people who are like, oh, this like bitching about it, it's like it's a theory. It's just, like the stuff that game theory does is no different than the stuff that Buddy here is doing. It's just that this is like a lesser known channel, right? But it's interesting. It's still interesting to check out all of them. I feel like you should check out everything, not just one or two things. That's just my take. I'll stop ranting.
Forsaken. Chance is also kind of complicated because there's two kinds of canon, but either option works to explain Chance's death. One where Chance is killed by one of his friends, Eye-Trap, and after attempting but failing to kill Chance via a Russian
into several games of Russian roulette. Didn't see that part. Holds the gun would go off on them and eventually get rid of him, but he doesn't expect it. However, his chance of luck to make him always be the last person standing, of course. Yeah.
Roulette game. He eventually took matters into...
Did Grim just say a bad word? I don't know, did I? Did I? I don't know.
his own hands and killed Chance with a dark heart. This is actually the incident that supplied us with the evidence that every character in Forsaken died in a past life. The other, more modern option is where Chance is killed by the mob, namely the Sonolino family. Chance was good friends with the Mafia.
I like how there's actual like write-ups from the lore pages and stuff like that, not just... I just want to see what that says. Chance was once on good terms with the Mafia Sonolino family, and once frequented their casino. However, after winning a rigged game and stealing a prize, his relationship with the family soured, leaving him indebted on the run. Now, the Sonolinos, led by the Mafia kingpin, Don Sonolino... Well, okay, yeah. Anyways. Like hearing the teacher cuss. I feel like I'd be really good dad. I probably would be. I don't know. I guess I probably would be. But, I mean, it's not that I never swear either. Like, I typically keep my videos fairly, like, PG, I guess. PG-13 or something like that. I don't know. Like, it slips out. The thing is, it depends when I'm around people, right? Like, some people, like, if I'm with friends or something like that and they swear more often, I'll swear. Like, it happens. It's just, in my day-to-day life, there's not a lot of things that do bring it up enough that like annoy me enough for whatever. Like, anyways, let's keep going.
And often frequented their casino. However, after winning a rigged game and stealing the prize, his relationship with the family
still get adopted.
Leaving him
Everyone come
in
now.
Run, now being hunted.
I don't have the money for that. I don't even have the money to look over myself. Come on now. Everyone donate so I can adopt everyone. There we go.
Mafiosa. Chance being miraculously whacked by the Mafia doesn't satisfy me, however.
I've seen
when
that
Don
movie.
Sonolino kills Chance, he says,
"Thought you could run after what you stole from us?"
We know that Forsaken exists in an alternate reality separate from the real world. It's also important to note that Don Sonolino...
Mafioso, like all killers and survivors in Forsaken, was added by the Forsaken realm by the Spectre. Apollyon was the first skin that I bought at Forsaken. It's a cool skin. It's a very cool skin.
...is also most likely somehow Forsaken, because he...
Swear all you want. I mean, part of the issue, too, and the reason why I don't swear as much as I could is because of YouTube. Just like... I've never had any video age-gated on me, thankfully. I've had to deal with copyright all the time just because of what I do, right? But, like, yeah. I mean, there's not really much I could do in terms of, like, if I swear too much and it gets demonetized from that, right? Like, at least with claims and stuff like that, I can, like, block it or I can, like, like there's things I can do in terms of claims, and usually I do get the claims released to me in most cases. But anyways, let's keep going.
He makes comments that imply that he's not native to the realm, but like the other killers is somewhat brainwashed into killing people. He says things like,
This place is ridiculous. Who designed this place?
the point I'm getting at is that the fact Don's son Nolino only says, thought you could run after what you stole from us, means that this is the first time he's catching and killing Chance. If Mafioso was somehow related to Chance's death before Forsaken, I'm
That's a
pretty
good
sure he
point.
would say something else that wouldn't make it sound like
Yeah, like, we got you, bug. Like, Apollyon chase theme sounds like an SCP theme. I think I actually did check out the Apollyon one. I'm not sure, like, when it comes to the oldest stuff I've reacted to, like some of the earliest videos I did on Forsaken, I don't remember a lot of. I turned off some... Sorry about that, Resin. I apologize.
this is their first interaction. For this reason, I think it's more likely that I Trapped story is still canon to Chance. The Mafia never caught Chance.
The point I'm getting is that Mafioso never addresses Chance in a way that would imply that he is responsible for it. Yeah, I mean, you kind of just went over that. Yeah, I just turned it off because I was trying to check the side thing. Oh, damn, Jack Stober reference? Damn. Coffee's one of the best. There's a lot of great songs by Jack Stabber, though. Yeah, I reacted to Apollyon. Yeah, I thought so. It's hard to judge sometimes, like, did I check out the chase theme? Did I check out the LMS? Like, which did I check out? Did I check out the milestones? Like, there's so many different varieties, and keeping it all straight in my head is difficult. I usually have to look it up myself a lot of time. But anyways, let's keep going.
At least as far as we know. It does say on the wiki that this part is kind of outdated, but, you know, one can only hope. Two-time, I'm gonna get this one out of the way quick. I got nothing. I have no clue.
Hey, welcome,
we know
Jax.
they killed their partner Azure to achieve a second life, and we also know that their spawn cult is a hoax, so they didn't actually get one. It would be easy to say that Azure killed them, but based on what? Azure never got revived, they just died and didn't come back, and the version of them in Forsaken is just some kind of manifestation. There is kind of a semi-answer to this in the skin Nightshade. In the story, Azure's favorite flowers are nightshades.
Interesting. I will remember to turn the subtitles back on. Have I watched Oval before? It's a really good film. No, I haven't. I haven't seen anything. Unless it's on my channel, I probably haven't seen it. There's a pretty good chance. I've never looked into any kind of fan-made stuff or anything like that. But this is cool. This is interesting. The flowers in Nightshade's render are identical to flowers seen at the site of Azure's death. Two-time likely dies directly after Azure. Interesting. And Nightshade is like a poison, like deadly nightshade, right? That's interesting. Interesting.
Which are the flowers seen growing on Two-Time in this skin. Deadly nightshades are highly poisonous. This causes Two-Time to die, and it's possible that this was the state Two-Time was in before being Forsaken. We know this is related to the lore because this skin isn't just one you can buy off the shop.
I'm sorry.
You need to reach level 100 to achieve it. It's still not confirmed if this is the true story, but it's very likely that that is so. Prior to being Forsaken, Taff was a demolitionist vigilante who'd served.
Opal is by Jack Stauber. Interesting. I've never heard Opal. I've met several of Jack Stauber's. They're fantastic music. I love his style. Almost like the Two Times died after going insane. Yeah, it's very possible too. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Especially after their friend dying and everything. Like, they were so close and, like, sacrificing them to the cult that wasn't actually real. And, yeah. See, again, even if the other video wasn't the greatest, it may have been AI or whatever, it still gave me a foundational understanding of some of these characters and some of their interactions and stuff that I can kind of pull from as we go forward into more lore and stuff like that, digging into deeper stuff. It's interesting.
The Roblox admins. Post-editing me, I don't know why I said vigilante. This is going to become important later. At one point, demolitionists like themselves began to be hunted down by citizens of Robloxia after admins had been banning people unfairly, something that'll especially be relevant later. It's unknown if Taff was caught and killed by these people hunting demolitionists or simply starved to death within hiding. Either option seems viable. That's all there is to say about Taff, but the next few characters do get very complicated. Let's get into the more
I like the complicated ones. I like the complicated. Also, I'm quickly look at what the texture of skin in the game is, so I can try and help with some of the lore. Sure. I mean, you're always, like, I'm always checking out stuff. Like, when you guys chat in the chat, now that my chat's working properly, I can actually read it properly, because, again, before, like, I've streamed, like, dozens of times using Restream, and it's never had any problem. This time, the chat just didn't work for me. Thankfully, it was still showing up on screen for you guys, but, like, yeah, it wasn't working for me. So I had to, like, bring up both the YouTube chat, pop it out, and the Twitch chat and pop it out. And anytime I clicked on anything within my OBS, it would, like, go behind my OBS. I have to go and clap again. It's a pain in the ass. Anyways, let's keep going.
Complicated cases of Noob and Elliot. The key to solving their death relates to another killer in the game, Cool Kid, the manic adoptive son of 007 and 7. There's a chance that Cool Kid has a voice line that will play after killing a noob.
You're my favorite playmate.
To describe Noob as a favorite playmate would imply that Cool Kid at the very least is familiar with Noob. There's a chance that this voice line isn't meant to imply anything about their past lives and that they've actually never met before being Forsaken, but as far as I know, this quote only plays when Cool Kid kills Noob. It could be that the reason Cool Kid says this is because throughout every trial in the Forsaken realm, Cool Kid has a canonical thing for killing Noob specifically, and because of that, Noob is Cool Kid's favorite playmate in every round. That being said, there is substantial evidence that they have met before Forsaken. We know Noob...
It does sound like it. By the way, I want to tell you something cool. Celebration Cool Kid is actually 007 and 7. Interesting, I had no idea. I do know that they're like the same character in real life, like the same person who had an alt, but then in the lore it's... Again, I've learned some things. I've learned a little bit here and there. Like, in the lore of the game, they're like father and son kind of thing, or adopted son, or something along those lines.
Noob is, as described from their character description, a big snack person at heart. It only makes sense for them to be a frequent customer at the pizza place Elliot works at.
Yeah,
it only makes
sense
that for Cool Kid to recognize Noob and even call them his favorite playmate, Noob had to have been there for the destruction of the pizza place, and is likely the Noob in this render. In a scrap...
The use of Noob's model in this image is intentional and was meant to be noticed to explain some of the story. I like that, like environmental storytelling, or like little things here and there, like just being dropped in, like just cherry picked and like, oh, this is here now, or this is here now, like just interesting little elements like that that get woven. And see, this is definitely a significantly better video than the other one, just even if nothing else, just because like a lot of the things he's connecting are things that are just like logical comparisons, right? Like saying that Elliot probably knew Noob because Noob was like just enjoyed food so much and would probably have frequented the pizza place that Elliot worked, and then here this, like, it's cool because it's actual research done, not just AI and ChatGPT or whatever and stuff like that. I don't know. Also, more milestone school kid gets the more insane he gets. Interesting. Oh, Cool Kid. Yeah. The Diva Deo chase theme is just a baby crying with autotune. I saw you said when you posted the last time. I don't know what that theme is. So that's it. It's all words to me.
To render for 007 and 7's milestones, we see Cool Kid with a sword piercing a Noob in the parking lot. So, is this the way Noob dies? Well, that was the case up until a while ago. See, very recently the game was updated to where if you achieve milestone 2 on Noob, you could visit the shore outside the lobby and discover...
Hey, look, it's my skin. James Sunderland, I believe.
A photo of Noob with their friends. This was taken after Noob had dissolved their friendship with Guest 666. We know that because Noob speaks of Guest in past tense, almost like it's addressed to them, meaning they're no longer in the picture. This is a very common theme relating to their relationship, as we know they aren't friends anymore after an action that Guest and Noob both committed. In the message on the photo, we learn that Noob and their friends are planning to visit a haunted mansion. By viewing the
haunted mansion, there's so many other better slasher themes. Haunted Runners theme. That's one I'll definitely have to check out. It's on my list. Please read. Fun fact, the real 007 and 7 played Forsaken. Like the idea of Cool Kid being like his son. Interesting.
The account named I Must Be the Reason Why on the Roblox website, we can visit the haunted mansion Noob goes to, and we play...
This is part of the Roblox world too? Yeah, this is the story, essentially, of the Forsaken game that I played before. Just all haunted, like, creatures stuck in purgatory of some sort or another and being punished in some way or another, having to die over and over again and all that type of stuff. It's all that fun stuff. For horror fans, I enjoy it. But welcome, Snowland.
The game from their perspective, where we find out their friends that were in the photo with them are now gone. They abandoned them. As they wander through the building, they discover someone who Noob says looks like Guest, but isn't them. The leading theory about this was that this was the Spectre, killing Noob in the mansion. But I want to go a step further. We know that Guest and Noob were no longer friends at this point in the story, but they kept contact somewhat. Noob, at the very least, wrote with Guest in mind in every note they share. Is it possible that Guest was somehow receiving these letters, and that Guest had prior knowledge that Noob would be at this mansion? We know Guest at this point in the story does not look like themselves in their transformation.
That's kind of creepy. Nosferatu and one of the killers, yet as there is the same symbol of martial artist. Interesting. People like Party Basher. I don't know.
Information, they're a massive beast. And how does Noob describe the figure in the mansion? Someone...
Notice the resemblance of Guest's face in the original render compared to the mansion figure. Note that the teeth and eyes are very similar. Mansion figure, very clearly Guest 666. I can see that. Mid-transformation to the Red Beast. That'd be interesting. Like, converted enough that it
who looks like
took over.
Guest, but also doesn't look like Guest. This is further supported by the Wikipedia, where on the lore tab for Noob, it says that if Noob ever saw the true form of Guest now, they wouldn't be able to believe that that's really them. A perfect connection to what Noob says in the mansion. This wasn't the Spectre coming to take Noob into Forsaken. This was Guest coming back to kill Noob. For what reason, we don't know. But I personally just don't believe that that was the Spectre there. So, is Cool Kid innocent? Not really. No, of course not. Cool Kid is responsible for more than a...
I don't care for the fart sound effects so much, but everything else about this video is really cool. Like, I like the logical leaps and just like the connections they're making and stuff. And like, this is how I thought people think it is, Spectre being the one who killed, but actually, it's probably this, right? It's interesting. Robot Deagle called Creepy Face. Interesting. Roblox, yeah. That's interesting. Faster paced, March-esque themes. That's rare. That's rare. Fart sound effects is so funny. I mean, it depends when it's used, right? Like, just as a transition is, I don't know. That in that specific, it just felt like it was out of nowhere. It didn't work for me. But everyone has their own tastes. Everyone has their own tastes.
Few deaths. In the Work at a Pizza Place map, on the list of orders, we see basically a kill count. Jordan and Sally, who were characters in Work at a Pizza Place and ran the dump, appear in the game as skins for Elliot, but they have unique voice lines. They recognize Elliot and recognize other people in the game, and it's clear this isn't Elliot.
EPOV? The acronym sounds familiar, but I can't remember. Jane Doe and John, those milestones look connected, especially based on lore. I definitely do need to look into more, for sure.
Elliot wearing a costume. These are the real characters in Forsaken. So we can
basically it's believed that the Spectre was a code created to trial wrongdoers. It became a corrupt judge and was locked away. It's probably the same code that corrupted John Doe. Very possible, very possible. Through Patches of Violet. Oh yeah, that's what it is. TPOV, yeah. I like the original Through Patches of Violet. I mean, I was a Millie fan from like early on in my channel, like getting into like Project Moon games like Limbus Company and stuff like that. So that's what actually drew me to Forsaken for the first time, was people telling me like, oh, there's like a cover of a Millie song in this. It's interesting. Comes for a circle. I do prefer the Millie version too, but they're both good. They're both good. Jordan and Sally are canon characters, most likely killed by Cool Kid, as evident in the destruction of the dump and their appearance in Forsaken themselves.
assume that these two characters...
Chat is distracting you from studying for your AP test. Life is rough. Life is rough. Gotta get that time in, though. Gotta do that studying. I never studied, to be fair, but... I mean, I'm not saying that's a good thing to do. I just never did. Not like Compass is mid. The original Compass is very good. The original Compass and Through Patches of Violet are fantastic. I think my favorite Millie song is called In Hell Do We Live Lament. You want to check out a good Millie song? In Hell Do We Live Lament is a fantastic one. But there's many. By the way, One Egg and John Doe I'm talking about, the April Fool's skins, are connected because they both come from a different universe. Interesting.
Were killed by Cool Kid. So that accounts for 2 of the 4 deaths that are marked on the wall. So who are the other 2? If you go to the dump in the game, there's a picture on the table. One of Elliot and his father and his sister. Minus Elliot, that's 2 other people. Could they also be dead? Damn. It's really hard to say because I would imagine they would appear in Forsaken in some capacity. After all, if Jordan and Sally are dead and in Forsaken, shouldn't they also be in the game as well? I've been analyzing this map for a while, and I just can't find a way to account for the 4 dead people on this wall. Strangely, it's shown that Cool Kid also shows himself on this wall for some reason.
Yeah, Hero was also a great one. There's, honestly, Millie is one of those groups that, like, every song they make is incredibly experimental, incredibly unique. Very, like, melodic music as well as just soft vocals from Cassie Way, the lead singer. Like, they're fantastic songs. I've reacted to a ton on my channel. Like, there's a lot of great ones. Cool Kid might be on the wall. That's possible. That's possible. The Jason that was seen in Forsaken was more actually based more around an old Roblox game. Interesting. Huh. That's cool. Hey, it's me. I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Zora.
As a drawing of himself is right next to the tally of dead people. And similarly, on the Employee of the Month portrait, we see Cool Kid's drawing again, but right behind it, you're just barely able to make out Elliot's uniform. Yeah. You can even see Elliot's portrait X'd out with Cool Kid's drawing overlaying it. Is this somehow...
I never paid attention to these little details in the map itself. I'm usually just trying to survive, but that's really cool.
related to Cool Kid's drawing on the wall. If we keep this information in mind when we look back at the wall, that would account for 5 bodies, 2 of them being Jordan and Sally, and as for the other 3, well, I think you can see where I'm trying to get at. Already we see an idea of Cool Kid's destructive capabilities. At this point, Cool Kid is doing this intentionally. From his milestone renders, we know that he believes that Robloxia is his to conquer.
That's a really cool skin, like a really cool like screen. Are you gonna check out the new Bite by Night update later? Not like I don't think it's out now, but when it does come out, yes, I will absolutely be playing it, and I'll probably do another stream of just Bite by Night eventually at some point in the next couple weeks, like next week or so. I'm not sure. I'm gonna probably try and get back just so people are here know. From now on, I'm going to try and stream probably like Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Those are usually the days that I have the free time to be able to stream. So if you want to check out my streams, those are probably going to be the days I'll be live most of the time. Sometimes I'll do more, sometimes I'll do less and stuff like that. But, yeah. Randomly decided to join my Forsaken server. Not going to play today since you're acting. Just for randomsies. Yeah. It's there, it's there. So, it's always an option. There's a theory, not the canon. Interesting.
In his milestone gameplay, he has a quote
really cool.
for killing Elliot.
You're nobody special. You'll burn alive just like the rest of them.
Yeah.
When he says this to Elliot, he says them as if other people that Elliot would know. At the very least, a group of people. We know at this point Cool Kid has killed a lot of people, but if we get more cerebral, I think this is referring to the people on that wall. And as we already confirmed, Elliot was among those people. So Elliot is killed by Cool Kid. And if there was any doubts, in a scrapped Milestone 4 render from 007 and 7, he is seen running away from a dark alley as Cool Kid is seen strangling Elliot in the shadows. This is canon, and the developers wanted us to notice this. That brings us to the next batch of characters, the
But then who's the last character, right? If Elliot's one of them. I don't know. I mean, again, that's the thing, is that it's all theories. It's all just theories. Like, this is just this one guy's headcanon, and we could look at it and be like, that sounds about right, I could understand that, and you could look at other things and be like, that was terrible, I don't agree with that, but at the end of the day, it's all theories, so it's just this guy's headcanon. We don't have to take it verbatim, it's not fact necessarily, it's just the connections he's making, and I can appreciate that. It's the same reason I like game theory videos, even if it's something that's completely wrong, I still appreciate the ideas. It's all about the ideas.
admins. The ones we're examining are Shedletsky, Builderman, Dusakar, and the upcoming killer, Mr. Doombringer. I want to say first and foremost that the admins, Shedletsky, Dusakar, and in the near future Doombringer, had their various ups and downs in their friendships. So much so that I personally doubt that any of them, apart from Shedletsky and Dusakar, are even actually friends. That may sound like a stretch considering how little we really know about these characters, because we don't have much to go off of besides artwork and small hints we get that give us a look into their canon personalities. The Forsaken developers are pretty straightforward when it comes to lore, if you can believe it. So there's a good chance these crumbs can steer us in the right direction. Let's look at what we know. In the lore, Shedletsky and Builderman have a personal pact with each other to protect the other survivors. Strangely, their colleague Dusakar is left out of this, and it's not mentioned why. Whatever the case may be, Shedletsky still refers to Dusakar by their first name, Matt.
Yeah, that's interesting. Your spellcast is pretty nice. Can you get some of that, Matt? Could I use some of your? Mind if we get Matt? That's interesting. Fascinating.
And although Builderman is friendly towards Dusakar with nicknames, it's clear there's a mutual bond between Shedletsky and Dusakar as well. So we know Builderman and Dusakar
aren't close, just business, and close friends. Does not kill Builderman's first name like he does with... Okay. That's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Aren't really friends, but Shedletsky is friends with both Builderman and Dusakar. You can imagine Shedletsky as a knot tying the admins together and keeping their bonds from strictly...
I never noticed the like duck on his shoulder or something like that. I haven't played in a while, but I really like Cinnamon Spice Catty. Interesting. Pokemon ZA. Yeah, it's cool. Builderman has a thing for appearing in John Doe renders.
Being business. In all of the artwork for the game, we see Shedletsky smiling and outgoing all the time. Meanwhile, Builderman and Dusakar have a more neutral face. I like to imagine that there's a wedge between them in this scenario. Without Shedletsky, the admins don't really like each other as much as their partnership would imply. Already this is a stretch, but I wonder why that is. For starters, I think it's very possible that each of the admins are collectively hiding things from each other. Look no further than Shedletsky himself, who was already hiding his connection to 1x1x1x1 from everyone already. If
yeah,
a
of course,
happy-go-lucky person like Shedletsky is hiding a big secret out of fear from being outcasted by his peers, what could that say about the admin's dynamic? I mean, neither Dusakar or Builderman know about this connection that 1X has to Shedletsky, so even Shedletsky doesn't even trust them that much. With that in mind, let's move on to Doombringer. We know Doombringer is a
Doombringer. Views the admins of Roblox as too merciful as Roblox. Okay, yeah, it's like the judge. Oh my god, it's Champion, you're right, I have no idea what you're talking about. Builderman is killed by John Doe, yeah, okay. Champion theme? I probably wouldn't know what you're talking about even though I wanted to.
killer in the next update, and in the lore we learn that he regards himself as the only stable admin among his peers and views everyone else as corrupt, further reinforcing the belief that not all the admins like each other. Builderman is a focal point when it comes to Doombringer. Even though Shedletsky appears in photos alongside the two, it's clear that Builderman's focus is Doombringer and vice versa. I believe Doombringer is the one who killed Builderman. Let me elaborate as to why. We know that in the later stages of the admin's relationship, citizens of Robloxia were beginning to turn on the admins for false banning. We know this from Taft's lore. Doombringer's known cruelty and unjust judgment is likely what caused the citizens of Robloxia to begin protesting. So we know Doombringer is responsible for the uprising and protests, those protests that inadvertently got Taft killed.
Yeah, it's like the judgment wasn't strong enough, it wasn't as rough as Doombringer wanted him to be, so it's like, bring the banhammer down and take them all out. Hey, welcome, Fail. Actually, no, Dusakar knows about Shedletsky. Oh, interesting, he knows. I mean, yeah, it would make sense that at least one of them know. If I was, yeah, it would make more sense probably that it would be Dusakar that would know above Builderman, but I don't know.
More than likely caused a massive discourse in Roblox's inner circle of admins, and we know that Doombringer wasn't the kind of person to back down. When Builderman tried to right the ship, Doombringer saw this and had no intention of letting anyone get in his way. But what about Dusakar and Shedletsky? Couldn't they have helped? Well, it's possible if it weren't for the fact that at this point, Dusakar and Shedletsky are already dead. I'd say Doombringer could have easily killed Shedletsky the same way he does with Builderman. After all, we see both Builderman and Shedletsky in prison surrounding Doombringer in this render. Safe to say, Shedletsky doesn't win that fight. So does Doombringer also kill Shedletsky? No. In fact, Doombringer and Shedletsky never fought each other because of one reason. Shedletsky has been dead for a long time, and the one who killed him was right in front of you the entire time.
The one you should not have killed. I don't know. It was John Doe? That's interesting. Media not found. What?
This animation is so interesting to me, and I hardly hear anyone talk about it.
I'm guessing there was something here, but something got broken or something. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Nikita. Watched my video that was out 5 hours ago. Yeah, it was a good one. It's a good one. Elements from my last stream, as well as this one. But this is cool. John Doe was confirmed by the devs to not die when entering the realm, and rather choosing to enter and try to save her husband. Oh, Jane Doe. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Every single killer outro features either no survivors or multiple in the cutscene, but 1x1 just kills Shedletsky. In both animations, the focal point is just Shedletsky and no one else. It's clear to me at the very least that this is how Shedletsky dies. And as we know from Shedletsky's personality, his death does not go over well with the admins. I think in the correct timeline, Shedletsky...
Yeah, again, something got broken in the re-upload, I'm sure, or it was copyrighted or something. I don't know. That's interesting.
Dies fighting 1x1 very early on, and in his absence, the admin's relationship begins to fall apart. Having this happen likely causes everyone to have to cope in their own ways. Doombringer being...
Interesting, so it's essentially saying that 1x killed Shedletsky, which I don't think I've heard before, but Nikita sounds like Akita, like an Ultra Kill. Yeah, it's all connected. It's all connected to Ultra Kill. That's what it's all about.
As unstable as he is, probably grieved Shedletsky more dramatically, thinking 1x1 could have been prevented if more people were aware and if Shedletsky didn't keep it a secret. This could very well be the tipping point that led Doombringer to believe that the admins weren't as credible as they say they were. At this point, Doombringer is riddled with the grief of the loss of a friend and anger over how it could have been preventable. Anger that turns into downright rage over how the admins did nothing. I think this causes Doombringer to begin his reign of terror. The same actions that caused the members of Robloxia to protest.
Yeah, it's pretty much like the story he's trying to put together, it seems like, is like Doombringer thinks there should be more order, more control, more banning, more whatever, and then Shedletsky dies. It's like, see, I told you so. You should have listened to me. You should have cracked down on these things instead of letting this happen. Now, because this happened, I'm going to go wild and enforce my own brand of justice, essentially, because you're not doing it yourselves or something like that. And now everyone else dies. Doombringer could end up being a killer from this. That'd be cool. I mean, I'm not sure where Doombringer... I thought Doombringer was already a killer. I don't know. It would be a cool killer, I think.
And what got Taft killed. This is a very big if, by the way, so just trust me, okay? I think that's when Builderman has to step in and attempt to keep the peace, and the situation goes as we would expect. But what about Dusakar? Something I came across earlier while writing this video was a big plot hole in my theory. If 1x1 gets killed by Shedletsky and Builderman gets killed by Doombringer, what happens to Dusakar? In my original theory, I figured that Doombringer and Dusakar fought after the death of Builderman, and as we know from the information regarding Dusakar's power level before Forsaken, that fight really doesn't feather out well for Doombringer. And in my original theory, I had no clue how Dusakar could have been Forsaken. I was gonna go as far as to say that Dusakar had never died and was the only character manually added to Forsaken, but that didn't really satisfy me.
Interesting. Doombringer is likely to be the next killer to come out after Azure. Fascinating. Very fascinating.
So I dug deeper again, and what I found was pretty interesting. In Dusakar's milestone skins, which I completely forgot they had by the way, I noticed that in Milestone 2 and beyond, Dusakar had actually turned out to have been there when Shedletsky was killed, and it even goes deeper than that. Dusakar's milestone skins end up telling us a lot more than we could expect. It tells us the entire story of Shedletsky's death and confirms Telemon's existence. Proving that Telemon, the eldritch god connected to Shedletsky, was canon to Forsaken was really important to me, as I think that's how 1x1 was created. We know that Shedletsky transferred all his hatred and negative energy into 1x1, and with this information I'm led to believe that Shedletsky gave up his role as Telemon by abandoning those traits, essentially splitting that part off of him and locking it away. But as we see...
The first time I've heard about Telemon, I'm guessing that's like it seems like it's like the god side of Shedletsky or something like that. Like, I don't know, some elder entity of some kind. I don't even know. That's interesting. I miss. Media is not found is meant to be 1x outro. Yeah, okay, yeah. Whatever M46er. Yeah, all kinds of days. Days played. That's crazy. I played so little.
In these milestone skins, Shedletsky returns for his powers, but we return to a place, the place that will restore you to a former glory, this former glory being Telemon. Dusakar and Shedletsky return to the site of sword fight on the heights, presumably to resurrect Telemon, but they are ambushed, and what occurred hit us steadfast. Afterwards, I was doomed and fated to meet the end of my story. The last milestone shows Dusakar harnessing the power of the Spawn to resurrect Shedletsky once and for all, but at the cost of their own life in return. But in the end,
Dusakar is canonically alive, by the way. He's been teleported Forsaken by the Spectre with the whole house. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah. I've ever thought about playing Blocktails. I will check out Blocktails eventually, I think. Telemon is Shedletsky before he got split from 1x. Okay, interesting. I just assumed it was always Shedletsky, but yeah, that's interesting. I thought Telemon was the original version of Shedletsky that split Shedletsky to get rid of the evil. I just assumed that it was always Shedletsky from the very beginning. But I guess Telemon makes sense. It seems like Telemon is like treated like a god of some kind, right? Like it feels like it's like some kind of deity of some sort. Like, I don't know. But
and both of them are dead.
People did say Shedletsky's like an angel.
It wasn't just Shedletsky who dies in this scene. It's also Dusakar. Shedletsky is seen dying in the Ring of Fire, which coincides with Dusakar's Milestone 3, where he can be seen watching from the bridge above. If you know the layout of Sword Fight on the Heights, you would know there's a bridge right above the Ring of Fire. Dusakar is in this cutscene, just off.
1x1 is looking at Dusakar in the scene. Watch where they look afterwards before. Yeah, it's weird that it's like media not found, but yet the editing of the text inside of the video is there still. So I don't know if something just aired out when it was making the video or something. I don't know. Can to actual Roblox so that Telemon is 1x was interesting. Basically an alter ego. Okay. Fascinating.
Screen, watching the moment where 1x1 slaughters his best friend. Later, in Milestone 4, Dusakar is seen performing the spell in the Ring of Fire, exactly where Shedletsky was killed. And this is where Dusakar...
Telemon is Shedletsky's self-proclaimed angel persona when he was being selfish and when he split his hate, took his powers and turned into 1x. Okay, interesting. Did I say 6-7? Someone say 6, 7? I have no idea.
Dies as well, meaning Doombringer and Builderman were the last admins remaining. Builderman, despite his flaws and subtly cruel nature that has been hinted at before, truly did want the best for Roblox. In a way, Doombringer represented a more darker version of himself, an enforcer that saw the world the same way he did, or so he thought. Shedletsky and Dusukar were more of like his backup, his first employees that would have easily overpowered Doombringer if it ever came down to it, and someone he trusted just as deeply, but as we saw before, everyone keeps secrets. And when John and Matt went down, the invisible leash Builderman kept around his monster had been snapped, and everything else was bound to happen. But that's about all I got for this theory video. I know this isn't my usual type of content, but I thought it was fun to make, and it definitely took a while. If you guys think I'm lying out on my ass, that's completely fine, but like, you know, I enjoyed this. And who knows, maybe I'm completely fucking right about everything. But other than that, I'm gonna play my intro now. Thanks, guys.
It's funny how, I mean, I get it, editing wise and stuff, but like the very beginning was just like, there was all kinds of memes that cut in here, and then for most of the video, it's just a dude talking with gameplay in the background, and then right at the very end, they squeezed a little few memes in there again. I don't know. It must have just been whoever made it, right? Whoever the fan is made this and kind of just, for whatever reason, made it, deleted it or whatever. Who knows? Who knows? People get into drama. People don't want to make content anymore. Who knows? Who knows? But cross contamination is one of the least favorite. Interesting. It's not bad. It's not bad. So you're saying to check out the game theory one now, Twisty? I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind jumping in that. We still got the how all the killers died too. We'll need to check out as well. Hey, look, Grim's still alive. What do you know? What do you know? But yeah. Looked like this in the original video. Interesting. Interesting. So what do you think? Game theory or how did every killer die? I'll probably check out both today, just because. But I haven't learned any lore about how the killers died yet so far, other than when it's been talking about other like stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't mind checking this out. The hell is YouTube pushing me? Anyways, actually, I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break here, and I'll be right back, and we can continue with the lore of the killers. The lore of the killers. Let's check this one out. But just give you some background music first, and then I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And Mimikyu is goated, by the way. Great Pokemon. Great Pokemon. There's a lot of great Pokemon out there. I don't know why everyone's talking about Pokemon or Slopsaken, Forsaken, Floorsaken, 4. Alright, anyways. We're gonna be checking out the other How Did All the Killers Die video. Let's see what that's all about. Brian usually hack Chinese or random traded. Weird website his names. Interesting. Prison Saken. Door Saken. Don't talk about the drama. He must not know. I don't know. I did see someone say that the original channel that made these got banned or something like that. It happens. I mean, I don't know why they got banned necessarily, but also I don't know if people love Vaporeon because of the copy paste of Vaporeon. Like, why Vaporeon is the greatest Pokemon? I don't know. That's wild. But anyways, I'm not gonna focus on that anymore. We're gonna check out How Did Every Killer Die? See what this is all about. I grim till I groove, and I don't groove no more. Ooh. This is creepy.
So, you know Roblox? I don't fucking play Roblox!
Okay guys, I followed, you got me. After my last video on Forsaken, I've been getting messages all over to make another one, this time highlighting the story of every killer in Forsaken.
I'm glad that I checked these out in order, because otherwise I would have opened up this video and been like, well damn, now I need to go out see the other one first. Can I make a video reacting to all killer intros and outros? Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. Again, this is my first time really even diving into the side content that's not just music from the game. Like, I played the game a few times myself, of course, but like, there's still so much more that I haven't checked into. And also, when it comes to the drama, I don't care, honestly. Like, it's a very Roblox thing, I feel like, to, like, just focus so much on the drama of the creators of the game. Like, I've talked about this before in other streams, but, like, you don't hear people talking about the drama of, like, oh, this Resident Evil developer and what they did. Oh my god, I can't believe what, like, or I can't believe what this Grand Theft Auto developer did. Like, nobody knows who the developers of Grand Theft Auto games are. Nobody cares, right? So, it's not that much of an issue, whereas with Roblox, it feels like a lot of developers become almost semi-celebrities because they're developers, and then when something bad happens, that turns out they're a bad person or shitty person or whatever, that's when the drama hits and everyone's like, oh no, the drama. But for me, I'm like, is the game good? I'll play the game, right? I don't know. Anyways, no, there's nothing wrong with liking Vaporeon there, Aurora. Vaporeon is great. If I was going to pick a Eevee evolution that I like the most, for me, it'd probably be Umbreon. But there's a lot of cool ones. Vaporeon's great. I like the OGs. But anyways, let's check this out. I'm done with my yapping.
And the only reason why I haven't been able to make the video was the same reason why I fucking hate how the Forsaken team handles lore. And that's just because there's nothing to go off of. In my last video making a theory on the characters in the game, one of the main sources of information came from the milestone renders. It was from these renders that we were able to learn about how Dusakar was there when Shedletsky was killed in Forsaken, that Two-Time died from being poisoned by nightshades shortly after killing Azarath, and a bunch of other important details that have never been mentioned in the lore. Now, I don't know if you know this, but the only killers with milestone renders are these two. And you know, at that point, I might as well just shove it up my ass because there's no information between these two. And it was like that up until the Halloween update that introduced Guest 666. And not only that, but more milestone skin renders, which was basically my only chance at making any.
That's the good way to be, Zora. Honestly, in my opinion, it's like, it's not even worth wasting your time. Yeah, just play the funny Roblox game. Just play the game and enjoy it. The reality is, the unfortunate reality of the life we live in this world on Earth, is that there are shitty people that connect to every single thing you could possibly imagine. If you really want to break it down, everything you use on a day-to-day basis, every entertainment you watch, just about everything, unless it's made by like a solo developer that's clean and you know they're clean. But even then, do you really know? It's like, it's not worth focusing on, in my opinion. It's just, it's a waste of your own positive mentalities and stuff like that. Like, you're wasting your own, like, I don't know, positive mental state to be drawn into drama that doesn't have anything to do with you. It's not really worth it. It's like when you go to like a 7-Eleven and you see all those like gossip rags of like, oh my god, Brad Pitt is dating. It's like, don't pay attention to it. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Anyway, let's keep going.
progress last video. Along with that, we're going to get some more information from some of the maps, and now that we have so much to go off of, that's kind of why I was holding off on making this video. But with all the new information available, I'm able to bring a comprehensive theory that might not be total bullshit.
Oh, cool.
So today I'm going to try my hand at solving Forsaken's lore, and if I don't get it right, I'm not going to take any advice, and I hope they hire me to write lore for them.
Wait, what is that? It's so a crazy place to pause that. What do they do with the lore? Oh, they're talking about Vaporeon? The Vaporeon lore? TF2 had a random crits and fair balance bind. Oh, yeah. It's probably Forsaken drama because of how shitty it is. Yeah, it's terrible. Not worth wasting your time. Glad that Forsaken didn't have any big drama for 50. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, have one of those things. It's like days sense drama or whatever, and just flip it to 0 every time. I don't know. You like Sprigatito? Sprigatito's great. I mean, honestly, I love all the new Pokemon they added for the most part. Most of the new Pokemon they added from Silver and not Silver, Scarlet and Violet. Great games, honestly. I love those games. But anyways.
Oh yeah, and off topic, but we got the map Beach House Roleplay added to Forsaken. I suggested this map to be added in my video a few months back, and it ended up being added.
Yeah, real life has enough drama.
Now I know
agree.
You guys watch my videos. I see you. In the last episode, the way I did it was I started with the characters whose deaths were very easy to explain, and as the video went on, it got more and more complicated to explain their deaths. But I was gonna do the same format this video, but I just totally forgot to do it while writing this video. So I also figured that having to explain a character's theoretical death is a lot more complicated, and I found that
It's actually Days Without Forsaken drama Twitter account. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Vikavolt. I don't actually know that I know the Pokemon Vikavolt. If that's it doesn't sound familiar to me, but I don't have a encyclopedic knowledge of every single one. There's a few that I don't know as much. I do like Sprigatito. I like all the cat Pokemon, to be fair. Just about all of them. Like, they're all fantastic. Like, yeah. It's just me. What can I say? I like cats. I like the cats. Let's see. I like the cats, and I got the cat emote. I'll do that. The cat. There you go. Throw in the cat. Alright.
most killers were not intended to be killed before being in Forsaken. So this is more like a piecing together the circumstances that led them here, rather than saying, this one got shot to death. But before we can get to that, I want to clear things up from my last video. In my last theory, I suggested that Elliot was killed by Cool Kid, and that the drawings of dead people on the wall in the work at a pizza place map are actually a kill count. In this part, I said that the 5 people were Jordan,
Vikavolt is a lowland Pokemon. That makes sense, yeah. I've actually, of all the Pokemon games, the only ones I've never beaten are Pokemon Black and White 2. I've never beaten the second one for some reason. I love Black and White. I just never played Black and White 2. And I've also never beaten Sun and Moon. I've tried, but just the structure and differences, and for whatever reason, I could never get into it. But I do like some of the lowland Pokemon. I've never played Sun and Moon myself, really, so I don't know. Anyways, let's keep going. I keep pausing too much. Let's keep going.
Allie, Elliot, and his 2 family members, and someone suggested that the 2 extra people could also be Lulu and 007 and 7. In my last theory, I said that for some reason Cool Kid draws himself over pictures of Elliot, so that means that this drawing of Cool Kid is meant to represent Elliot. But with this new interpretation in mind, that would make Elliot one of the dead people on the tally, likely being the smiling one, since Elliot's cheery expression is what he's most known for. And the 3 other faces are Jordan, Sally, and Lulu. 007
Is that like an app or something like that, Citrix? Who's that Pokemon during school? I mean, I know back in the day, like, the Who's That Pokemon, like, so when it comes to Pokemon, like, you get me aging myself here, but, like, I was there when Pokemon first came out. Like, I remember day 1 when Pokemon first launched, like, very first launched, ever, right? I was there day 1 with Pokemon. I watched it all, right? I remember getting up at, like, 6 o'clock in the morning because it was the only time it aired for me. But yeah, it is great. Sun Moon, your first real Pokemon games. Really interesting. Yeah, again, I start at the beginning. I've played just about all of them. Like I said, the only ones I really haven't played are like Black and White 2, as well as Sun and Moon. But I played most of them. I did like the Legends games. Wow, you're old? Yes, I am. I'm ancient. Don't quote the ancient magics for me. I was there when they were written. Let's keep going.
7 therefore being represented by Cool Kid's drawing makes way more sense, and given that each character appears in Forsaken in some way means that this theory is more accurate than mine in that video. With 007 and 7's lore potentially being rewritten and retconned, I think a direction that the developers should take with his story is confirming that Cool Kid had killed his own father, therefore meaning that 007 and 7 was killed by his own creation and that his sins in the past had finally caught up to him.
Would make
Next,
sense.
I just want to clarify the fate of Dusakar and Shedletsky. A lot of people had questions about how Dusakar died, which, if you don't know, in my last theory, I can...
Yeah, I wrote the alphabet. I am actually the real Grim Reaper turned into a human being. I was there when Jesus was alive. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I am.
That Dusakar and Shedletsky returned to sword fight on the heights together to resurrect Shedletsky's former glory of Telamon, something that will be mentioned again later. When they arrived, they were ambushed by 1x1x1x1, and as we see in 1x's outro, Shedletsky is ultimately killed by them. In this scene, Dusakar is standing on the bridge set up above the Ring of Fire where Shedletsky is killed, meaning the reason why 1x1 looks up at the end of the animation is because they're staring down Dusakar. Dusakar is positioned on the only bridge in the sword fight on the heights map. It's also the only bridge that's directly above the Ring of Fire, where 1x1...
See, that I like that part, that just being added in there, right? Like, just because, like, I remember the last video we talked about it too, just like, because I wouldn't know the map, like, I don't know the game it came from and stuff like that, but it's like, oh, up on this hill, that if you know, like, where there's a bridge up there, and he's looking, like, it's interesting. Things that I would never put together without something like this telling me about it. I'm actually the Grim Reaper, but wanted a mild and YouTuber life. Animated, yeah, exactly. It's like, I was there when the world was created, but I got bored as an eternal being, so I decided to become a YouTuber and react to Forsaken content.
is looking. The last milestone shows Dusakar standing in the Ring of Fire, finally performing the respawn ritual, and the quote tells the story of Dusakar giving their own life to resurrect.
This isn't the media not found footage. This is the media not found was like 1x1x1x killing Shedletsky, like in the final in like the final kill screen or whatever. So this is different. We may still get to that. It may come up again, I'm not sure, but this is not that.
Shedletsky, but in the end it doesn't work and both of them die without anyone being resurrected. I had a lot of people ask about that, so I thought I'd clarify.
Well,
and with that out of the way, since we're already here, let's start with 1x1.
PS5. Give me one too while you're at it. Come on now. It was my birthday a week ago.
1x1 is a very straightforward character. Compared to everyone else, I don't have to do so much work, because honestly, I did this shit a month ago already.
It's funny, I'm like, not only Unk status, but like, I'm new to becoming a YouTuber. Like, it's funny because just recently, there was another YouTuber that just, like, called Chilled Chaos. You may have, I don't know if you ever paid attention when, like, Among Us was big or whatever, but he was big in the Among Us games, but I've watched stuff from Chilled Chaos for years. And he comes out, like, the other day, and he's like, I'm quitting YouTube. I'm going to go do other things in my life. And it's like, good for you, dude. You've been working at this for, like, 14, 15 years. Understandable. But at the same time, he's younger than I am. Like, he's, like, a year younger than I am. And he's like, I'm calling it quits. Meanwhile, I'm like, not much. I'm not much older, but still. It's like, it's funny. It's funny.
Already. But let's look at the facts. We know at one point Shedletsky was Telamon. This is the former glory that Dusakar refers to in their milestone skins. Telamon is an eldritch...
Careful, I'm pretty sure I'm a couple years older. Very possible, Snowland, very possible. I have no idea. But it's all subjective.
God that Shedletsky abandons early on before the events of Forsaken. It doesn't take much to understand that Telamon canonically is a fucking asshole. In the game, the canonical reason why Shedletsky can't use his sword multiple times frequently is because it disappears after one swing. Telamon, however, carries their sword throughout the entire round. It never disappears or goes away. They have it on them at all times. But the only reason why they can't swing freely is because Telamon is selfish and ignorant. When seeing their friends like Bilderman and Dusakar be attacked by the killer, Telamon couldn't be bothered to use the sword for anyone other than themselves. While most characters have stern or frightened expressions during every round, Telamon grins constantly. He's so blinded by ignorance and selfishness that the only reason he even uses his sword at all is because he wants to live. The fact that Shedletsky in-game cannot share chicken is essentially a form of environmental storytelling, highlighting his gluttony as Telamon.
That's really interesting. All this lore about Telamon is super interesting. Did you realize what I said? I didn't mean to say I love toes. Cotton 4K. Chat, what's your opinion on Tomodachi life? It's very cool. It's a very cool game. I've seen some people play it and it seems awesome. So you get a random group of people. I think you'd have like up to 70 Miis you create. That's crazy. It's crazy.
Sounds like just a headcanon to you. It's not. It's official Roblox lore, which if you
That's
didn't
really
know
cool,
they
though.
had that, watch Bedsheet Ghosts' video. So a mysterious guy with a sword
Bedsheet Ghosts video. Interesting.
who hates everyone and everything. Yeah, who does that sound like? Contrary to what the Forsaken developers would have you believe,
How about his
Shedletsky
me for
did not
real?
create 1x1 just because he was bored. He did it to free himself from Telamon, something that wasn't just in his best interest, but his friend's interests as well.
Yeah, so at first I was thinking like, oh, like Telemon's just like a god, like whatever, like the god side of Shedletsky, whatever it is, right? Like, but going from this, like, it definitely seems like they're like an Odin or a Zeus kind of thing, like very much all about themselves and stuff. One of your Mii's on Tomodachi Life just keeps mentioning chicken pot pie for no reason. It's random as hell. It's random as hell. I love how just absurd and like cartoony it is. Like just watching people like Germa play it and stuff, and like it's so absurd, the game. It seems so much fun. Like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of chicken pot pie, honestly, but that's just strange that they keep bringing it up.
Also, as we see in all his renders and artwork, Shedletsky loves his friends
Okay, Bedsheet Ghosts into the person who makes lore. Okay, I thought so.
way more than he loves Telamon. So he abandoned Telamon and locked the hatred and negativity away in Swordfight in the Heights, a realm that canonically is almost impossible for normal people to access. Swordfight on the Heights is a classic Roblox game everyone is familiar with, but in the canon of
Not me.
Forsaken, it's almost like a pocket dimension, and this is where 1x1 begins to take shape. For whatever reason, Shedletsky returns with Dusakar to restore some of Telamon's power, but when they go back, they don't find Telamon. Instead, Telamon finds them, and the story plays
Nah.
out the same way. Shedletsky is ambushed and killed instantly, and Dusakar
So this is, I think, what we got in media was lost, or whatever. Should check out Bedsheet Ghost videos on fighting someday. Interesting. Okay. They speak Spanish, not English. That's too bad. No. That's a shame. I mean, it's cool that you're able to communicate as well, as you do. Most of you, like I'm, like anyone who doesn't speak native English, I wouldn't know, because most of you are just, you're very good at it, right? I'm not sure if you're using translators or whatever, but it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's so multicultural now these days, right? Like people from anywhere can communicate with other people from anywhere and whatever. Like it's cool. It's cool. But just take a minute because I keep pausing and yapping. But once again, if you're new here, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe. I've got tons of videos on Forsaken, Roblox games, and stuff like that. You can become a member down below, get access to early access to videos, access to emojis and stuff like that. You can also check out my Twitch. I'm also live on Twitch if you wanted to hang out there instead. I'm getting on my way to affiliate, so chatting on Twitch would help me out. People like Twisty over there helping me out. Helping me out. Anyways, let's keep going.
Dusakar sees it happen. What happens here is kind of complicated. 1x stays in the Ring of Fire, almost like he's challenging Dusakar, staring
He's
directly
looking up,
at him.
yeah.
But in the next render that happens at the end of this interaction, Dusakar is in the Ring of Fire already resurrecting Shedletsky. So what the fuck happened in between these two scenes? Well, we know Dusakar is almost as strong as the Spectre, and power
Struggle to speak basic English, and I am English. Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. 60 viewers. Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
scaling him against 1x1 is
Evolve
basically
is coming,
free
man.
eats all game. In canon, Dusakar's plasma beam could vaporize anyone and anything with one zap. The only
Yeah, we mentioned how silly I'm here. Yeah, fair.
reason why Dusakar can't actually do that in the game is because most of his powers were stolen.
Yeah, Hydrogen
and
Bomb
1x1
coming,
is just
baby.
kind of standing there aura farming. It's almost like he has no clue who Dusakar actually is, or at the very least underestimates him. Probably the reason why we don't see a fight happen and the reason why Dusakar never seems to have a struggle with 1x1 is because he literally just killed him instantly. 1x does just not come out of this alive.
Yeah.
Which is why when Dusakar shows up in the Ring of Fire in the last milestone, it's not some epic battle. He's just there to resurrect Shedletsky after he made quick work off of 1x. Since Dusakar is the last man standing at the end of this ambush, things don't feather out well for 1x.
So, I always assumed that Telamon was like the good part of Shedletsky that ended up becoming Shedletsky because it's like the angel side. When in reality, I feel like that was probably the darkness, the selfish, like evil part that becomes 1x, I'm assuming. But hey, welcome TV. Mike TV from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Let's keep going.
1x1. So that's the way the cookie crumbles. 1x1 gets totally just torn to pieces by Dusakar immediately after.
Yeah, you gotta lock it on studying Citrix. Honestly, if you want, I mean, you can always come back later and watch the rest of the VOD. Missed my message earlier. If I have 1100 on tap, you can see his wanted poster in the lobby. No, I actually did see it. I just didn't call it out. I see everything. I see everything. But no, I didn't mean to call it out. I just didn't. I got distracted by something. But anyways.
I think 1x1's new milestone renders don't show them.
Ooh, that's cool. This is 1x freshly separated from Telemon, existing in limbo but slowly forming into the 1x in game. Interesting. Because Telemon themselves seem like just an asshole. That makes sense. React to Azael. He's the creator of Chaos Construct. Interesting. 1x goes on a whole villain arc just to kill one guy and has Jessica smite him on sight. I mean, fair. It's like, just you go up against a wizard and you see what happens. Right? You see what happens.
Existing in a real world. Their body is gravely disfigured and distorted because they're a four-dimensional object. They literally do not exist yet at the time of these milestone renders. I know the general opinion on these milestones is that they kind of look ugly, but like lore-wise it does make sense. It's only till milestone 4 when 1x1 actually exists in the same world as everyone else, and that's a very specific sword fight on the heights with a milestone 4 Shedletsky. And this throws a wrench into my original plans because now it matches with milestone 4 Shedletsky's render, and now that means there's a separate fight that Shedletsky wins, but Shedletsky never got to be at this point with the Illumina because he still died here.
It's TV time. Does anyone ever actually even watch TV anymore? I haven't had cable for like 10 years or something like that. Like, it's been a long time since I've watched normal TV. But it's TV time. I don't know. Yeah, ads suck.
You're wearing the milestone 2 skin. So which is it? I don't fucking know. I figured that since Shedletsky died early on, he never achieved this kind of power that was separate from Telemon. Milestone 4 Shedletsky is him canonically at his best, basically Telemon without his evil qualities. And that's why I think this is a figment of Shedletsky's imagination. This is what he wanted to happen, and what he had in mind when he went back with Dusukar. I currently have a friend in jail because he did some things I don't feel comfortable talking about, but this version of him wielding the Illumina is what he would have become if he survived his encounter with 1x1. He restored his former glory like he wanted to, but the only issue is that this never actually happened.
Yeah, just all is inside of his head kind of thing. But with that kind of power, you can kind of manifest things into real life or whatever. I don't know. Some other scrapped or forgotten lore, I don't remember exactly what was. 1x was sealed by another being called 2x2. Interesting. Never heard of that one. Champion theme. Used to watch, but then, like, I grew up watching TV all the time. Like, that's something I've never really touched on too much, but, like, I wouldn't say a TV addict necessarily, but, like, you talk about any sitcom, I've probably seen it before. Like, I watched every sitcom known to man, all kinds of random movies, all kinds of, like, I watched everything, right? I watched so much random crap on TV back in the day. But, yeah, it's been years since I've had actual, like, cable TV or something like that. People say the mind tries to calm you down before you die. No, it's true. Kind of applies with Shedletsky. Could be.
This milestone skin is basically just a silly dream he had.
El de Grim? No, esperme no uno. ¿Por qué?
Probably the only dream he has when he's dying on the floor. This milestone 4 Shedletsky doesn't just represent his unrelenting and unbeatable strength, it represents courage and kindness that he didn't have before. It's his enlightenment, and the fact that he never reached it, no matter how hard he tried, is the last thoughts before he dies. Moving on, let's work on Guest 666 and big fucking news.
That's pretty dark.
News, I was right. Last episode I theorized that the game titled A Nightmare.
Fun fact, MS4 Shedletsky is based off an old avatar where while playing sword fights in the heights. Interesting. Chat is dooming by studying. Yeah. Still waiting for narrator Noli. I'm locked in for the AP comparative test. Well, I mean, regardless of what happens, Citrix, best of luck on the test. I mean, I know it's tough to like put everything else aside and focus, stuff like that, but yeah. Will I do more for fan-made Forsaken themes? Yeah, I almost certainly will. I enjoyed checking into the last batch, and I know there's a lot more to check into, so I wouldn't mind. Hey, VHS Works, welcome. It's rare to see someone with VHS in their name, but welcome. I still got a box of VHS tapes. Weird part about 2x2 sealing 1x is that they're basically brothers. Yeah, I've never heard of 2x2. It's the first time I've ever heard of him when you guys are telling me about it, but it's interesting.
Depicted a noob going to a haunted house and getting killed by the now deformed guest 6666.
Yeah.
I think I said 4 6s. A lot of you said, no, Rico, you're fucking stupid. That's the Spectre disguised as guest because...
We're going to say 2x2. I'm not going to pause every single time, but actually trying to find new sitcoms to watch. Can't. I've seen them all too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's too many. There's too many. Oh, it's a good sitcom. It's kind of deep cut. You ever seen The War at Home? That's a great one. Michael Rappaport. Or Till Death is another great one. Two that are absolutely worth checking out. Snowland. If you've ever looked, Till Death stars Brad Garrett, the brother from Everybody Loves Raymond. Fantastic show. The War at Home stars Michael Rappaport, and also has the guy who played Mr. Robot. It's one of his first roles. Both great shows, in my opinion. Anyways, let's keep going. Apollyon theme in the background.
You said, no, Rico, you're fucking stupid. That's the Spectre disguised as Guest, because it says that Noob thought the figure he saw in the mansion was familiar, but also different. So that means it wasn't actually Guest, it just looked like them. And I was like, actually, no, you're fucking stupid, because we know that at this point, Guest and 666 were no longer friends. And when they stopped being friends is when Guest began to transform. So what I'm saying is that at this point, Guest didn't look like this, they looked like this.
Yeah, the creepy face. Creepy meme face. And the heartbeat. That is a great theme, though. World Without Me. Yeah, definitely go back and listen to it again. I like every theme for Forsaken. I've liked a lot of them so far. There's been a lot of great ones. 2x2 is a NPC that was removed a few days after release, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that's fine. Right off topic, but Holy Sisyphus Prime and Ultra Kill. Interesting. I'll have to get around to that eventually. I mean, my next Ultra Kill video will probably be in the next couple days, and it'll probably be like me checking out the P1 and P2 songs. I was told to check it out before Act 2's music, but that'll be next. Like, I may actually do a stream of like reacting to Ultra Kill music. I know this is off topic as well, but just wanted to mention it.
I connected that the face on Guest in the mansion is similar to the face on Guest 666 in-game, and therefore this is Guest mid-transformation.
Oh, the names are the same. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could look up Brad Garrett or Michael Rappaport, either one, on like IMDb or whatever. You'll be able to find what I'm talking about. They were both great shows. And they both went for several seasons, I think. But yeah, there's a lot of great ones. I mean, Frasier, Darman Greg is a classic one. There's a lot. Still Standing. There's a lot.
Into the beast in the game currently. And now, lo and behold, the new Milestone 4 render for Noob shows Noob entering a mansion like he does in A Nightmare. And it's the exact same sleeve on Noob that appears in Guest 666 Milestone 4 render in the same building. So yeah, I was right, Guest 666 killed Noob. Okay, so if that's done, what happens to Guest? Well...
What's going on with the captions? It's just auto-generated, I think. I don't know if it's actually... Yeah, it's just auto-generated. They're not always right. They're not always right. It's either scrapped or something the fandom gaslight himself into thinking. Oh, yeah, that's fair. I'm on the Discord now. I'm officially a groover. Hey, welcome. You're all welcome. The link's down in the description. Also, if you want to become a member, hit that member button, hit that join button. It's only a couple bucks a month and you get access to early access to videos, all that kind of stuff. Anyways, keep going.
Oh, we all know that once Guest becomes this massive beast, they start becoming known as an urban legend of sorts. Doing things like hanging out in the woods, sneaking up on campers in cabins like we see in the intro, and eventually this has to have been enough of a problem for Roblox HQ to get wind of it. Mainly Builderman, because depending on when this happens, he may or may not be the last admin currently living. Watch the other video if you want to know what I'm talking about. Probably the one thing that has remained canon and will potentially continue to remain canon is that Builderman was the one who banned Guest 666. It's unknown if there was some insane face-off or it was a combined effort with the other admins, but Builderman had been there and was the one who was victorious. Or if you want to get really silly, the Guest 666 update added a new skin for Chance called Big Game Hunter, which introduces an entirely new character named Lance, who's Chance's twin brother who is obsessed with hunting. This is more just a long shot, but who's to say Lance wasn't just out and about hunting for some deers or some shit and accidentally came across this beast? It's kind of complicated from here.
Turn off the captions. I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, look like this, they look like this, they look like this. It's like, I don't know. They look like this. I mean, they look like this. What am I gonna say? That's all good, Green the Bean. I mean, I just something I spiel. Of course, you gotta do it.
Ron, because we know the Bandlands exists, and it's basically just super hell in Roblox. It's anyone's guess, but whatever could have happened to Guest after that is
It's like a creepypasta in the comments section here, or like the subtitles. Something's affected it. This Guest 666 is in the code. There's a cool kid. They look like this.
Basically the way they die in our Forsaken. But enough about that. I know this is a killer's topic video, but let's talk more about Builderman, because he's strangely important. Out of all the characters in the game...
Hey, we had Yaoi mentioned, now Yuri mentioned.
Let's talk more about Builderman, because...
This sucks, I need Yuri.
He's strangely important. Out of all the characters in the game, he seems to be connected to almost everybody. In some way or some form, he knows everyone. For starters, he knows all the admins, that's a given. But there's a very interesting detail in his Milestone 4 render. Where exactly is he standing?
Yeah, very helpful sometimes. Never did they look like that. But what do they look like? They look like this. They look like this. It's like they look like everything. They look like everything. Lance being Chance's twin brother isn't canon. Yeah, of course. Like, he even said in the video that it's ridiculous. Like, this is just a random connection. I think that being brothers was part of it. But anyways, remember earlier, Guest 666 was mentioned to have been injecting code. Yeah, it's basically Roblox. Yeah, doing drugs. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, you're a yay. Look at that, representing everyone. Representing everyone.
You know, at first I thought it was this structure on Chaos Canyon, and taking a look at it, it was kind of a match. Build-A-Man standing on the ruins of Chaos Canyon then. Oh yeah, and for some reason he has a new custom hammer, and it's glowing with little purple sparkles in this render. That's a strange detail. It's also like he's raising it up with pride, like he just discovered it. Like he's saying, check it out.
Pride mentioned? Pride in this day?
Yep. Guys, I got this magic hammer. But you know what else I ended up finding? There's this game that was made a long time ago on Roblox called Here Where the World is Quiet. This is what it looks like. It's a puzzle game for a prize, a priceless Roblox item that's still sought after to this day. The design of the map is pretty tiny, to be honest, but there's some things to note, like a massive tall tower that you would be able to scale, but it spawns completely destroyed. A river of what I guess is supposed to be lava. And
this is really interesting. I mean, even the fact that there are games that like have rare items that you like people look at, like I have no idea. I mean, I had no idea that Roblox had things that carried over like this through different games and stuff. It's cool.
And strangely, a small structure in the corner of the map, a temple. Huh. It looks like the Chaos Canyon one, kind of. Approaching the main doors prompts a message queue. Dead dreams of days forsaken. Whatever that means. I never finished the game, and at first it didn't actually remind me of anything, but when I was playing on the map Tempest, I noticed something. There's a lot of fucking thunder. As of the Guest 666 update, the map was actually updated so loud bursts of lightning and thunder would constantly play, and that's when it started to connect for me. The river with a dangerous substance, the ruined tower, the discolored and dried trees, and that constant lightning and thunder.
That'd be cool. I like how deep some of these things go into like just random lore stuff. Ban subtitles. Yeah, ban them. Get Doombringer over here. Ban him. Or who else ban him? Builderman. Ban him. Just listen to WhatsApp remix.
And hey, I think I forgot to mention what the grand prize was to those who solved Where the World is Quiet. You know what it was? The Void Star.
Stole.
Noli and Builderman's first sin. We haven't touched on Noli at all, and I also have no idea what the Void Star or anything like that. I don't know, that was kind of cool. It's kind of interesting.
Okay, so here's what we know. The map Tempest is a recreation of Here Where the World is Quiet. Not a one-to-one recreation, but the similarities are too big to ignore. These are the same locations one way or another. The grand prize of Here Where the World is Quiet was the Void Star, and in the last puzzle, you would open the door to the temple at the edge of the map and retrieve the mysterious object. This is what that object looks like, by the way. The Void Star, which was the grand prize for this event, is the main attribute of Noli. You basically win the Void Star from this temple. Or in the context of Forsaken's lore, the Void Star comes out of this temple. And to add on to that, Noli takes on a form that includes the color purple. Purple like the sparkles on his hammer. Remember what I said about Builderman just now, how it looks like he's holding up the hammer as to say, look what I found, as he's standing over the remains of a temple that we know in some way was used to contain the Void Star. Because if we look at how the temple is supposed to look like versus what it looks like as Builderman is leaving from it, it looks like he basically destroyed it. It's literally ruined. It's pillaged. Builderman decimated an ancient structure to retrieve this treasure. And you know how I know this hammer is something that's treasured? This statue of Noli in the Tempest map is holding a hammer right next to the other statues of Noli that are holding equally valuable items like swords and crescendos. And what does that hammer kind of resemble? I found the actual gear on the Roblox catalog and it never had that handle that matches up with the statues. I'm telling you, this is connected. Builderman should not be in this temple if he has to destroy it, but he's here anyway. So enough beating around the bush. Builderman just plundered the temple encapsulating the Void Star, and now, for whatever reason, the hammer that he didn't have until now is glowing purple. So Builderman...
So is it getting to the point where like Builderman is Noli, or Builderman created Noli? I'm curious, because either way it's fascinating. Like Builderman being like raiding tombs essentially, or like Indiana Jones or something like that, just going in, taking all that stuff. Don't speak of Doombringer. My drama from combat initiation still stands. That's fair. That's fair.
Man, in his ignorance, downplaying the raw strength of Doombringer, his inability to see that Shedlesky was keeping 1x1 a secret from him until it was too late, has yet again added another foolish action to his resume.
Ooh.
He set Noli free. Noli never had to have been Forsaken. He's a willing participant in the games. He doesn't need to die to be in Forsaken. He probably just showed up once Builderman freed him. The map Tempest is Noli's interpretation of the world he was.
The Tempest only exists in Noli's mind, being how they view the world through their eyes. That's really cool. I mean, Noli seems like a really interesting creature, a really interesting monster. My chat may be messed up right now. I'm not sure if anyone's typing. I can't tell. Yeah, I think it's bugged again. Annoying. Yeah, let me just take a second and try and fix this. Oh, no. Okay, that went. Yeah, it just gets bugged sometimes. I don't know what it is. Something to do with the restream today is messed up a little bit. But anyways, let's keep going.
Once lived in. There's statues of him, his face, his colors all over the place. We know this isn't actually what the world looks like, but of course, because of his ego.
It's more the YouTube side than the Twitch side. Even when it was broken before, the Twitch side was still working. So I think it's something to do with YouTube. Maybe they updated something or broke something. I don't know. Who knows? YouTube does what YouTube does. We just kind of deal with it. Anyways, keep going.
It's what he wants it to be.
Yeah, don't speak of Doombringer, immediately say Doombringer. I mean, I said it and the video said it. So, Noli's lore has been changed recently, so the video is pretty outdated. It's still an interesting idea, regardless. I mean, Noli as an entity seems interesting. Noli didn't get forced or was brought into this world. He just wanted to join the fun. Yeah, that's cool.
This isn't actually what the world looks like, but of course, because of his ego, it's what he wants it to be. Noli is extremely narcissistic with the main desire to be famous and popular. Remember those really strange ominous messages that the Forsaken devs posted when he was about to be released? Yeah, that has significance now. Builderman probably has no clue at all that he's the reason why Noli is just set free. With all the evidence connecting these two worlds, it only starts making more and more sense where this hammer is actually from and why it's glowing purple. If you think this is an insane reach, it is, but do you have a better idea? I didn't fucking think so. It's not a perfect theory, but I do think there's a connection here. So
interesting. Again, this is all theories, but Noli got corrupted by touching the Void Star. That would make sense. I mean, this is the first time I've ever really heard of the Void Star. Actually, I think I do remember reading the description of Noli's stuff. There was some stuff there, but that's interesting. Yeah, YouTube is definitely in a mess.
Are we at least done with Builderman now? No. I think the extreme misfortune of making these videos is that even when there is material to use, there is actually not any material to use. I'm relying on breadcrumbs to stay afloat. And that's going to be the case again with John Doe. John Doe is an interesting character. He wasn't lied to about what Forsaken is and is inherently evil. Only reason why he does the things he does is because he's got that super cancer thing growing on him. This corruption he has is basically the reason why he is the way he is. Every movement he makes and every time he attacks someone, he's basically a prisoner in his own body. And whatever it is, it's sentient too. It talks for him. Look, you can see that on the wall in Haunted Hotel or whatever it's called. It's not like a Venom thing where he's poisoned. It's more of like a digital thing. It has the little ones and zeros on it. So it's some kind of code.
It's like a virus, right? It's like a virus. The Void Star is the crown on Noli's head. If it didn't say it already. Yeah, I don't think it did, but that's interesting. It's very interesting. Also, this being like a virus is interesting too. Time for some murder. Well, that makes sense. Noli has two stories weirdly, so it's hard to tell if his milestone version is canon or his base form is canon. Yeah. Fascinating.
As always, John Doe's milestones are going to be the key to piece together.
Yeah, I know what you mean by TV. That was Noli.
His story once again, and it's pretty straightforward, displaying the progression of John Doe's disease from the perspective of his wife and upcoming survivor Jane Doe. The first render is him opening the door into presumably his home or his property. On the floor there's a broken picture of him and his wife, and the
glad you enjoyed. Pure, take it easy. Have a good one. Again, probably be going for maybe another hour or something like that, hour and 20 minutes. So yeah, the VOD will be up if you want to check out what else we got up to. But take it easy.
Quote is taken directly from Jane. I couldn't help but notice John is wearing work clothes and stuff he didn't have on before, and the way this picture is taken, it's like he's coming home from work freshly infected with this corruption. Jane talks a lot about John Doe, talking about how this infection changed him, and this is the same deal up until level 4, where it doesn't come from Jane.
The Void Star is his weapon, that his crown is named. Okay, that's fair. I wouldn't know either way, so it's all
anymore. It just says a suit worn at funerals and celebrations. So that's what John's wearing in this render then. Whose funeral is John Doe at, though? The second render of John Doe shows him standing over someone with a pale arm the same color as his skin, holding a picture of him and Jane Doe. We can't see who this person is, but knowing who John Doe likely went to in his final moments of being able to control himself, and knowing that only Jane would be in possession of this picture, it couldn't be further from the truth who this actually is. Jane Doe dies here, killed by her own husband against both of their wills. Jane Doe holds up a picture
That would make sense.
hoping he will remember her in some way, and hoping that by some miracle he will recognize her and take back control of his body. But John Doe can't control himself anymore as much as he wants to, and the next time we see that photograph, it's molded into his face. It's rotten and tinged with blood, and the corruption has completely taken him over. This is effectively where John Doe's story ends, as the
That's super interesting. John Doe's milestones and Jane Doe's milestones reflect each other. The first milestones are office clothes, and the last milestones are wedding attire. Interesting. Also, a bit of these are a bit outdated, the John Doe thing. Regardless, that's an interesting idea. Again, I don't know if they've been built on later. We'll check out other videos to see, again, more modern stuff or whatever, but that's interesting. Interesting that he essentially took her out without meaning to. That's again very standard trope when you have someone who's losing control and becoming a monster or whatever. They'll almost always hurt the people that are closest to them first. It's what happens in storytelling because it's more compelling that way. But yeah, it makes sense.
Next time we see John Doe, he's virtually unrecognizable, living in a brutal brick fortress with the corruption rapidly growing around him. And that's where his story ends. It's not ever explained what caused him to become infected with this one day, but here's what we know about it. It's conscious and exists with
This is a fun fact. The Spectre has to hide Jane's face, or John would regain consciousness and fall in love again. If you play John, her face is even blacked out. That's really cool. That's really cool. Cool idea.
The will independent of John's. It can talk, but it mostly prefers to just scream. There's a detail on the kill animation at milestone 3 and 4 where the arm has a mouth that opens and catches the survivor. So not only are they being impaled, but they're also having their organs eaten. So we know this thing needs to be fed so it can survive. What this is I'd say a variant of some kind of script.
What infects John Doe is a sentient exploit script, similar to the virus that infects GS666. That makes sense. The script applies itself to the host and uses their body to sustain itself, affecting the host's mental and physical capabilities. Damn. It's unknown how Jane Doe entered Forsaken Realm, but her arrival differed from that of the other survivors, described as finding herself in a place of scattered parts and memories. Maybe it's like she's searching for a way to fix her husband, essentially, and it led her into this place. I don't know. That's fascinating, though, the fact that the face covers. Yeah.
That Guest 666 possessed. That kind of coincides with the 2017 John Doe script, which, if you don't know, is basically what Forsaken's John Doe is based off of. This parasite on John Doe's body is basically an injected script. And, well, I guess judging by his business casual attire, it looks like he must have gotten it from work.
So that would be interesting if they are, like, the scripts and everything like that are just allegories for essentially illicit substances, right? So, like, Guest 666 like just became an addict essentially, right, and just went mad because of it, and now here's John Doe who's slowly becoming infected by it or something like that, or got sick because of it or whatever it is, right? It's like now it's an interesting, if that is true, then it's an interesting allegory for like again what addiction does to people and stuff like that, and the effects it can have. And even a pretty useless fact, when Forsaken first came out, John Doe willingly fused himself with the parasite thing. It's also a parasite, more of a corruption. It was just a killer by heart. He just wanted, it's like, you know what, screw it. I mean, there are people who want power, so that could be like, oh, I want power, so I'll give myself over to this parasite. Meanwhile, the parasite just takes them over, right? That's another common story trope, but who knows?
Where does John Doe work? What kind of work hazards is he facing where infectious scripts that can destroy Roblox just are around and they're easy to access so easily? None other than Roblox HQ itself. In John Doe's intro and outros, he starts off standing in front of the Roblox HQ, and in Forsaken canon, we know Roblox HQ is where all the information and research on anomalies like Guest 666.
Is that Tom from Tom and Jerry? Also, Jane Doe has an exact similar opposite corruption to John Doe that slows killers down and helps other survivors. I'm surprised she managed to reverse the corruption or something. Very possible, yeah. Also, John's kill animation flinches before hitting John. Interesting.
and Slasher is stored and maintained. And like in real life, sometimes these vulnerabilities get out and have disastrous consequences. So is it far-fetched to say that John Doe was a Roblox employee accidentally infected with this virus? The actual John Doe account was a test account made by Roblox employees, and we already know from Cool Kid that Forsaken lore adapts alternate accounts into certain dynamics. In this context, it would make the real John Doe account, which is an alt of Eric Castle, translate seamlessly into a Roblox employee. Even if John didn't contract this virus from Roblox HQ directly, it's clear this is where the corruption began. What significance Builderman has to this is not yet known, and there's
Builderman has an habit of showing up in John Doe's renders. More renders of John Builder exist than 1x and Shedlesky. That's crazy. Both of them worked at Roblox HQ. That's fascinating, yeah. That makes sense.
There's not enough information to draw a concrete answer.
That's cool.
But considering what we have found out about Builderman all across these two videos, I wouldn't be surprised if John Doe's corruption turned out to be another one of his disasters. I'm gonna take this little intermission to clear up Cool Kid and Azarath because I totally forgot to mention them this entire video. Azarath was killed by 2Time. This is pretty much common knowledge, and I don't have to put a hat on a hat with this one. Cool Kid ends up having uniquely less lore than his adoptive father, but as he grew to become more and more of a capable threat, I would say it's easy to assume that, like Guest 666, he put himself in the crosshairs of the admins, and funnily enough, this mirrors what actually happened to the real Cool Kid account that just got permanently banned one day. So there goes Cool Kid, I guess. Now let's cut up to years later or years before on the opposite side of the world with Slasher. Slasher exists in a very interesting time period. At this point in the story, there's a war going on, and while it's easy to connect the entire story to the Last Guest, it's a little bit more complicated than that, as Forsaken's canon does not follow the Last Guest as closely. But there's a war going on between Robloxia and the Bacon Empire, and it's a war that Builderman is profiteering. Holy fuck, this guy's an awful person. We know that the reskin of the Underground War map is where Slasher is captured.
The Bacon Wars, I mean, again, I'm sure it has to do with The Last Guest. When I do eventually get into it, it'll help kind of elucidate, even though it's not the exact same universe necessarily, or it's the exact same, there's definitely some tie-in things or elements that kind of cross over and stuff, so that's interesting. It's interesting how deep cut into Roblox lore this goes, especially considering I know nothing about Roblox lore. I mean, again, like, I've played a total of 3 Roblox games at this point. I played Forsaken, I played Grace once, and I played, what was the other one? By Night, right? So that's my experience with Roblox in general. So all this lore is new to me. All of this, everything to do with this is new to me. Yeah, there's moments that definitely spoiled The Last Guest a little bit here and there, but whatever. We'll still check it out regardless. I did skip over the Guest 1337 one in the last video because of that, so I don't know. But regardless, I haven't really been spoiled fully yet, I think. But anyways, let's keep going.
His life fucking sucks. I'm not even gonna lie. He gets tortured in Area 51, but in this facility stores the Necrobloxicon, and this turns out to be what gives him his powers. The Necrobloxicon is essentially what controls Slasher.
Quick thing, Guest 1337's lore in Forsaken cuts off like 20 minutes in The Last Guest movie, so it's alright. Okay, that's good. That's good.
In fact, I'd go as far as to say it's more of a killer than Slasher is. If the Forsaken devs wanted to adapt this Roblox Limited hat into a fully fledged character, this would be the way they'd do it. Remember earlier when I said that Roblox HQ has to have an...
Do I plan on checking I will definitely play Block Tales at some point. I want to react to some more music from it first because I've only heard a couple songs. So the next video I do where you see me check out Block Tales stuff, I'll probably end up streaming not too long after that, because it's just a good marketing tool, I guess. Stuff like that. But I also just, I want to check out Block Tales myself. I love some Earthbound and stuff like that, so if it has any kind of vibe like that, I'll probably be into it. But I guess we'll see. The music so far has been fantastic for me, so who knows.
An extensive database of myths, scripts, and anomalies. Well, the existence of the Necrobloxicon in Area 51 is pretty much a confirmation.
Interesting.
That's about all that...
I'm gonna go back and get that again. The facility, okay. If Area 51 is canonically attached to Roblox HQ, that's fascinating. The facility houses and experiments Bacon prisoners of war, meaning it does not belong to the Bacon Empire, is instead used by Robloxia government building. That's super interesting and weird. Super interesting and weird. You normally wouldn't think of, like, prisoners of war in Roblox, but maybe it's just me. Again, I don't know anything about that, but I have checked out Hatred. I've checked out Fear, Hatred, and The Ancients, I believe. So that's it. That's it. And Captain Trotter, which I checked out in my recent reaction stream. But they're all on my channel right now, so if you want to check out the few Block Tales ones I've checked out, they're on there.
Well, the existence of the Necrobloxicon in Area 51 is pretty much a confirmation. That's about all that is really significant about Slasher's story, but after he's contained in Area 51, he makes friends with Jeff the Killer and Slender Man, and eventually they flee the facility.
Say that again?
The story of the Area 51 cast is very ambiguous, especially considering that they have little to no connection to any survivors in the game. But the map Horror Hotel shows that they at least stayed together for a while, hopping from location.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like Slenderman, yeah. Fascinating, fascinating. If you want, you can go check out the documents inside Jane Doe's basement in game. That's also possible. I mean, I'm not sure if there's any videos about it, but maybe.
To location as fugitives. Horror Hotel in Forsaken lore is probably exactly that, a haunted hotel for demented people. On a positive note, I'd say these three are the only ones who ended up getting to live free. I don't think they would have ever gotten caught or banned. They lived free up until the events of Forsaken, and that's all I have to say about them. And with that, I think we're going to reach the end of the video finally. And there's some interesting takeaways, mainly that Forsaken's lore fucking sucks. Kind of. There's not enough for me to go off of, and for the most part, this is all probably just a headcanon. But what I can assure you is that Builderman, one way or another, is the most important piece of Forsaken's story. He keeps showing up in instances all over the timeline, and as mentioned in an interview with the Forsaken team, it's confirmed that Builderman has an important role in all of this. So I think I'm pretty close with this one. But regardless, I think that's going to be the end of this video. If you think this is all just like total like trash, let me know in the comments. But that's going to be it from me. So I'm going to play my outro now.
Cool. It was interesting nonetheless. I mean, I enjoy just like the theory crafting and stuff, even if it's not all exactly true or whatever. But it's fascinating. It's fascinating. It's a horrible slash. This dude's gameplay is good. That's fair. Game theory after this, I could do that. When I do one long video at Block Tales of War, I'd probably do a stream. When I do play Block Tales, I'll just stream it. I'll just do a stream, right? And I'll do like, well, music reaction video, of course, but current slash lore is mostly the same, but the Necrobloxicon, which is essentially a cursed book, mimics the voice of his mother, commanding him to kill people. It's basically just Jason, yeah. And also, the Necrobloxicon or whatever is a little actual lore or whatever, but the Necronomicon was originally from the movie Evil Dead, if anyone's familiar with the Evil Dead series. Fantastic movies, really campy, really ridiculous, but the Necronomicon, I think it may even have come from before that, it's possible, but that's the first time in lore that I've ever heard of it or seen it or whatever. But yeah, it's an Evil Dead, and the reason why Evil Dead's full of monsters and zombies and stuff like that is because of the main character, Ash, who ends up reading from the Necronomicon and bringing about it or whatever, right? Super interesting series, though. Super interesting. And the Necronomicon has proliferated past tense in Binding of Isaac. It's in the Roblox, of course. Like, there's a lot of things. But anyways. So if they nerf Builderman, I'm quitting. That's fair. That's fair.
Face is color.
Yeah, we watched him. We watched him. I'm only playing him so I get M4. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. We could definitely check out this one. I know a lot of people don't like it, a lot of people, but I mean, honestly, I enjoy game theory videos, and it's been long since I've seen them, so this is a good example, good reason to do it, good way to do it. Even if it's not canon, if it's just the ARG, whatever. We'll check it out. I've been meaning to anyways, and this may be the last one for today, I'm not sure yet, but hey, look, someone else reacted to the lore. Be right back. Like, okay, enjoy Greenbean, but yeah, we'll check it out.
One of these characters is the key to all the lore inside Roblox Forsaken. It could be you. Oh, no, you're dead. So I guess that means it's you. Oh, you're dead.
That's the thing, too. Like, production quality is significantly higher in a video like this compared to the other ones we've checked out. Not that the other ones are bad or anything like that, but Game Theory just they have a team of editors and all that type of stuff, so I feel like we'll get some value out of this, even if it's just for pure entertainment value, so whatever. Hey, welcome, Danubia. What about the 3 last videos you checked before? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know. Because at this point, we've checked out this one and this one, right? I'm diving into the actual lore section, but, yeah. I don't know. Everyone's almost dead. Yeah, we've learned a lot about it so far. Like, pretty much everyone's dead at some point or another. But anyways, let's keep going.
What about you? Quickly, start the episode.
So we've watched a couple lore videos at this point, Danube. Just like the lore of the killers, lore of the survivors. We've got a pretty good like baseline of everyone, I think. but now we're going to be checking out the game theory Roblox video, which some people hate, some people like. Well, again, we'll check it out and see what it's all about.
So we don't lose the actual answer.
See what's right and see
Internet.
what's wrong.
Welcome to Game Theory, the show that isn't...
After this video, should play the story by the user. I must be the reason why. Give me some noob and guest lore. Okay, interesting. Yeah. You watched 3 videos today. What do you think about the lore? It's actually really cool. I mean, again, like, it's allowed me to appreciate more since I started, because, like, obviously I've played Forsaken a few times. I've checked out a ton of music from Forsaken, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't checked out at all, and learning about it now, like, it makes me care more about these characters, if nothing else. Like, and also just the fact that so many of the mechanics and systems of the games themselves are based in lore. Like, there's reasons why they happen. It's not just a gameplay mechanic, it's a part of the lore. And yeah, I did check out some Shedletsky and L1X lore. I've learned quite a bit today so far. This is now the 3rd video I've checked out, 3rd or 4th. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But let's keep going with this one.
Rolling in Robux, but it is rolling in lore. And we got another big one here for you today, folks. After our video on the Roblox game Dandy's World, our subreddit was flooded with other Roblox game suggestions that I should take a look at. And so
I have no idea what Dandy's World is either. I've seen it on the store. I've seen it on Roblox and stuff like that, but I have no idea. I have no idea. Need to get some sleep. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Zach. Have a great rest of your night. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by.
after several hours of filtering through all of your suggestions, which I'm actually really thankful for, by the way, there was one game that kept coming up again and again, and it definitely piqued my interest.
Really? People want the Forsaken?
Is
Forsaken
a
content?
survival game, and it is a smorgasbord of who's who in Roblox history. On the killer side, you have both real Roblox hackers like
See, I feel like this will be interesting for nothing else, just to the fact that, like, it's someone else coming from the outside of the ecosystem and checking out for the first time, right? Because, like, I'm at this point, right? Like, I've learned a lot today going in from the first time, but, like, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see just from their perspective. Hey, welcome out, Grime Kid, he, I guess? Grimmy Kid, he, I don't know. But welcome.
Kid and rumored hackers like John Doe and 1x1x1x1. And on the
We're
survivors
learning.
team,
We're
you've
learning.
got guys like Builderman, who is actually
A
David
monster?
Kazuki, the creator of Roblox.
Really?
You have Shedletsky, a well-known Roblox admin, and Elliot, who is the mascot for a Roblox game work at the pizza place. One of the
The hell, your Twitch crashed? I don't know. It happens. Take it easy, Resin. I mean, we started early, right? So we've been going for a while. So, I mean, I get it. Yeah, you guys have a good rest of your night. We'll probably only do another video or two at this point. Again, we'll probably go for another hour or so. I would assume maybe. But yeah, take it easy, Resin. You can always check out the VOD later. But take it easy, everyone.
First and most popular Roblox games. The survivor's goal is to run around the map, avoiding the killer until time runs out. And the killer's goal,
I've played it.
well, you could probably figure out what their goal is. As a survivor, you can take time off the clock by playing little mini games that at first look like simple mobile games, but believe me, when you're under the pressure of trying to finish it before a killer comes and gets you, it's a whole other kettle of fish. Try it for yourselves. This goes here, this goes here. Just one more puzzle piece and we can get out of here. Quick, click the subscribe button before the creepy, ugly killer gets us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Nice.
I'm still really not a fan of those mini games. Like, I feel like they could have more variety to them instead of just one, like, just match the colors to each other in a grid. Like, there's other ways to do a puzzle like that, or like a task of some kind that's not just that exact one. I'm just not a big fan of that one.
Work. Now we've just got to run! But with all of that said, I'm sure many of you are seeing this and making connections between Forsaken and another very popular multiplayer survival game. One where an entity pulls in
Your wife cut out. I'm guessing you submit about Wi-Fi. 10 minutes late. I'm mostly just yapping. I mean, we've done like 2 minutes of this video so far. Let's get into it.
Own serial killers from other horror franchises and sends them in to kill the survivors. Dead by Daylight. You might even be arguing
yeah, Wi-Fi. I got it. I got you.
If you did, you'd be missing the most interesting part. In the lobby area, if you talk to one of the NPCs about what game you'd like to play, you can choose the answer, work at the pizza place. And when you do, he brings up this error message. Error code D8. Which
interesting.
Seems odd, but I guess that's just what happens when you bother an NPC enough times. However,
Hey, welcome,
the
Dex.
more I looked around, the more I realized that this wasn't
First
just
person,
a
that's wild.
copycat Roblox game. This was an ARG, and it not only spans this game, but a bunch of Roblox profiles, secret games, and other games that at first don't even seem connected. Oh, Dress to Impress would be so proud. And all of this is to tell us a story.
This doesn't explain the survivors and killer lore, if you're wondering. I've actually checked out, like, this is like the third, fourth video today so far, so we've checked out a few videos diving into some of the lore stuff. This is just kind of extra. I know it's like an ARG and stuff, but we've learned a decent amount at this point, enough, I think, or a decent amount anyways, so we'll check this one out.
About what happens when a person pursues power over everything else. Grab a slice of Elliot's Pizza Theorists, because we're gonna need all the help we can get solving the lore of Forsaken. As I mentioned, all of this starts with the weird error code from one of the NPCs in the lobby. But that isn't the only weird detail in this lobby. In the upper room of the cabin, there is a TV. Clicking on it will reveal...
See, I've never looked into any of this stuff, and the thing is about ARGs and stuff is, like, I enjoy watching other people dissect them and break down the little, like, connections and stuff like that. I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm not the type of person who's going to be like, oh, throw this into the, like, hex code editor and, like, adjust this and change that, or, like, the Caesar cipher. Like, I don't know. I'll watch them do it. I'm not going to do it. That's why I enjoy these videos.
Reveal the message. Your TV has shut down unexpectedly. Error code A2.
Okay.
Forced shutdown. Why is an old school TV giving me a shutdown message? This is something you would get from a computer. If a TV like this shut down unexpectedly, it would just shut down, which tells us it's important. And would you take a look at that code it's given us? A2.
There's a letter outside on box and it's a Roblox user code. Interesting.
It's a similar format to our
Again, like, I wouldn't be going around and searching every little nook and cranny of the game because it's just not me. Like, there was stuff from the other videos. It's like, oh, look at this screen in the diner area or whatever, and it's like, I didn't see it. I never saw it. Welcome, unyielding black. Welcome, welcome.
Previous code of D8. Something puzzling this way comes, methinks. So let's keep...
This may be a video, I'm not sure. I might just leave it as a stream, because most of it's just me yapping while watching videos here. I'm not 100% sure yet. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, you love my content. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're very kind. You're very kind. I'm glad that anyone likes my content, to be honest, but I appreciate it.
Searching. Except there doesn't really appear to be any other codes in the lobby. The only other thing I can see is this photo of the number 4 in one of the other cabins. Feels like a weird, possibly important detail, especially with the NPC standing.
It's been so long since I've watched any game theory stuff.
But it doesn't fit our letter and number format.
Like, back in the day when MatPat was, like, the head of this, right? Like, I watched quite a bit of MatPat stuff. Like, that's what got me into, like, Five Nights at Freddy's to begin with, was just watching the lore videos of MatPat and stuff, so... But it's been a while. I haven't seen it really since he left. So it's strange. It's strange to have a game theory video without MatPat, but it's still cool. Still cool.
And outside of that, there just doesn't seem to be any other codes written down. Wait, that lantern, the one that's flickering in the distance. Is that
you all love my content. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Aesthetic, or is it?
There is the possibility there's people here who just showed up because they saw I'm watching Forsaken lore and they have no idea who I am aside from that. That's possible. It's possible. Regardless, I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Morse code. Dash
Morse
dot
code?
dash dot.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah,
dash, dash dash dash.
Write that down, write that down!
That translates to C1, just like all the other codes we found. Okay, we have 3, maybe 4 codes. Now what? Well, fortunately, there is
bingo.
a tape recorder next to the lantern that has a very important message for us. Escape this realm and take to heart the things you've learned from every part. In a club unknown, where secrets are sown, recite your tale in the depths alone. So, we need to take these codes and leave this
different
realm.
game.
You can't leave the lobby. There's no other room to go to, unless escaping this realm means
leave the game.
Forsaken entirely. In which case, we need to figure out where exactly we go next, and what it means by
this is something I haven't done at all too, is like just even interacting with the things in the environment in Forsaken. I haven't taken the time to do that, so like, even if nothing else, this is like letting me see into these things and like, no, I can disregard this or that because, oh, that's just attached to the ARG that I learned about in this video or whatever. I don't know. It's still cool. I'm enjoying this.
Club Unknown. Taking a page out of another Roblox ARG we've covered on this channel, Dress to Impress, let's check out the creators of Forsaken and see if they have any other games under their belts. One of the devs is called Soul Driven Love, and lo and behold, they
the one people don't talk about.
game called Buckshot Frenzy. Basically, a Roblox version of Buckshot Roulette. I'm beginning to see a pattern here. Regardless, we
play Forsaken a lot and did not know anything of this. Interesting. Yeah, we don't talk about it. I've been told.
We've actually talked about Buckshot Roulette on this channel before too. And it
Buckshot
takes
Roulette's good,
place
though.
in a nightclub, with the description of this game matching that, saying, "Step into the shadowy depths."
Yeah, I've heard Grime Kid.
This is almost certainly the club unknown referred to by the tape recorder. And when we jump into the game, our suspicions are met with confirmation. On the wall are a set of paintings in a 2x2 grid with faint writing of the letters C, A, D, and question mark, just like the codes we found in Forsaken: C1, A2, and D8. That question mark may even be where the 4 painting we saw comes in. It didn't seem to.
What do I know so far? I've watched like 3 videos at this point. One talking about how all the killers died, one talking about how all the survivors died, and another one just about like survivors. So I've learned a decent amount about all the different survivors and killers. Not everything in and outs. Like a lot of it's just like theories or things people just cooked up. But yeah, it's crazy. Crazy level of detail for sure, yeah.
Fit with the format, but it's the only other code we've got, so we might as well try. If you click on each painting the corresponding amount of times to their number, click A 2 times, C 1 time, D 8 times, and the question mark painting 4 times, nothing happens. Until I clicked the small plaque underneath the paintings, and doing that revealed a secret path. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! At the end of the hallway is a door, and when we knock, we get a message.
That was probably a reference to something that just went over my head. I don't know, but regardless.
Really, really long message. I imagine it's important though, so I am going to read all of it.
Right.
Editor, we should probably crank up the speed a bit to get through it all in good time.
The question for you guys, how often do you watch videos on YouTube with 2 times speed or whatever? Like, because I do it all the time. Like, I actually have YouTube Premium because I could go 3 times plus. I'm not going to this time, but yeah, I do it a lot. All this time for some lore is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy from the Avatar show. Interesting. That probably makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you. How did you get here? Are the rumors really true? You're treading on treacherous ground by digging this deep. It is not my place to judge your choices. My purpose is to simply help you find what you seek, no matter how foolish that may be. I am but a fraction star, one who dared to stray too close to the sun and paid the price. Still, in my foolishness, I uncovered something it never wanted me to see, something that forced it to put me in this unique kind of eternal hell. I would give that something to you so that you could have a chance of ending this madness. As expected, it took back what was stolen. Yet, as it pulled me into this prison, I caught a glimpse of how it warped the world around it, altering the very fabric of reality. It is not just the environment it changes, but also you.
There's a lot of text.
Brings you closer to its influence, and yet in that influence, there may lie an opportunity. If you can withstand its pressure long enough, even just for 5 minutes, then you may find the clues it leaves behind. Pieces of itself.
Hey, welcome back, Green
Know this,
Bean.
You must not hesitate when you find its trail. Follow it with purpose, but be wary of the distortions it creates. They are not what they seem, and they exist to break you. If you survive, then you will have done something I could not. But if you fail, well, let us hope that no one else is foolish enough to try again. Good luck, traveler.
Never speed up videos unless it's a song I think sounds better sped up. That's fair. Been out of the gaming world maybe 7 years. I've never been out of it. Like I've always been hooked to video games. I've always loved games. I just never touched on like Roblox games or like free-to-play games and stuff like that. There was always too much aside from that. But I don't think anybody who's made it this far is reading all that. That's fair. Welcome back, TV. For me, it depends on the video, right? Like there's some videos that I do zoom through fast, like 2 times speed. Especially if it's just like yapping. Not music. I always never music. But hey, take it easy, Grim Kid. Thanks for hanging out. Or Grime Kid, yeah. But like if I'm watching like a Charlie, like Moist Critical video or something like, or a Tozy, like people who just yap, like it's all just yapping, then yeah, I'll go 2 times almost every single time. If it's music or something like that, then no, I'll speed. But it depends what it is. A lot of videos where it's just yapping, though, I'll just 2 times it, just personally.
Good luck and goodbye. Whew, boy, that's a lot to take in. It seems.
Yeah, personally take this video with a grain of salt. It goes by the story of the old owner of Forsaken, which is very, messy, yeah. I've heard. Just say this random thing. I've watched you for a minute. Never did the account because I'm too lazy to log in. This one. That's fair.
That we are being warned about the dangers of investigating the mysteries of Forsaken. The person who was speaking to us did the same, but when they uncovered something, it trapped them. So far, we have no clue.
Yeah, this is purely for entertainment's sake. Like, I've learned a decent amount about the lore and stuff. This is a game theory video. I haven't watched game theory in many years, and they're talking about Forsaken, so might as well check it out. You use Penguins These Ears background noise while I play something. Yeah, that's fair. I'll usually just like get the gist of it, like just double times it. I don't know. It's like Charlie talks very slowly, so I typically go two times speed personally.
What this it is, but as this game is basically Dead by Daylight, I would say it's an entity that is in control of these games. The one
Spectre,
that brought us into the Forsaken games to torture us. We're also being told to try and withstand its pressure for 5 minutes. So I hop back into Forsaken and wait 5 minutes and nothing happens. Great. Now what am I supposed to do? I mean, I do have a bunch of other scripts I could get on with. I'm sure that would make Justin happy. I guess I'll just leave this running and see if anything changes. Well, would you look at that? Guess I needed to be tapped out to see these messages. That's clever. Right, let's see what they say. You aren't alone here. Leaving is not an option.
Did I see the video about Nosferatu yet? No, I didn't. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen a video on Nosferatu or Jane Doe yet at this point.
You can't escape me. A piece
Every time I start talking, getting ad about burgers. Maybe it knows I need food. That's why. So it's like Mike TV. Give me the food.
for the puzzle awaits you. That last one with all the words put together with no spaces, that doesn't look like a phrase. It looks like a Roblox user ID, just like we saw in Dress to Impress. And if we search that exact phrase in Roblox, we do indeed find an account with that username.
Julius Caesar.
For the puzzle. Although apparently their actual name is Julius Caesar, though that isn't even the weirdest one. His about section is just nothing but random letters. Random letters if you're not a theorist.
Yeah,
this is our good old friend Base64, and it translates to, this video is sponsored by Raccoon Logic. Oh duh, they've got a new game coming out on May 8th, Revenge of...
Oh wow. That game actually does look decent. I've never played the Savage Planet games or whatever, but anyways.
The game for yourselves. Thanks again to Raccoon Logic for sponsoring this video, but now I should...
Half these ads are for burger place I've never heard of. That happens to me too. I mean, I'm Canadian, so there's only so many things available here. Like a lot of American brands aren't, but whatever.
Should probably figure out what that code really means. It will not be easy to make me into your key, but it will be all right. You can do it. Make him into a key? Well, he is wearing a giant key on his shirt, so that's gotta be what he's referring to. Clicking on the clothing item to get some more information gives us yet another jumble of letters.
Do you know Give Me Your Best? I've heard of it. People have been telling me about it, and I will check it out eventually. Like the OST from Give Me Your Best. I just haven't yet. Yesterday got an ad for someone dragging PNGs of bunnies onto the screen over the space background. That's weird as hell. Nosferatu is just a vampire that got tired of living. Forsaken has always been leading to Revenge of the Savage Planet. Yeah, that's the secret. That's the secret.
Sadly, Base64 didn't work for us this time. But
it's all just a sponsor.
He was called Julius Caesar. Well, if we want to make him the key,
Caesar cipher.
Likely a Caesar cipher.
Yeah, of course.
Boom! By shifting the letters.
I've seen the Veronica. Yeah, I did. It's not part of it, anyways. Yeah.
Over 12 times, we get this. His name was David. He was far too young to be sentenced to such a painful eternity, but it did not care. It only wanted more power. This basically confirms that the it is absolutely the entity running this game, similar to the entity from Dead by Daylight, taking people and bringing them into Forsaken to torture them for eternity. But with that piece of the puzzle solved, we should probably take a closer look around the page to see if there's anything more. His friend list, for example, looks suspiciously interesting. He has just...
Do not listen to me, not a piece of the puzzle. Interesting. Again, it's like, these are things that I would, like I said, I would never dive into myself. I would just, it was just never, something I would never do. Like, actually trying to solve these puzzles on my own. Like, it's fine if it's like a puzzle in-game and you're giving all the tools to solve it in-game. But like, when I see a string of numbers, I could probably work it out eventually of what kind of code it would be. But it's just, it's such a tedious process that I just don't care to do. Like, these guys do it. That's why I watch it sometimes. That's it.
One friend. Big mood on that one. But that one person is called not a piece to the puzzle, aka do not listen.
The Spectre's any favorites?
His about section talks about Julius Caesar, not the character we've talked about, but the real historical figure and how he used to deceive people. They tell us that relying on Julius Caesar may be fruitful, but we should not trust him. Only use him to reach our goals. Maybe this isn't just about the historical figure. Maybe this is a warning that the Julius Caesar character in this ARG is isn't trustworthy, and that we should be careful going forward. This account page also has a game of its own called A Piece to the Puzzle's Place. You can try playing this game, but it starts with the question, what is its name?
David.
Let me try my name. No. What about Julius? No. David? No. My guess is it is the entity, but we don't have an answer for that. And I'm not entirely sure where to find it. Wait a minute. The title of this game is A Piece to the Puzzle. The account that made it is called Not A Piece to the Puzzle. Does that mean that
we know Spectre dislikes guests for some reason. Interesting. Maybe it has something to do with the last guest. I have no idea. Again, I haven't checked it out yet. I will eventually, so I don't want to be spoiled, but who knows?
Piece to the Puzzle is another account? Let's just have a look. Bingo! Maybe we can find some answers here. There is a long story in this account's bio talking about him falling into depression and what happens when this game's entity drags you into Forsaken.
Guess
but the main
66 lore.
clue is at the bottom where we can find yet another code. When shifted by 12, it says numbers to user ID is how you get your key. Okay, maybe we put the user IDs into the game. Nope, that didn't work either. So this is likely a key to something else that we're gonna need to search for next. Down in this guy's favorite section is a private game called A Message. We can't play the game because, well, it's private, but it does have another detailed description.
Of course.
Given this is an ARG, that is obviously way more fun. It continues the story from the About section, how the entity put this person through, quote, the games of hell. They mention a guy in a hockey mask killing them, and that they caught a break in a beachside forest.
The last guess is slop that people are selling for. I mean, people are always going to say one or the other. They'll be like, oh, it's crap because it's nostalgic. And other people will be like, no, it's great because it's like, I won't know until I check it out myself. And I'm not going to take anyone's word for it that it's good or bad or whatever. Like, there was a video on my YouTube recommended that was like, oh, the lore for Forsaken is slop. It's like, there's interesting ideas here. See, I think that's a fundamental issue I have with people who just write off things as bad or as slop or whatever. Because there's so often ideas, like solid ideas within them. Even if if you take the entire thing, and by and large, like 80% of it is crap, that other 20% could be gold. Like, I don't know, there's some interesting ideas maybe. Who knows? But anyways, that'll make it worthwhile for me personally, though. Like, I don't need the entire thing to be gold. I just need pieces to be interesting, and I'm good. I'm good. So go.
Jason in Forsaken,
Jason, of course,
and the beachside forest in the lobby. Whoever this guy is, he's trying to tell us about this world, how they got in, and maybe how they can help us and everyone else trapped here get out. But looky here, at the bottom of the message, there are some numbers. Numbers for a user
hey, welcome,
ID,
Ether Reality.
7749074101, or as they're actually known, Friday_TQIMEFKXQD. And this is where the story of our trapped friend comes to an end. They grew numb to the torment, and so the entity tore this person apart. It was then that they...
Yeah, I was told about Jason when I first started checking out Forsaken music, or people told me about how Jason was removed and became the slasher and all that type of stuff. It's unfortunate, it is, but whatever, it happens.
He began to study this entity, naming it the Spectre.
Spectre.
So
there you go.
We now have our name for the entity. And we also got something else. You may have noticed the account name. It's a little odd, right? I mean, maybe the user just wanted the account name Friday, and Roblox was like, Friday has already been taken. May I suggest Friday_TQIMEFKXQD? But what's more likely is those jumbled up letters are just another cipher. So going back to our trusty Caesar cipher and shifting the letters by 14, we get the phrase, he was Tyler, the name of the person that was dragged down into Forsaken, tortured, and then ceased to exist was Tyler. And based on what he left at the bottom, Tyler has been here for 200 years. With all this new information, I have a feeling we can now answer the questions in A Piece to the Puzzle's place. What is its name? We now know it's Spectre. And upon answering that, we get some more questions about the Spectre. The next question is, what is it made of? And we don't really have an answer for this. But I do not have the energy to go on.
This was uploaded when Cool Kid Milestones or Noli update came out. Yeah, I mean, I think it said TAF when we first started. It's May of 2023. I don't know. Malice.
the scavenger hunt. So instead, let's turn to the
Oh,
thing
yeah.
I always
It's made of
do
malice.
in times of need during an ARG. The community that is so smart, they figured it out already. All the links will be in the description. These guys figured out that the answer is the word code, which I guess makes
code.
sense.
Interesting.
The Spectre is part of a Roblox
Hey, welcome,
game,
Lar.
and so is code. Plus, the killers of this game, besides Jason, are all Roblox hackers. And what the hackers work in?
Oh, yeah.
The next question is, what does it seek? Which we know from Julius Caesar's account is power. Next are a bunch of questions about Tyler. Who was he? What did he call the trials? How long has he been here? Again,
Outdated
all
information.
stuff we learned
Yeah,
about
it's
during our
interesting,
adventures.
nonetheless.
His name was Tyler. They were games of hell, and he was there for 200 years. But then we get asked some personal questions, like, do we feel safe? Do we know what we're getting ourselves into? And the final question, will
That's
we
pretty cool.
keep searching, even though it's foolish?
I mean, I like how there's so many layers and stuff. But unrated lore, but in May 30th, a new killer's coming Forsaken. Yeah, I'll definitely be checking it out. Azure, right? But yeah, that'll be cool. There's also a new by night update coming out soon too, so there's a lot more to get into. But there's time to stop for the survivors. They don't have to eat, but Elliot exists. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, there's no bathrooms in the Forsaken verse, right? Do I play Forsaken? I've played a few times. You can check it on my channel. I've streamed it like 3 times at this point. That's fun. It's fun.
Being the theorists that we are, naturally the
Yeah,
answer
the puppet.
is yes. And that gives us one more code. Although this time, we're actually given a hint as to how we're supposed to solve
Gog
it.
Squetch.
Numbers lead where letters stray. A shifting cipher guides the way. A sibling to Caesar, clear yet sly. What is my name? Give it a try. A sibling to Caesar. So a cipher that works similarly to a Caesar cipher. A Caesar cipher is just a shift in letters.
The Spectre's first name was Pliers. It's Mark. Markiplier.
So we need another cipher that shifts letters. A Vigenère cipher is similar in how a keyword can be used to tell the cipher how to shift, but that would require a keyword. It asks us what is his name, so we could put not a piece to the puzzle, but that comes up empty. And then there's numbers lead where letters stray. Does that mean the key isn't a word, but a
The numbers you
number?
found
That would
before.
mean it's not a Vigenère cipher, it's a
Will they play more Forsaken? Almost certainly. A paycheck is coming this morning, bro. You eating good this month? I wish. I wish the paycheck was coming this month. It got a few weeks for me. But, yeah. I play Forsaken. I probably will. At least when the update comes out, I'll probably do a stream in between then and now. Like, just because we've got like a whole month before the update comes out. But, yeah, I'll almost certainly play more Forsaken in the future, yeah.
Bronsfeld cipher. Wait, remember that other clue
Bromsfeld.
we got? Numbers to user ID is how you get your key. We didn't need the name of not a piece to the puzzle, the person who made the quiz. We needed his ID number, and that would make the key. Gotta say, nice job. Love it when all the pieces come together like that. So we put
Well, welcome, Eurlick. We did check out other stuff before. This is just like the 4th video I've checked out today now, so this is, yeah, more just generalized lore. But it's interesting nonetheless. One of my favorite characters from Forsaken? That's a good question. I think probably Shedletsky, just like the interesting elements of like being split into 2 and like 1x and stuff like that. That's interesting. I like the 2-time lore as well, like falling for a cult, but then turning out that the cult was wrong. And yeah, there's a lot of interesting. I like most of the characters, honestly. Builderman's interesting because it's so dark and messed up and evil. I don't know.
not a piece to the puzzle's ID number as the key
Playing
to the
updates, so if you stream the new killer, will be aware.
Wash your
Oh, yeah.
hands on the second floor. Blue means 1, red means 2, brighter shades increase the value by 2.
Yeah, I would never do this stuff.
Incredibly vague and cryptic. Not exactly sure what I was expecting
Yeah,
at
no,
this
thanks.
point, but still. There's also no obvious place to wash your hands in Forsaken.
I don't know if you read your Bible, but I'm afraid it's damnation without relief.
But there was somewhere else we visited.
If Shedletsky's hatred was separated from himself, he technically a saint now? I don't know, maybe. I mean, I think he is still affected, because there's like the Telemon as well, which I don't know if that's, like Telemon 100% became 1x or something, I don't know, there's still more to determine, but in terms of gameplay, John Doe is the favorite. Yeah, John Doe is pretty interesting, yeah, for sure.
that does have sinks.
I've been learning.
Frenzy. If you die in one of the games, you wake up in the bathrooms of that floor. So die on level 2, go to wash your hands, and on each sink, the tap will have hot and cold circles on them. The code we have was that blue means 1 and red means 2. Some of them have lighter shades of blue or red, which means we increase the value to 3 or 4, which gives us the final code of 1 4 3 2 1 2 3 2.
I would not do this.
What do we do with this? Well, if we backtrack through our journey a bit, we can see that a piece of the puzzle wasn't the only person with a game. Julius Caesar also has a game creatively titled A Piece for the Puzzle's Place.
Yeah.
Just like the previous quote-unquote game, we are met with a text box that asks us to enter a code. The code we just got from the butt.
More information about Spectre I found. Spectre is trying to get the most gruesome and strong killer as a trophy to show off and flex the other dark, powerful entities like him. Interesting. So it's like Fate Zero, like the Fate series. It's like just a battle royale to try and get the strongest of the strongest from all across history. Whatever. That's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I mean, I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Fate series, but that's a fairly decent series, like Fate Stay Night, especially like Unlimited Blade Works, that kind of stuff. Like, there's some interesting stuff there. Fascinating anime series.
Shot sinks. Entering that code lets us play 2 files. One is just the victory music from Forsaken, and the other is a message called congratulations.ogg.
Hey, if you're hearing this, then good job. This is kind of where the trail ends for now. Maybe come back in a few months, maybe like February.
So I guess here is where the Forsaken ARG ends, for now at least. Although it is April and there is still no update. Knowing my luck, the update will drop right as this video does. However, just because the ARG is done doesn't mean that I am. There's still one thing I have yet to decode. After our quiz, we got that long code.
1x1x is basically Shedlesky's hatred incarnate. The idea of pure hatred manifested would be semi-interesting, but basically strips Shedlesky, changing his personality. Yes, I mean, what they were talking about is like him as Telamon was like an asshole, just like straight up like only looked out for himself. Like he has a sword that he can manifest whatever he wants, but he only uses it to protect himself. Whereas as Shedlesky, you can only use it temporarily and stuff. Like, it's interesting. The Spectre practically won that strongest competition. Bob is the Builder Man. Bob is the Builder Man. That's funny. And Nosferatu betrays Dracula.
That we decoded with the Gronsfeld cipher, but there was a separate code at the
end
that the
Turtle.
Gronsfeld cipher couldn't translate. It does translate though when you put it through a standard Caesar cipher. He was Elliot. With he was Tyler being the code given at the end of Tyler's long story, and with this coming at the end of the quiz, that would imply that Elliot is the one questioning us with this quiz. But Elliot isn't just any old name. It's the name of one of the survivors you can play as. I would be surprised if the devs use this name twice. It would just make things really confusing, which means the survivor Elliot is somehow involved in this wider story. And I think I know how, because this quiz isn't actually the first time we've spoken to him. At the beginning of this ARG, we had a very long message of how someone became trapped after being foolish and getting too close. They use the word foolish again near the end of the speech, hoping that no one else will look deeper into the entity. And what do we see in this quiz? The one we believe to be Elliot speaking to us. The last.
Some people love Nosferatu, some people hate him.
Question asks, will you continue searching even though you know how foolish that is? It's the same language. Elliot warned us about going down this path of trying to discover the entity, and at multiple points is warning us about how foolish it is. But he also gave us one other warning. During his massive monologue, he references a Greek myth. I guess that's just part of the new indie horror checklist these days. Specifically, he talks about flying too close to the sun, which is a reference to Icarus doing the same thing with his wax wings. But he also talks about being locked away by the entity in a unique kind of hell for stealing something. That reminded me of another Greek myth, a myth about a god who betrayed Zeus during the war against the Titans, and as a result, they were stripped of their wings and sent to Tartarus, the underworld where the god's enemies were tortured. That god's name was Ark, and they were a messenger god, just like Elliot is delivering messages to us to help guide us against the godlike being of this world, the Spectre, now locked away in a torturous type of hell.
Like, even if nothing else, like, as silly as some of these elements are, and like how probably disconnected they are from the current lore, it's still like such a high level of production value, and like these game theory videos, they're always kind of the same vibe. But it's interesting. It's interesting. If you understand, Necroloxicon is kind of important to Forsaken lore. I wouldn't be surprised. It's an interesting like mechanic, and like I said before, the Necronomicon is an important kind of like MacGuffin in many stories aside from this, so I wouldn't be surprised. Also, Swapsaken is another universe Forsaken, where every killer and survivor are opposite roles. Interesting. I don't know. Same developers.
However, in that story, there are actually two messenger gods, Ark and their sibling, Iris. Iris remains sided with the gods, and actually has a plant named after them, Siberian Iris, which has a suspicious nickname, Brother of Caesar, Caesar's sibling, just like we were shown in the ARG. If Elliot is the one who went against the god of this world, the Spectre, then whoever is playing the role of Iris, they are still sided with the godlike.
Yeah, so we got Survivors Trap and Eldest on to creep gods. I mean, who knows what the gods are, right? Like a Spectre is like, that'd be interesting, like bring in more than just the Spectre himself. It's like there is multiple universes. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Just bummed about Outlaws of Roblox being cancelled. They cancelled it to work on Die of Death. Ah, that's a shame. That's too bad.
Being Spectre. And we actually have a second messenger in our game. A second person giving us info that claims to be on the side of good. Tyler. We have been trusting Tyler and using his information to get closer to solving this ARG. But I suspect he may not be what he seems. So, when the ARG returns, be careful how much you listen to him. Because if I'm right, he's going to keep sending us down this rabbit hole until we, like him, are going to be stuck in a constant cycle of torture. Or the ARG will never update and I'll be stuck in a different cycle of torture, not getting any more lore. And that is arguably much worse. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Give us more, but yeah, it's interesting, as I expected it would be. Like, even though it's way off track, but it's still fascinating just to see like how someone kind of takes the puzzle pieces and like mashes them all together and to come up with something cohesive that makes sense. And I mean, I get it. As a content creator myself, like, they were probably like, oh, there's an interesting like sub story here hidden within the game, so we're gonna dive and drill down and try and figure out what that all means, right? And from their perspective, they didn't know that the guy who came up with a lot of this stuff was going to get canceled because he's a terrible person or something like that, and that a lot of it's not going to be finished. They had no way of knowing. They just made the theory based on the little piece of information they had so far. And they did dig into a bunch of stuff that I would never dig into myself. So there's that. And it was fascinating nonetheless. And I do like the way they do it, right? Like the style of them and stuff like that. Spectre is the most perfect stage of psychopath. A husband appears in the heart of his or her partner, a father getting his neck snapped by his own son. Interesting entity, yeah, for sure. I mean, the darkness. It's like the devil, kind of that vibe, right? Something devilish. Yeah. Oh, you're still alive. Yeah, I never stop. I never stop. Einstein level theories these guys are coming up with. Yeah, I would never get to this level. Like, they love digging into like the actual lore and like the deep, like intense stuff. I don't know. I just never do that stuff. That's too much for me. It's too much. Remember, check out a story game if you're interested. It's single player. It's like 5-ish minutes. Interesting. I may have to look at that for sure. Let me see. Still doing anything with editing the birthday stream clips? I've edited them all down. I haven't made videos of each. I have like I said, I have like 13 videos worth that I need to check out, or that I need to build more. So like Alter Ego, I've done 2 songs and I've a video of that, but I need to add more to it. And most of those, it's like I'm going to continue to add more to them and just like. So I've edited down, but I still need to make videos out of most of them because they're all like pieces, right? Because I'm not going to do a video on like one single song. I'll add more to those songs and make it a full video or something, like I did with the Forsaken one I did put out today. I put it today, right? So, anyways, Spectre is pretty much just Noli but more evil, kind of, yeah, I guess. But yeah, I'm not sure what else we should dive into other than Nosferatu and Jane Doe. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll check out this Flush video on Jane Doe. That's from April 1st, so I don't know. Jane Doe was really cool, not gonna lie. Yeah, see, I'm probably only be going for another like half an hour, 45 minutes, so I'm not gonna go too crazy with it. Maybe another couple, like, again, shorter videos, maybe. And that'll be it. But I'm gonna take a quick break right now, because we went like an hour and a half without me taking a break. So I'll take a quick break, and then I'll be back, and we'll continue this on. So, take a quick break. Be right back. All kinds of people on the East Coast, it seems like. For me, it's like 7:30 right now, 7:39 p.m. So, a couple hours behind you guys, but I'm more on the like the west end, closer to the west side. But hello, everyone. Hello. Like I said, we'll probably only do another. Oh wow, Aurora, the same time zone as me. What do you know? But yeah, we'll probably only do another video or two, probably a couple short ones. I'm not sure. 2 hours early. Yeah. Yeah, East Coast is 2 hours ahead of me, where I am, because I'm technically mountain time. But yeah. Good old mountain time. Right, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. No, I don't need to bring up my own stream. It's the wrong one. Listen to Crimson Chronicles songs sometime. I'll add to my list. Check them out. Which one of these, for sake? Maybe I'll just check out this one. Oh, actually, no, I'll check it based on time. Yeah, so this is the newest one, it seems like. So we'll check out the flush one.
Forsaken just...
Have I done Diva and Ghoul lore yet? No, I haven't. I haven't done any skin lore yet, if those are skins, I'm guessing. But yeah, we'll check out this one, then we'll check out lore on Nosferatu, I think, and that'll probably be it. For this video, for this stream, I believe. I think. We'll see.
Released one of the more interesting survivors.
4:40 a.m. I'm a night person too, so I mean, I get it. Like, I'll definitely be up at 4:40 p.m. my time, or 4:40 a.m. my time. So I get it. Yeah, there's definitely tons. I have a question. Would you ever consider reacting to Forsaken themes with lyrics? Though I definitely will be making a video of that eventually, or maybe multiple videos. Search for the Forsaken song for old time's sake. I think I've done that one already, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Into its game, Jane Doe.
Am I a night person or a day person? Very much a night person. I've never been a morning person. Diva and Ghoul is actually from a series called Project Diva Deep Blue. I don't know. Again, at this point, I'm only doing lore for Forsaken, but take it easy, Aurora. Have a good night. Have a good rest of your night.
Character based on actual Roblox history. So, in case you didn't know, the world of Forsaken takes place in a different reality, where everyone who's in it is being haunted by the Spectre. You know this because after not moving for a while, some text will start to appear, showing that you and all these other survivors are being watched.
But we just got that lore from the Forsaken video, the game theory video. I checked the video, it's crazy blocks in the guide. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely add to my list then. Like to have company when I can't sleep. That's fair. See, for me, I like 4:40 in the morning is still kind of early to me. Not necessarily early, but like it's like the equivalent of like probably 9 o'clock at night for most normal people. It's like generally I'd say I go to sleep probably around 6 a.m. or something like that, my time. 6, 7 a.m. And I've done that for years, just because I'm a night person. I work from home most of the time, so I have the luxury to do that. So, but she looks into Kaiju Paradise. Alright. I'll take it easy, Aurora. I'll add that to my list too.
And now one of these new survivors is Jane Doe. But what is her story? Well, to get to Jane Doe, you actually have to go outside of the cabin and into this basement here. You'll see a sign that says Jane's stuff, stay out. And once you enter it, you'll see Jane Doe herself, just sitting there focused on something, not even acknowledging you whatsoever. Yeah, if you try talking to her,
hopefully bro here like goes through the lore of Jane Doe just so I don't have to read it all out. But man, there's so many people who are a couple hours ahead. Oh, 9 a.m. Sorry, that was different. That's different. That's like 14 hours ahead of me. So we'll look too deep into the Spectre as of now because he's just the entity from Dead by Daylight for Roblox. It does seem like that's the case, but even still, any kind of, like, I mean, the Spectre from Dead by Daylight is just Cthulhu, right? So it's all just one Eldritch entity into another Eldritch entity. It's like, it's all just Cthulhu at the end of the day, for the most part, right? So what could you do?
She's just kind of talking.
I'm always a fan of Cthulhu, though. I like the lore.
To herself.
And if he had heeded my...
Hate the dynamic faces.
Lost those documents.
Jane Doe pointed out that she lost all her envelopes and she needs some help with it. So that's what you end up doing. And once you do, she says this.
I didn't expect you to fully find it.
They even fully voice acted.
Sure, but everything about him. My name is Jane Doe.
It's interesting the voice acting they did for this. Or it could be AI. It's very possible it's AI. I wonder if they'll add a system where you can see globally what killer had been used the most. That would be cool.
Former field tester for Roblox. I don't know what it is you're here for, but thank you for the help so far.
You like a list of a bunch of different songs. Not at this moment. I'm not doing a reaction stream right now or anything like that. What do I think about Forsaken lore for now? It's very cool. I mean, it's what I was hoping for. Just a bunch of random, like, people getting punished for different things that they did, or moral, like, different kind of relationships that went bad for one reason or another, corruptions, all the time. Like, this is typically, like, the bases that come, like, build up horror games and horror stories a lot of the time. And Forsaken has done a good job, even though it's a lot of disconnected elements. A lot of it is fairly, like, tropey as well, like, just things that you would normally hear in many different kind of horror stories, but even still, like, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I'm looking for a way out of this place. Not just for me, but for all of us. The people in charge here were careless. They've given up.
I definitely just skimmed this stuff.
In this place. I do not understand fully how you were able to gather these. You are finding it from within the games, correct?
Veronica got punished because of vandalism? Can AI be arrested for vandalism? Maybe. I mean, a lot of the time, in good horror, in my opinion, a lot of it comes down to, like karmic retribution is essentially what it comes down to. So, like, when someone has done something that is karmically wrong, like, whether it's Afton killing kids and whatever, or, like, there's all kinds of different aspects. Silent Hill is one of the best, in my opinion, because, like, Silent Hill, the entire thing is, like, everyone's being punished because someone did something wrong, pissed off some kind of ancient deity of some kind, and now they're being punished, now they're being killed for it, or in their own unique ways, but it's all karmic retribution. And so a lot of good horror hinges on that, right? Like, people did something that they should be punished for, but they weren't punished, so now some kind of deity is coming in to punish them. And that it's kind of like that in a way, like the specters picking and choosing people who deserve to be punished in one way or another. I don't know about Veronica, right? But it's interesting. I think Veronica just kind of showed up there, probably looking for people, or looking for life or something. I don't know. Who knows? That's all we know so far, but she give Taff a new ability, just kills Builderman. Yeah.
That is the only reasonable place.
Yeah, so Jane Doe points out something that no other survivor is really trying to do.
This seems like it's very much trying to be a game theory video. Just like the style of, like, the PNG tuber kind of moving around while cutting in voices and stuff. Like, it feels very game theory.
She's looking for a way out of this world of Forsaken.
It's like relittering and having freaking Zeus strike me for it. I think it's usually more deep than that, right? It's like, if you littered and someone, like, slipped on the wrapper and, like, died or something like that, then yeah, you'd probably get karma. Like, if it was a Silent Hill game, what would happen is you would drop trash on the ground, someone who's, like, the chosen one of a certain god or something like that would walk over a trip and die because you put down that wrapper on the ground, and then Silent Hill would descend and everyone would be punished around you for all the different things they did, and you'd be the star character who eventually gets taken out at the end because you dropped a candy wrapper that killed someone. I'm just saying, that's like the general kind of idea of how those games go, and it's interesting. I always like that stuff.
Not just for her, but for everyone that's trapped in there.
Forsaken is really driven by punishment, for example. The Spectre just basically caters to Noli. I mean, that's fair too. Like, I mean, it's just, I was just talking about, like, in general, a lot of horror games kind of tropes use that kind of thing. But I mean, even just being Forsaken, like, the idea of a Forsaken person, right, is like, yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Anyway, she has you collect some more evidence, and once you return, she now says,
"So you say Noob was just an innocent little guy, but who? Like, how do we know, right? Like, you dig into the lore deeper, it's like, maybe there are things that happen, like things that we don't know about, that are the reasons why. Like, maybe everyone did do something specifically, they just haven't, like, elaborated on it yet, or something. Who knows? Who knows? I'm just saying, for example. I just always appreciate that idea as a horror idea, as a horror trope. But anyways,
Speaking of
skip class and get smited. Exactly.
Have you seen him yet? John, the one with the overgrown arm? My husband.
Anyways, let's watch this damn video.
He wasn't always that way. John, the real John. He'd never hurt a fly. He was the sweetest person you'd ever meet. Always had this way of looking at the world that no one else could. He always supported me. Always tried to see the best in everyone and everything. And I failed him. We all did. I can't let him drown in this mystery. I know he's still in there. He has to be. The thing that created this place, it took everything from us. I'm certain all it knows to do is take.
So yeah, here she reveals that John Doe...
Yeah, it's his only thing was being a gambler. See, a gambler, though, too, could be seen as, like, sloth, or not sloth, but, like, greed, right? Like, you're so greedy that you keep taking chances, whatever, I don't know. I'm just saying, for example, like... But at the same time, it's also, like, the effect of, the corruption, right? Like, the things corruption does to people, like John Doe or whatever. It's like, you don't have to be a good person necessarily, or, like, I don't know. Sometimes it is just, like, the whims of a crazy, like, whimsical deity that just decides, like, oh, you're chosen to be evil, you're chosen, whatever, like, I don't know. It's all fascinating, regardless. It's just, I'm just, again, spitballing a lot of different horror ideas and tropes and things like that I appreciate. Even if it's not 100% correct. It's just, again, theory. Look, it blocks her face from when, oh, that's true, interesting. I never realized that before. That's cool. What's my favorite character lore so far? I don't know. I mean, John Doe's is pretty cool. There's a lot of really cool ones, though. I've liked most of them. Desikar's was really cool. Again, 2-Time was really cool. Like I said, let's go gambling.
And he's been corrupt by this thing, the Spectre. The real John Doe wouldn't actually hurt a fly. And we're going to talk about her and John Doe's history in a little bit. But again, she sends you off on a quest to find more evidence. You come back, and then she brings you with this information.
After I left HQ after John went missing, I remember...
Huh. So we were told in the past lore that, like, she potentially was killed by him in the HQ, but she says... after she left, after he was missing, so she was still at work when he went missing.
I remember feeling so alone. It was in a way I'd never felt before, like I was the only person who understood the scope of it all. I gave what little I had left, burned every bridge until there was nothing between me and the truth.
Damn.
It still wasn't enough. After all that searching, none of it led to the resolution I wanted. I was in a slump, almost as if it was mockingly answering my call. The area around me had begun to melt and distort in response.
Yeah, it's right there. It's she's talking about the Spectre again.
Oh,
I
of course.
recognize the presence.
Her nickname from other people is Mold Girl because the corruption would grow around her house. Damn.
Same one that I'd seen take
Can't wait for Azure.
So long ago. But I don't think I cared. There was nothing for me to leave behind, so I accepted. I remember being dumped off in a strange base plate, loaded with items and empty rigs from all kinds of places. It was everything I wanted. I stayed there for so long, studying everything I found and peering into the game from afar.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Jane Doe was spying on everything and seeing all these...
There's like someone or a vehicle or something going past my window because I keep seeing like light. Just like trail. I don't know if you can see it in the video or not. It probably doesn't pick up because of my lights and stuff, but like, I don't know. It's like a light is passing by my face every once in a while. It's distracting. It's distracting. John's corruption is alive and well.
Sick and twisted games that we're playing out. Now, let's say you're playing a game that isn't Roblox, but it's too difficult and scary, having you feel...
This is an ad, isn't it? Yeah, it's an ad. I have been playing Resident Evil. It's very good. It's very good.
Sponsoring this video. Remember, the whole point of Forsaken is that all these...
I've actually never done a sponsor myself. I should reach out to some of these. Be like, hey, sponsor me.
Survivors are stuck in a loop. The Spectre got all these killers.
Not that I don't get offers. I get offers all the time for sponsors. It's just always AI crap or like a shitty ad or something like an app that's like, oh, sell this to your audience so that they can get corrupted, like their stuff stolen. Whatever. I don't know. It's like, I don't care about that. I like Jane Doe because it seems like she's spiraling into delusion. She can see everyone, and it's untimely forsaken her. The whole reason she's in the realm of fake hope, and so, oh yeah, that's true. I mean, the desperation, right? Like trying to save her husband, the person she loves, right? Yeah, please sponsor me. Need monies, exactly. I wish. Come in with the like thousands of dollars. I'll take them. Come on, Mr. Beast, sponsor my videos.
To constantly attack the survivors. They do this over and over again for many years.
And now I find myself here in everything. I still feel so far away from a solution. I just feel so lost.
You notice that Jane goes silent. She fiddles with her fingers.
I barely remember why I started this all. I just fell into this pit of obsession. It shrouded my eyes, took everything from me. I barely remember his face.
No, knowing Mr. Beast, he'd invite me to a call and be like, you should donate to Team Trees or Team Water or whatever. Like, I don't judge you by the past drama, but I don't know.
Yeah, so Jane Doe drops a whole bunch of lore as to what actually happened to her. Like in the real world, she was trying to investigate the whole John Doe disappearance, but then she felt the Spectre's presence. But she didn't really care. She even says so herself. There was nothing for her to leave behind, so she accepted his presence and then woke up in the world of Forsaken. Or at least what.
When's the next stream? I don't know yet. I'll probably stream on Thursday. Like, my plan is to stream from now on most days on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. So we'll see. I'm not sure what I'll be streaming next. It'll be a game of some kind. I'm not exactly sure which game I'll be playing, but anyways. Slasher main only because haha funny 75 damage immediately and Mythic Jason. Slasher is fun. Slasher is pretty fun. Yeah, John was for everything. Yeah, it's like when you lose something that important to you, yeah, you're going to go through anything and everything you can to try and get it back. And that kind of an idea is also a fairly common kind of horror, or even just like story trope, right? It's like going back to like Dante's Inferno, like Divine Comedy, right? Like trying to go into hell to save like the person you love or whatever, like Paradise Lost, like all that type of stuff, like very, very classics. But anyways, or the Odyssey as well, like.
Was on a strange base plate, which from there she was able to see all the games occur. But yeah, after this conversation, you do notice her fiddle with her fingers.
The ring,
you're given the final task
to get the ring, Very classic. Yeah, that's why it's a classic. Yeah.
That translates to beware of a false one. Yeah, pretty much with this last quest, you're supposed to go and find Jane Doe's wedding ring, and upon returning it, she finally says this.
What? My ring! John, I made that promise to you. That we'll stand together side by side till death do us part. I forgot the very person who started this all. I know that deep down John is in that husk. Thank you. You allowed me to
man going
realize
extinct.
What
That's
I
rough.
needed to remember. I fell into this obsession, but I had lost myself within it as well. I can only do so much from down here. Hiding away in here and reminiscing on the past will get me nowhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll end up doing Sinister Minds as a stream or if I'll just do individual videos, because that's like Churney Gurney or whatever, like the creator of that. I'm not sure, but it seems interesting. Everything I've seen about Sinister Minds seems interesting, so I do want to check it out. Just like doing more outcome memories as well. I've only checked out a couple songs there, so like there's more of that I need to check out. So there's a lot. Again, the thing is, I've only just started my kind of journey checking out Roblox stuff, so there's a ton more to get into. There's also so many other things aside from that I want to get into, so there's only so much time, right? So, I don't know. Maybe eventually I'll make enough money here that I can quit my job and just do this full time, and you can get like streams every day or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah.
Cycle of sorrow.
That's the dream. That's the dream.
Made will
do this every day.
Be broken. But what I can do is do everything that I can.
Took 10 games.
And with that,
that's not bad.
Jane Doe joins the other survivors and enters the game herself, trying to rescue her husband, John. But now, what is the lore between Jane Doe and John Doe? What was their history? Well, thanks to this Twitter post, we actually do have some background between these two. Like, we know that both John and Jane Doe worked at Roblox headquarters, serving the Roblox
we knew that already.
Often assigned to test faulty codes. Yeah, one of the bullet points on here says, if you asked him, John would tell you that Jane Doe was the best thing that ever happened to him.
Interesting. So they were both working on code at Roblox HQ essentially, and then John got corrupted by it, I guess. Wish they'd allow the milestones to have canon lore relevance. That would be cool, yeah.
It also says here that Jane's intense drive for answers could sometimes cloud her better judgment.
Maybe she's the one who got him corrupted.
Easygoing and lacking personal drive. It made him the perfect vessel. Yeah, like for Jane Doe's Milestone 1 skin, it's her in her Roblox uniform with the
Yeah, it'd be cool if sponsors were mostly slops so you could make more of a sustainable game. I think the problem is that I actually have to probably reach out to sponsors that I just don't. Like, I've tried GamerSups, that's like the one place I've actually reached out to, but there's so many people who are trying to vie for GamerSup sponsorships that I get it. Like, but yeah, 95% of the sponsors I get on my email are like just spam, right? Just trying to steal my account, like, oh, we're from Nike and we're trying to, or whatever, and then you look at the email and it's clearly a fake email. Like, you see that all the time. Like, if anyone makes content, be wary, because they're almost all scams. you have to, like, know what to look for. But the ones that do get through, that are real, are almost always, like, AI crap and stuff like that, so it's like, it is what it is.
Even saying,
our lives were...
The faulty code got to him. Remember Doombringer UST reaction? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Simple. I was ambitious, you were reserved, but we loved each other. Nothing could take that away from us.
Yeah, so
like I knew it was the code. I was just saying it would be interesting if like they were working on the code together and the code that got corrupted him was code that she found or something. I don't know.
Everything was fine between these two. They both loved each other very much, but then the downfall would happen on March 18th, 2017. John Doe was...
You know, the living legend is John Doe in the future when John Doe's master the corruption. Interesting. I've never looked into like the lore of the skins or anything like that. But that's interesting. Wish collabs would be actual characters more instead of just skins. Like have a pursuer as a straight up killer. Yeah, that would be interesting. That's what I assumed before I even played the game. Like I just assumed all these different skins, that all these different songs were for different killers, and there was tons of killers. When reality is like 6 killers, and there's like I don't know. But the game's also hasn't been out that long, so I get it. Like eventually they will add more, but. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, though.
Exposed to a highly destructive parasite composed of old defunct Roblox code. The parasite would spread through his body, consuming his identity and memories,
yeah, we know
causing
this.
him to forget his wife, Jane Doe. Yeah, so this is John Doe's Milestone 1 skin. You can see he's in his Roblox employee uniform, but with the virus
like 200 skins, yeah, there's so many.
Body. Yeah, it's important to know that John Doe is actually still alive.
But it does make sense. Again, it's like, if you're making a game, it would make more sense to do like 6 or 7 characters, 10 characters, and each one having a ton of skins than adding each one. I mean, I don't know. It depends. Like Marvel Rivals does it. Like there's some games that do it. But Withered Foxy releases in Bite by Night, there will be a toon skin for him. Dude, that'll be crazy. Alongside voice actor 5 AM at Freddy's again. Oh, wow. That's awesome. I need to check out those animations because I think it's Pimations or whatever. But yeah, very cool. John Doe was usually in the office, and Jane was the one who was experimenting. Maybe. I mean, maybe he stepped in to stop Jane Doe from getting corrupted herself, and he got corrupted instead, or something. I don't know. Did I say 6-7? I have no idea. Honestly, after I said something, especially when I'm streaming, it leaves my brain almost. So if I said something, you would know better than I would.
It's fully sustained.
The original vision for Forsaken was a game that was titled Damnation. Oh, probably the amount of killers, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Truly a Roblox Dead by Daylight, yeah. The lore of the parasite was removed from John Doe, he'll die because how much it's corrupted him. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's interesting. Like, the corruption is, overtaking him. Talking about the milestones. Milestone 1 and Milestone 2, John is alive, but 3 and 4, he's dead, and the parasite's piloting his corpse. Damn.
By the parasite invading him. Yeah, we're able to find some more
That's cool.
by looking at John Doe's milestone skin.
Yeah, you can
For
see.
the milestone 1 skin,
sure.
it's Jane Doe speaking, and she says,
"Oh, John, what's become of you?"
In milestone 2, the text says,
"That bright spark in your eyes is gone now."
And then for the milestone 3 skin, it reads,
"Tears ran down my face and I could barely recognize you."
And then shortly after all this, John Doe would simply vanish. We know this because in Jane Doe's milestone 2 skin, it reads,
"The day you vanished, my world came crashing down. A result of my own faults and errors corrupted you."
See? That's what I'm wondering about. Like, I feel like she did something, like, made it, like, screwed up in some way with the code or whatever. Like, something messed up with her that then caused John to be corrupted or something like that. And now she goes on a journey to try and save him, but then he kills her, right? I don't know.
So Jane Doe remains heartbroken and blames herself for all of John Doe's corruption.
Why did she blame herself?
Yeah, rumors began to spread as to what exactly happened on March 18th. Like, a lot of people began to blame Jane Doe for John's disappearance, while others believed that John was plotting to one day come back and take over Robloxia. Again, this is a reference to all the fake rumors that actually did occur in real life, where people believed that John Doe was going to hack Roblox on March 18th, 2017. Yeah, then something strange started happening to Jane Doe's home.
Jane blames herself for not being able to purge the corruption prior to his disappearance. Oh yeah, that's fair too.
A strange black substance started growing around.
Oh, this is what you guys were talking about, the mold.
Neighbors giving her the nickname
Mold Girl, yeah.
But she didn't let that get to her. No, she actually started to...
It's like she has the opposite. Like, he's corrupted, but she's like pushing the corruption away or something like that. I don't know.
Investigate and try to figure out what happened to her husband.
"I did what I could, chased every lead, turned every corner. My obsession with grief grew. Everywhere I turned, you weren't there.
Yeah, this is her Milestone 3 skin, and I find it to be quite interesting. Like, all these pictures she has hanging off her hat. I imagine they're images
like,
of
to remember?
John Doe.
Yeah.
And I say this because this is the full render of the Milestone 3 skin. It's actually a photo of John Doe that was taken on March 18th, the day of his corruption.
Damn.
But then, as we recall from Jane Doe telling us herself, the Spectre somehow got to her, and she entered the world of Forsaken. Or at least in a place of scattered parts and memories. And now, while also in the world of Forsaken, Jane Doe also begins to write down some evidence. And we can actually read them if we go over to this area of her
Yeah, see, I've never done this, and hopefully Buddy reads over some of them, because I haven't looked into this at all.
hideout, and we get these 3 folders.
Okay.
One of Shaletsky, Dusakar, and Builderman. And she is very angry with all 3 of them. Because remember, all 3 of these guys used to work at Roblox, with Jane Doe included. She blames all of them for what happened to John Doe. Like here for Shaletsky, she writes, "His warm smile still remains, but something permeates it. Every smile feels forced, as if he's putting on an act."
Yeah.
Whenever mentioned...
It's almost like the lore has gotten so thick that they wanted to just come in and be like, we need to actually like kind of just solidify some things. So we'll put like a folder here full of lore, full of actual lore from the developers of the game, whatever, so people know some things here, right? Like, I don't know.
So one by one comes up, he seems to grow quiet, trying to change the topic if he can. He's tied to the being of poisoned hatred in some way. So yeah, in case you don't know, Shaletsky is the reason for 1x1's creation, but Shaletsky hasn't told the others about this. He's trying to keep it a secret from all the other survivors because he doesn't want them to hate him. But yeah, then on the right side of this folder, we get some more lore between these 2. She writes how he always wondered how he could improve and change Robloxia for the better. How I miss those days. The next folder is Dusakar, where she writes, "He wants out just like the rest of us. I'm sorry, Dusakar. You don't deserve this fate." Yeah, so Dusakar, out of these...
Thank goodness they did the lore so scattered. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen. Like, with games that go this long and like so many updates and so many changes and characters coming in and out, it's like, it's almost unavoidable. It's like FNAF, right? Like, as much as I love FNAF, many of us love FNAF, like, there's a lot of lore things that are all over the place for FNAF lore, because it is all over the place. Like, it's all just kind of come up with on the moment and spur of the moment. And sometimes you gotta, like, kind of retcon things or change things up or whatever. And it's like, sometimes it's for the better, sometimes it's not. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting how different developers deal with it and stuff. But this is a smart way to do it. Just like, if they continue to add to this lore, like maybe, like, in the future, there are other updates where now Jane Doe's adding even more to this lore or something like that. And it's like now every character is here if you find the lore pieces or something like that. I don't know.
3, she was somewhat nicer too, but then when we get to Builderman, we see this. Lazy. This is your fault. Yeah, the pictures...
Well, have a good night, Twisty. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know that I'll stream Friday or Saturday. I have D&D Saturday, and Fridays are usually pretty busy for me too, so I'm not sure. Probably Thursday, if anything. Probably Thursday, Sunday, but I guess we'll see. But anyways, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Again, this will probably be like my last couple of videos here, so we're not going to be going that much longer anyways. But either way, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by.
Also scratched out. She also writes how Builderman had this most amazing way of speaking. Felt like every word really meant something.
Bye-bye.
We really believed in him, didn't we? It wasn't until later on that the cracks started to show. This was something big, larger than all of us. And I watched him deny every bit of it. Builderman would always reassure us that the admins had it under control, but just about everyone in HQ could see past it. Yeah, and even in the game, Jane Doe does actually have some interesting conversations with some of these characters. Like with Builderman, the one that she hates the most, you can actually see him feeling bad about everything. "I'll always be here for you, Jane."
Here for me. Where were you for the... What about Doombringer? How is he doing?
He's...
Not now.
Jane, I've been worried about you, and...
No. I am the last person you should be concerned with.
Wow.
Yeah, something else I find interesting is the 4th milestone skin for John and Jane Doe. Like, this is Jane Doe's right here, and then this is John's, with John Doe's description even reading, "A suit worn at funerals and celebrations." With Jane Doe's description reading,
"As I wallow in grief."
That's really crazy that that's Jane Doe's, like, just flowers all over the place. That's interesting. The admins, in fact, does not do their job. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant. I mean, it's interesting how dark Builderman seems to be, like, or how entrenched in everything that happens Builderman is, or something like that.
"I confine myself to this misery. How can I save you all if I can't save myself?"
Yet, so through all this, Jane Doe is trying to rescue John Doe and bring him back from whatever's possessing him. But the unfortunate truth is, if you were to completely separate the parasite from John Doe, he would end up dying. Yet, that's right, even in this full corruption, this is John Doe still alive. He's just infected by the parasite.
Milestone 1, the only one that not emotified.
Would a possessed John Doe actually kill Jane Doe in the world of Forsaken?
I don't mind.
And
I like the style.
That is, no, he wouldn't.
Jane's Milestone 4 is really pretty, but I hate playing as her, so I probably won't unlock it anytime soon. That's fair. I haven't really played as her yet either, so I don't really know. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting the design, like the flowers everywhere and stuff like that. It's like she's been overtaken by these flowers. Maybe it's the mold or something. I don't know.
Actually written right here that John Doe still holds a subconscious love for Jane Doe and would hesitate or even refuse to kill her if he recognized her. Not even the parasite or the specter can tear their love apart. Only death can truly separate them. Which is why the specter blocks out Jane Doe's face and makes it so that John Doe is unable to recognize her. And yeah, you can actually do this yourself. If you're playing as John Doe and are running up to a Jane Doe, you'll see this black blurb covering her.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think she's found very skill-based. Interesting. What if you infect the parasite and tame it? That'd be cool. It'd be an interesting new killer or something like that.
Because if John Doe was to actually see her face, he may end up betraying the specter. Yeah, it's actually kind of sad when these two play against each other. Like
Jane's 4th milestone is a monochromatic wedding dress, and John's 4th milestone is a fully corrupted corpse. The corruption is fully alive within. Yeah, that's crazy. I like the design.
Even has this animation where she's about to strike with her axe, but then she ends up resisting, not being able to fully go through with it. Will Jane Doe be able to rescue her husband and all these other survivors? Let me know in the comments down below.
You put a thing over your subscribe button GIF thing there, buddy. I've done that before too. It happens. It happens. But that was interesting. I mean, so far every video we've checked out today has added a little bit more lore to the overall pile of Forsaken lore. And again, I didn't know any of it to start with, so this is really cool. But I think that'll probably be it for me for today, because we've been going for 4 hours now, and I need to go get some grub. I mean, people are getting restaurant ads because they know Grem needs food. That's why. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. But I want to thank you all for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Like, again, I didn't know what to expect going into this, but the lore has been super interesting, honestly. Like, as someone who loves horror, as someone who loves stories and stuff like that, there was a lot of really interesting stuff there. Nosferatu's lore is very simple, and everyone's. I mean, if it's very, very short, I guess we could check it out, maybe. 'Cause you said it was like 5 minutes or something, right? Let's see. Like 3 minutes? Okay, yeah, 3 minutes. Okay, we'll watch this one before we go. We'll watch this one before we go. All right.
Welcome to another episode.
When will I play Forsaken again? I'm not exactly sure. Probably not too long. Probably the next week or so. But yeah, you convinced me. You convinced me on Yielding Black. Let's check out the Nosferatu lore very quickly. Very quickly.
Episode of our Forsaken character lore series. Today, it's finally time to talk about Nosferatu, a character whose story I completely forgot to tell you before. My bad. Before we begin, let me ask you something. If you enjoyed this story by the end of the video and want to see more lore like this, please leave a like and subscribe. It really helps me keep bringing you more stories like this. Okay, Thank you, and let's begin. Have you ever heard of a vampire who made a deal with something worse than death? Nosferatu, or Nos, as some call him, is not just another killer in Forsaken. He belongs to an ancient generation of vampires summoned long ago by Dracula himself. But the summoning came with a curse. They must constantly feed on Robloxians or slowly fade out of existence.
I mean, isn't that every vampire for the most part? You have to feed on lore, or you have to feed on something, usually it's human blood or whatever, but this one's like Robloxians, but whatever.
Imagine being immortal, but only as long as you keep killing. At some point, Nosferatu had enough. He refused to obey the vampire hierarchy and he snapped. And when he rebelled, he didn't do it quietly. Robloxians dead, a lot of them. That's when something far more dangerous noticed him. An agent of a mysterious entity known as Spectre approached Nosferatu. The offer was
Fun fact, Nosferatu was added as a complete surprise with no build-up. He was never even mentioned to be part of the roster before he was added. That's really cool. Just shadow dropped him.
Terrifying. Enter the Forsaken, and you'll be granted endless celebration and desire. And eternal feast. And Nosferatu accepted. And when he crossed into Forsaken, he didn't come alone. He brought the masquerade killer with him, turning slaughter into celebration and horror into entertainment. Interestingly, Nosferatu didn't start as a killer. At first, he appeared as a merchant NPC. He lived beneath the lobby, inside a hiding chamber, calmly playing a pipe organ, waiting.
Very vampire-like.
When approaching him, he was arrogant, cold, and condescending. If you didn't pay enough, or didn't offer something valuable, he treated you like you were beneath him. A vampire in every sense of the word. But eventually, the music stopped, and Nosferatu entered the trios as a killer. His domain.
Unfortunately, Gunza, or GZXM, this is the last video, so yeah, you're a little late. The very last video. But thanks for stopping by nonetheless. This is, But we've been going for about 4 hours now, so you got a long VOD to watch if you'd like.
He became Bloodfell Manor, a decaying mansion filled with alchemical symbols,
that is a cool map,
and traces of ancient rituals. His abilities, turning into a bat, vanishing, creating pools of blood, are just powers. They are extensions of something called bloody codes, a corrupted force gifted to him by the spectre itself. And this brings us to the most important piece of history.
Don't worry, the next time I stream, I'll also schedule it ahead, and I'll probably do it a little bit later in the day, because this time I went a little earlier, so, yeah. Not gonna lie, maybe you want to play Forsaken again. It's fair, I mean, it's a fun game.
The Necroblox Con. Nosferatu and other true vampires believe this ancient book can break the curse, free them from the endless hunger, but the book is just lost somewhere. It's bound to flesh, currently connected to another character called Slasher. And it doesn't just sit there. It whispers, manipulates,
like a John Doe anomaly skin or something like that.
Associates hosts toward violence. So everyone chasing the Necroblox Con thinks they are seeking freedom, when in reality, they might just be serving something far worse. So the real question is, if Nosferatu finally gets the Necroblox Con, will the curse truly be broken, or will it simply replace one prison with another? And if you ever hear an organ playing beneath the lobby, don't applaud.
Damn. Whoopsie. Well, it's a good whoopsie in my opinion. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, GDXM. You're very kind. But as I said, I think that'll probably be it for the video, unfortunately. Just, again, I've been going for 4 hours now, so it's probably a good time to cut it. Forsaken's managed to become my favorite type of game of all time because I love Roblox mythology. That's fair. I mean, again, if you're like one of those people who have been playing for years, then you'll know all these connections, all these ties, all these little references, and the character. It's a lot of characters all coming together into one game, and it's always really cool when there's crossovers like that. And even though some of them are new characters and stuff like that, it's really cool. But regardless, I want to say again, thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Unfortunately, Gunza, you'll have to watch the VOD later and stuff like that. I hope you enjoy. But I gotta go get some food. So thank you all again, and I hope you have a great rest of your week. I'll probably again be back on Thursday for some more streams. Oh wait, new emoji. Yeah, Pet Luca. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, until next time, guys. Later days, folks.